Anything can happen. A sweet friend to lovers, later in life romance and contemporary women, friendship fiction. Misha Quinn. Scene 1. Ellen. A tall, slender, middle-aged woman stood on the veranda of a lakeside cottage and watched the setting sun. The woman's name was Ellen. And the woman was now trying to find warmth in her heart for her husband, Sam. After all, he was her husband and the father of her children. But what he had done killed all her warm feelings for him. Sam betrayed her. What does she have left in her life? Yes, she has her beloved children, son Winston and daughter Lucia. But they were grown up and had their own lives. Besides, the children tried not to get into why their parents' relationship with each other had grown more relaxed and calmer in recent years. Winston had told his mother many times that he did not understand what his parents lacked in this life. After all, Ellen and Sam had everything other families wished for: a friendly family, an ordinary business, and a lovely lakeside cottage in an upscale neighborhood. The family had 2 cars. A good income from their own business allowed them to vacation to any part of the country and beyond, which they often did. Although Ellen's first thought was of her son, Winston, Lucia was the eldest. Lucia was the perfect child that everyone wished for. She listened to her parents, excelled in school, and participated in all activities. Her parents and nature had given Lucia a pleasant appearance. She had a neat snub nose, big gray eyes, and a constant baby reindeer expression. Lucia was proud of her thick, wheat-colored hair, which she liked to braid in 2 braids. Unconventional, but comfortable. And unlike the others. At 19, Lucia had a slim, athletic figure and long legs, which she was proud of. However, she showed off at every opportunity, in shorts, miniskirts, or bikinis. This narcissism was natural at her age. Why not enjoy life at a young age when you have something to show for it? No one could condemn Lucia for wanting to show off, because she deserved it. She was an excellent student, participated in volleyball competitions, and enjoyed good company with her college friends. Ellen was proud of Lucia. Ellen felt like she and her daughter were living with her youth again. No doubt Ellen wished Lucia all that she wanted to achieve in life. All normal parents want their children to achieve more than they did. Mostly Ellen was calm about her daughter, seeing her academic and athletic success. But as her senior year of college approached, sports were worth putting on the back burner. Schooling had to come first, the study, and then a successful career. Ellen went through these stages of life, but not to the end. Instead, her career ended when she left the business, stayed home, and became a wife and mother. What about Winston? Her favorite youngest son. Although Lucia was just a perfect child, Winston was his mother's favorite, like many more youthful children. But first, he was a son. A son. How much that meant to Ellen. Of course, before she gave birth to Lucia, she was proud of her daughter. But when her son was born, her heart just melted. She got her own, entirely her own, Sam in miniature. Indivisibly her, Sam. In those years, Ellen and Sam's love had not yet stood the test of time, but their characters did not match so closely that there were no moments of friction in their life together. Everything was perfect with her son, so he received more affection and warmth of heart than Ellen's husband. The gap between what she gave and what her kid and husband got only increased as time passed. As a result, the friction between Ellen and Sam grew. Ellen did not realize that she might already lose Sam as a husband. As if to compensate for the cooling of her relationship with Sam, Winston grew older and looked more like Sam in his younger years. There was something in Winston's character that she loved about the young Sam she had fallen in love with 3 decades ago. It was nice to see a son inherit his father's best traits while possessing his unique personality. It gave Ellen some peace of mind. Then Winston joined the army. Ellen did not understand why he wanted to do it. What did he not like about the life his parents had planned for him, just as they had for Lucia? Ahead would be college, and then a successful and prestigious legal profession. And then a life with an excellent income, and all its benefits. But Ellen and Sam wanted their son to set up his own business immediately, after having built connections and experience in his future field of work. After all, they began their adult lives working as employees, and only after gaining experience did they move to the status of entrepreneurs. It all happened smoothly. First, Sam and Ellen received a college education. During their education, the young people worked several jobs and, as they say, tried life. By the time they graduated from college, Sam and Ellen had already earned their status as excellent workers and promising future young professionals. Then they both had no trouble finding jobs in their respective fields, and worked in them for 2 or 3 years before deciding to start their own business. That was when they went on their own and started a business, applying everything they'd learned to manufacture eco-friendly, simple, to recycle dinnerware. Ellen's thoughts returned to herself. What was her life like? What did she have ahead of her? She and her husband were planning for their children's future. Still, their relationship was on the verge of indifference to each other. Ellen sighed heavily. Maybe it was her fault. Her nerves were giving out lately, and Sam was trying to avoid her and come home less often. But yes, there was no obvious way for a woman to go through a period of change after 40. Ellen was going through a natural transition period, like teenagers, only in the opposite direction, toward declining some functions of the female body. Ellen was an educated adult, and this period of pre-menopause and menopause should have been more understandable. However, she was once a teenager and remembered this period of her children's age very well. Overreactions characterize adolescence as seemingly innocuous situations. Yet so many things bothered or terrified Ellen, even the most basic ones, like not knowing what to do or where to look out of concern for other people's judgment, or conversely the desperate display of one's choice of appearance or clothing. It was all so familiar that it seemed to have to stay far away in her youth. In recent years, Ellen has noticed exaggerated reactions to simple situations. This was completely uncharacteristic of her, usually such a calm and rational woman. When Ellen felt that her behavior resembled a teenager's, she became utterly perplexed. It was impossible to control her reactions. And the responses she tried to control and restrain resulted in strange attacks, in which she could not breathe as deeply or calmly as usual. Then her blood pressure would rise, the pressure on her eyes would press, her head would hurt, and then the pain would move to her heart. Its rhythm would increase so that Ellen felt like she was running, even though she was standing or sitting. Finally, her head spun, and it seemed like she was about to pass out. Ellen thought she had heart problems, but got an examination when she went to the doctor. The results were promising. There was nothing wrong with her heart. Ellen's resting blood pressure was normal too. The doctor suggested that Ellen was experiencing anxiety attacks. Panic, fear. Ellen laughed at first, contradicting the doctor. Come on, I am not afraid of anything. I just have nothing to be afraid of. I do not even drive a car much. So, I do not have to be afraid of anything. But the doctor insisted that she pay close attention to the situations in which these symptoms arise. After observing her reactions and the situations in which they occurred, Ellen realized that what caused them was her desperate desire to escape from any problematic situations. Despite understanding the causes of the attacks, these situations recurred and recurred. Her bouts of unreasonable fear did not go away. They frequently spilled over into panic attacks, reassuring that Ellen knew her reaction to problematic situations and learned how to cope with them. After the appearance of exaggerated reactions to typical situations, she once again had to see a doctor. This time she went to see a gynecologist. Upon examination, it turned out that her estrogen levels were minimal, her periods had almost disappeared, and the gaps between them had increased. However, the other hormone, which showed the onset of menopause, was high. The gynecologist confirmed to Ellen that her body was during menopause. Ellen was amazed. That was why she no longer needed as much sex as she used to. That may be why Sam no longer attracted her as a man. Is this how my femininity ends? What kind of life awaits me next? Am I already an old woman? Thoughts swirled around in her head, and Ellen did not want positive answers. The doctor advised Ellen to come to terms with the changes in her body. If the hot flashes, night sweats, and ongoing anxiety attacks were difficult for her, hormone replacement therapy might be considered. Another option was to cope with the body's natural age-related changes with more traditional means. For example, take soothing herbal infusions and improve sleep quality by various methods. Ellen chose natural remedies. She did not want Sam to know what was wrong with her, or that she had any unusual pills in their bathroom medicine cabinet or her bag. Ellen was ashamed to explain to her husband that her estrogen hormone levels were decimated, and her fertility was nearly zero. Many girls and women were taught that their worth lies in their ability to find a suitable partner, form a loving family with him, and as the ultimate achievement, conceive, carry, and give birth to healthy children. If Ellen cannot do any of that anymore, who was she after that? A mother, a future mother-in-law, a future grandmother? Yes, but not a woman. Well, maybe she still is a woman, but not one who attracts men. These experiences distanced Ellen even further from Sam. His face showed only minor signs of aging, such as some graying at the temples and a few wrinkles, and he seemed unchanged by time. So, Ellen did not want to discuss menopause with her husband. She dreaded the fact that she had nothing to answer his question. Okay, that is right. You have this transition age. So what is next? What is in store for us? Ellen had no answer to that question. She did not know what would follow. She thought Sam's need for the ability to have sex had not changed with age. However, her desire for sex was approaching zero. Well, she did not know what to do about it. It was hard for Ellen to imagine talking about her diminished sexual needs and options with Sam, for whom she had always been hot in bed and proud. She should have gone to the gynecologist again for a consultation, but Ellen delayed the visit. The last time, the doctor had told her that if she wanted to, her sexual sensations could be improved a little. But something kept her from exploring such remedies. Perhaps Ellen did not want to pursue restoring her desire to have sex with Sam. What if it had been about some other man? Ellen hesitated to look for an answer to that question too. Instead, she hid her head in the sand like an ostrich in danger. I do not see it, so it does not exist. In such reflections, Ellen spent her time at home when she had nothing to do. As a result, she could not be on the phone all the time with her friends, who also were her faithful menopausal companions. Ellen had been so engrossed in local life and her friendships with Betty and Lori that she had seldom spoken with her high school pals in recent years. Both women lived nearby. It was easy for them to spend their free time together. Betty and Lori were about the same age as Ellen and understood her anguish. Betty was a jolly, full-bodied chuckler. If she listened to Ellen, she would respond with something like, "Yeah, so what? What does that make it worse for us? Let the men shove up their asses, and do not blame us for not being able to do anything." Ellen blushed at such words as a teenager. She did not take cuss words or blatant descriptions of where someone should shove what. No such vocabulary had ever been used in her life. It was not customary in a good society. Betty, the wife of truck driver Greg, was notoriously inconsiderate of the sentiments of others and prone to using salty language. Betty showed everyone her courage to be a complete woman, to live life to the fullest, to eat and drink what she wanted and not be ashamed of it. She frankly pitied her dainty friends and their still slender husbands. "Well, girls, you have nothing for a man to hold on to. And my husband likes me just the way I am, the way I am so plump," Betty said, laughing, in response to timid attempts by friends or acquaintances to remind her she should not eat this piece of cake. The only problem in Betty's life was that she and Greg had no children. It was already a fact that could not be changed. They were both in their 50s, and there was nothing they could do about it. Or maybe they did not want to. So, Betty avoided talking to her family and friends about it, in every way possible. Lori was a gray mouse, an unassuming thin woman, whose quiet voice came out only when her husband loudly demanded tea or pie. Lori was married to the famous writer Daniel, 10 years older than she was. They had 2 daughters, Anna and Katya. Lori obeyed her husband's requests without question, though they were more like orders. She knew her husband should not be nervous, especially if he was working. But when he was writing his books, he was not to be disturbed, and then everything in the house literally tiptoed. Unlike Betty, Lori, being a refined intellectual, always expressed herself with sophistication. However, she was not shocked by Betty's jargon because of her open mind and genuine curiosity in all aspects of life. However, Lori was not as simple and undemanding as she seemed. The dream of publishing her books still lived in her heart, driven to the farthest corners of her soul. Lori wrote short love stories but wrote them into the desk. The first person she showed them to was her husband, who disapproved of even the very idea that his wife might publish her work. No one in his house would compete with him. That was clear. Lori had no hope of getting any literary agent interested in her novels, and publishing her novels the traditional way. Since everyone in the publishing industry saw her only as the wife of a famous writer, no one wanted to get involved with Daniel, who was jealous of the work of others. Her husband continued to ignore Lori as a creative person. He was the only writer in his house. That was Daniel's motto. He made money for the family, and good money. Everything in Daniel's house revolved around his rules. So during her long married life to him, Lori suffered the exquisitely veiled humiliation of not being his equal. Daniel expressed his disdain for his wife's passion for writing. Sometimes he commented carelessly on timid questions from acquaintances about what his wife did, whether she wrote books as he did. Daniel dismissed these questions impatiently. After several nervous attempts to find out if Lori had any creative plans, her acquaintances stopped asking. Lori suffered because she was the only wife, mother, cook, and cleaner in her family. Still, she was never the creative person she undoubtedly was at heart. The 3 friends often met at each other's houses or a local cafe on the shore of the same lake where their cottages were built. When they met, they could talk and laugh about their misfortunes, exchange dreams and hopes, get good advice, or give it to a friend. Within a relatively short time of getting to know each other, such different people as Ellen, Betty, and Lori had much in common. They were about the same age, around or just over 50, and their life experiences were similar and dissimilar. This allowed them to exchange opinions and ask each other for advice. The friends knew that each of them had gone through or would go through similar trials, which in women's lives were much the same at this age: family, health, and mental health. Love adventures were not considered, since all 3 had been long and securely married. However, as the turn of 50 approached, many things in their lives changed and became less clear than they had been even 5 years ago. Ellen was the first to dive headfirst into menopause and its manifestations. As Lori and Betty listened to her tirade about how her hot flashes and hypersensitivity to those little things had ruined her life, they shook their heads in sync with the beat of her words. Betty and Lori were already feeling perimenopause. They had not yet fully imagined what awaited them in 2 or 3 years, when a wave of these changes would sweep over them too. So even though they could see that Ellen had gotten herself into a tricky position by letting go of the reins of puberty and just now understanding that she had to take care of herself, they still did not want to go into its manifestations. In the meantime, the three supported each other, trying to find the best solution to the issues before their council. Lori, Betty, and Ellen were glad they had someone to tell them their problems, and that the information would stay within their narrow circle. Such wonderful friends Ellen had. Ellen smiled as she remembered her last meeting with her friends and their husbands at the lake. She and Sam had invited two married couples, Lori and Danielle and Betty and Greg, to spend an evening at their house with a grill and a sauna. The grill was under the men's team, and the sauna was under Ellen's team and for women only. The sauna, for herself and her girlfriends, was one of Ellen's few domestic privileges. The other concerns were responsibilities, such as deciding what food would be on the table and what routine their family and the guests who frequently visited them would have. Guests included everyone from relatives to friends, such as her friends with families. Sam did not interfere in this arrangement of their lives. Instead, he preferred sticking to Ellen's established routines at meetings with relatives or friends. So, they settled into a routine of spending time with friends and family, and seldom arguing over different points of view. Ellen thought friends could only be her or her husband's, just like relatives. She was sure that a married couple could not have friends who were equally faithful to both of them. Usually, each of a married couple's friends would choose someone from the family with whom they had something in common, shared interests, work, or views on sports or politics. So Ellen had her friends and Sam had his friends. Sam preferred to spend time with his friends, not at home, but right after work and in a bar. He said he did not want to disturb Ellen and the children's home peace and routines. In actuality, Sam desired freedom from them to reflect on his youth and pursue the common goal of many men his age, catching the attention of women, particularly those younger than himself. Sam and his friends would adore and recall the impact of their acts on women for many days to come since. Every approving gaze from a young woman at a bar or cafe carried such a charge of good energy. It was a game of who would get the most looks, or even manage to pick up some hottie. However, Sam did not let Ellen because he spent time with his buddies outside the home, since it was not appropriate for her to know about that portion of his life. Yes, his wife knew he was with friends. So, keeping his time out of the house neutral, Sam told Ellen everything about who and where he was with, except for who they were looking at and buying cocktails for. Yes, after meetings with his friends, Sam did not come home late, though he smelled of alcohol and something else Ellen did not even want to ask about. Perhaps it was the smell of perfume. Sam would take a cab, or one of his friends would drop him off. Her husband always spent the night with her at home, except on business trips. So there was no reason for Ellen to ask him to account for what he did and with whom during his boyhood outings with friends. In the early years of her life with Sam, Ellen had tried to demand a halt to these meetings, but then she realized it was not worth cutting a man out of the midst of decent friends. She had the example of how her wife's excessive demands had ruined one family they knew. So Ellen gradually accepted that Sam often went out with his friends without her. Her husband came home and that was fine. Ellen did not want to be like those wives who stalk their husbands and make scenes of jealousy. She was not like that. However, Sam had been staying late at work more often than usual. It was not even meetings with friends. Ellen was sure of that. After all, she knew all his old friends personally, and she could safely call them. Or even scarier for them all, Ellen could call their wives and find out who, where, and with whom was there. She had never done so before, but she knew other wives were not shy about finding out about their husbands' pastimes in this way. Ellen often had to explain to the wives of Sam's friends where he was and with whom he was spending time. As Sam spent more time away from home, Ellen, usually a calm and confident woman, wondered why. But she did not want to ask her husband about it directly, so as not to create a tense atmosphere at home. So instead, Ellen waited for the right moment for the situation to clear up. One day Ellen came home after shopping at the local store and found a letter in the mailbox from some law firm she did not know. The letter was addressed to Sam. Ellen did not open the envelope, but brought it home and placed it on the table by the fireplace, where she and Sam shared the mail. Sam would come home and read it. She was not interested in his business, because they had separated their activities long ago. Ellen runs the family, and Sam runs the business. They strictly adhered to this separation, not touching each other's private correspondence. Nevertheless, there was trust and respect for each other. Ellen woke up from thinking about her family life and friends, and prepared dinner for herself and Sam. Now he was coming home, and it would be business as usual: dinner, some TV time together, a short exchange of the day's news, and sleep. When Sam got home, Ellen had already prepared and quickly served dinner. The meal was nothing special: spaghetti and meat sauce, salad, and juice, but Sam pounced greedily on the food as if he had not had lunch at work. Ellen noticed this, but did not ask questions about his day. It was business as usual. If Sam wanted to, he would tell her what he had done during the day and why he was so hungry. Suddenly, Ellen remembered Sam had received a letter. She went to the living room table where they had moved from the dining room, took the envelope in her hands, and twirling it carelessly in her hands asked Sam, "Have you seen this letter? It has the address of some law firm that sent it." Before she could finish, Sam was beside her in an instant, snatching the letter from her hands and speaking in a strained voice. "It is for me. I hope you have yet to open it." Ellen was dumbfounded and took a step back from him. Sam turned the envelope in his hands, scrutinized it, and when he realized the letter was still sealed, he glared at Ellen. He was unusually agitated and resembled a hungry dog that still growled at the man who served it food. Ellen stood arm's length from him, hands down, head bowed slightly to the side, staring into Sam's face in wonder. What is it with him? What is in that letter? Lightning flashed through her head. Suddenly a chill overcame her chest, and an awful feeling overcame her. A foreboding of something that was coming at her, inexorably. It was as if Ellen had stopped at the gateway to hell and realized there was no going back. She turned away from Sam to hide her sudden weakness and stared out the window, trying to come to her senses. Sam, realizing that he had overstated his concern for the fate of this letter, took a step back from his wife and mumbled in an embarrassed shorthand manner. "That is for me. So, some business with the lawyers. I do not know why they sent this message home. It is work-related." Ellen asked, choosing her words carefully. "What is the matter? Why are you getting so excited? You know I do not interfere in our business." Still twirling the envelope in his hand, Sam walked over to his wife. It was as if he would calm down and put his arm around her shoulders from above, conciliatingly seeking her gaze. When he wanted to, he was such a cutie, no one could resist him. But Ellen knew Sam very well, but was not eager to cuddle with him. He did not believe she had broken their rule about not reading each other's mail. Why not? Ellen removed his arm from her shoulder and stepped away from her husband, looking up into his eyes with testing eyes. She waited for an explanation for his behavior. Sam withdrew his hand, his face taking on an expression of deliberate reconciliation at his inability to get his wife to accept his embrace. Finally, he spoke in an apologetic tone. "Come on, I did not understand why these cases were sent to the house. There is nothing of interest here, to you?" However, his tone was strangely familiar to Ellen. She remembered Sam's tone on the phone to his parents 30 years ago, when he was trying to cover up his affair with Ellen. Suddenly, her heart started beating even harder, and it felt like it was plummeting into the abyss. Her cheeks flushed, and her hands and feet felt cold and cramped. The shivers ran down her legs. Ellen had to lean on the back of a nearby chair to avoid falling from the sudden dizziness. She had not been like this for a long time since her last pregnancy. What was wrong with her? Why was she overreacting to Sam, lying to her? But why was he lying to her now? What was the problem with this letter? Sam was not in the mood to explain anything to her, other than what he had already said. Even if it were true, what he said next would be a lie, judging by his tone and expression. Sam noticed nothing that happened to Ellen. He thought smugly, okay, she did not want to cuddle now. They will make up tonight, in bed. Everything was in his hands, figuratively. He knew how to soothe her, and knew how much she loved the affectionate touch. He knew how to please his wife and was proud of it, considering his skills at sex to be the main reason for their long-standing happy family. Sam was utterly oblivious to Ellen's efforts to be an excellent wife to him. But he appreciated her ability to raise children, communicate with people, and maintain good relationships with everyone they knew. Just a golden wife. That was what his parents would have said if he had asked them. If they were still alive. At last, Ellen came to her senses and broke the lingering silence. So, you will tell me about the letter sometime later, will not you? Sam exhaled with relief. Yes, of course. In the evening, after dinner. I have to go to work now, finish some business and deal with this letter. Have a good evening, dear. After saying this, he ran out into the hallway, laced up his shoes, and made his way to his car in the cottage's parking lot. The car's key beeped. Sam opened the car door abruptly, plopped down in the driver's seat, started the engine, and spun the car sharply out of the way, a column of dust rising behind him. Ellen stood at the room window where he and Sam had just spoken, staring after his car with a look of confusion and a sudden melancholy. Something was going wrong, as usual. Why had Sam not shown the contents of that letter? Ellen needed to answer those questions and did not expect to get one, not even tonight, as Sam had promised. Something whispered to her. Ellen should not bring it up again. She would not get a proper answer anyway. She did not want to be lied to, especially if the potential liar was her husband. Just wait, and everything will fall into place. Right now, Ellen has nothing to do with the reasons Sam will not tell her what was written in his lawyer's mysterious letter. If it was his lawyer. Ellen no longer wanted to think about the letter that had so disturbed her. She turned resolutely away from the window, returned to the kitchen, and got on with her dinner. Soon Sam would be back home. They would laugh about the letter scene, reconcile, and forget this strange occurrence. Soon all will be well again, and she does not need to react so acutely to the fact that she just imagined something. It was her nerves and overblown imagination that were giving her such an exaggeratedly anxious reaction. Maybe Sam did not succeed at his job and was upset. For example, one client was dissatisfied with the negotiations and formally made a sort of complaint. It happens in business. Sam is too selfish and does not want her to interfere in his company. Narcissistic, Sam's car was racing down the expressway back to town. Unfortunately, Sam was driving at excessive speeds, but luckily the road was dry and he made it to his destination. Sam only came to his senses when he drove to his company's office. No, his and Ellen's company. He always corrected himself like that, even in his thoughts. But the satisfaction of knowing that he was at the root of the enterprise always won out, and Sam had long imagined himself to be the sole founder of the business. Several decades before, he had literally pushed Ellen out of her employment, having assured her he would handle the family's financial matters and oversee the expansion of their joint firm. That was what Sam had been doing all these years. He will do so for years to come. Only in his future no one else would say to him, "But it is our business." Scene 2. Ben. A tall, well-built man in his early 50s stood at the threshold of his house on the lakeshore. His thick, blonde, slightly curly, medium-length hair was pulled high at the back of his head in a bun. The man's temples and the lower part of the hair at the neck were shaved. He stood with his legs spread wide apart and his arms folded across his chest, looking far ahead at the endless expanse of the lake. The man looked like a fair-haired samurai who was unexpected without his master and looking for his way home. Benjamin Collins, or Ben to his friends, was not into martial arts. He had had enough other sports hobbies in his youth, of which he singled out rowing. Ben also did water skiing, tower diving, and other water sports. Still, he did not specialize or excel in any of them. The thing was, Ben was tired of paddling for hours at a time with his crew, for instance. Instead, he wanted to take his boat out for a solo trip on the river and then tell Ellen, his childhood friend, about the risks he faced and how he coped with them. Ellen called him Tarzan because he looked so much like that movie character, still thin as a boy but strong. Ben could sit for hours in the trees or swim in the lake. He showed her his cabin, made of twigs and straw on the branches of a vast sprawling tree. It looked like a giant bird's nest, covered by a canopy. It was a place where they hid from adults and trusted each other with their childhood dreams. Ellen could not remember what they had talked about. Still, she remembered Ben had always protected her and never got her into trouble. And the problem was enough with their constant quest for adventure. Ben's parents kept a close eye on what he was doing. They gently but insistently guided his studies, so as not to let him get too involved in adolescent adventures and abandon his studies. Still, to become a lawyer and follow in his parents' footsteps, he had to be more careful in his hobbies and be successful in his studies. The family policy paid off. Ben graduated from high school with honors and went to law school at the local university. But there was still a feeling in his soul that he had a lot of exciting and essential things left over from his life. The simple, well-to-do life among the same people did not appeal to him. So Ben continued dreaming of adventures. However, outwardly, he was immersed in his studies, and after their completion, in his work as a lawyer. Ben was thinking about his childhood, and Ellen came to mind. It was the same girl he had spent so much time with as a child. What was she doing now? Does she have a family or children? Where does she live, he thought now. Yes, they had parted long ago, just after he had left for university. And now Ben felt guilty that he had not attempted to find out what happened to Ellen in the past 30 years. For so many years, he did not know if she was alive. Was she healthy? Did she have a family or children? Ben's thoughts transported him back to the recent past. He saw his wife lying on the hospital bed. Ben saw her pale face and skinny arms folded helplessly across her chest. Ben felt uncomfortable. How could he think of anyone else when the images of how she, his beloved, was still fresh in his mind? Ben met his wife in college. They fell in love, as they say, at first sight. Then they started a family, and had and raised 2 beautiful children, Alex and Natalia. And then? Ben was left alone. His wife became seriously ill and died. Ben was left alone. The kids went to school and his life froze. Yes, he went to work and diligently handled his clients' cases at the best law firm in the county. But none of that made Ben feel like he still had a whole life ahead of him. A life with a man he would love. Immersed in these thoughts, Ben waited for his children to visit. He hoped they would dispel his sadness and help him escape the memories of his past life, if only for a couple of days. At that moment, at the edge of the forest, the booming sound of a motorcycle engine and the resounding cheerful voices of young people. The strong voice of a young man overpowered even the sound of the motor. "Daddy, Daddy. Look who I brought you." Ben saw a tough guy in a motorcycle helmet approaching his house on a 4-wheeler. Someone was sitting behind him, wrapping his arms around his front and clutching his jacket. Ben hummed contentedly and thought, "Yes, my babies never cease to amaze me." He walked down the porch steps to the dirt path, where his son and his daughter were already on their way to him. And indeed, it was Alex and Natalia. As Alex turned off the motorcycle engine, a slender short girl jumped to the ground from behind him. She took off her motorcycle helmet, released a mop of long, straight, wheat-colored hair, and shouted joyfully, waving at him. "Daddy, hello." Ben stretched his arms around her and she whirled into his arms. His beloved daughter. How happy he was to see her. Ben picked her up and spun her around. "Pa, what about me?" Alex, who had parked his motorcycle in the parking lot of the house and walked over to them, asked feignedly. Ben let go of his daughter and hugged his son tightly, man to man, trying to get his feet off the ground. It did not work. Alex resisted him like a wrestler. Finally, giving up, the son also gruffly patted his father on the shoulder, asking, "How are you?" Ben cheerfully replied, "I am fine, thanks. It is great that you are coming. I will have more fun now. We are going to have a wonderful time here. See how I am set up here?" Ben had moved into this house only a couple of months ago when he sold his old home in town, where he and his wife had lived for over 20 years. He could not be alone there, where everything reminded him of her and the years of happiness that had passed. Ben tried to start his life anew, and the children supported him. His moving out of their old home did not surprise them. They had left to study alone, but still wanted to return to their hometown. As long as their mother was alive, they came home regularly to their family. They had to see and support their father and visit their mother's grave when she was gone. Alex and Natalia quickly realized that their father had suffered in their old home, full of memories. But of course their mother remained a part of their lives, if only in their memories. So the children supported Ben in selling their old house and finding another place where he could start living again. But unfortunately, the memory of their mother was still with them. And their father returned every day to his empty house, where he sometimes saw his wife sitting on the couch by the TV or lying on their double bed, almost in person. Ben needed to escape the constant reminders of his past happy life that he could not get back. So he had to change his life. Of course, the easiest way to start was to move somewhere else. None of the three of them had forgotten their past happy lives. That was why they all had to look forward and get on with their lives. Alex and Natalia believed that their mother would approve of this decision. Her cheerfulness had always helped the family hold on in difficult moments. As they grew up and made their own decisions, Alex and Natalia always tried to imagine what their mother would have said or done in this or that situation. Ben thought about all this and failed to see Alex and Natalia standing at the front entrance, examining him suspiciously. So why would he not let them in? He smiled guiltily, walked over to them, and invited the children inside, with a little picture opening the house's front door. Natalia was the first to react to the situation at home. "It is all right here, clean and well organized, though a little cramped," she said, looking around busily and contentedly. Alex was silent. He looked around, opened the door to the terrace, and stepped out into it, breathing deeply in the fresh air. The smells of pine needles and forest herbs floated over the house, away from the lake's water. Alex stood on the terrace, staring thoughtfully at the lake. Ben came out behind him, noticing his son's pensive expression, and asked, "Alex, what do you think of this house?" He answered, leaning his hands on the terrace railing and still looking at the water. "Daddy, it suits me fine. We will come for a while. I need nothing special from a place where I can see you. I am sure we will have a fun time here. The important thing is that you like this house and place." Ben gave an approving chuckle. His son was like him in everything, from his looks to his personality. Alex grew up to be as unpretentious and comfortable around him as Ben was. Or rather, he and his wife had raised Alex that way. Then I will give Natalia the spacious room, and you take the smaller one. We men have to sacrifice ourselves for women, Ben said to Alex and looked lovingly at Natalia, who followed them out onto the terrace and listened to their conversation. The girl returned happily to the living room. She jumped onto the sofa, where she had already unpacked her belongings from her travel bag. Natalia gathered her things back into the bag and went to the guest room, to the door that Ben pointed out. Then Natalia began arranging her stuff on the shelves, in the closet and bathroom. Meanwhile, Alex walked over to his father, who stood looking after his daughter, and said, "Dad, it is really nice here. Somehow, I imagined the house you would live in differently. Everything would have been perfect at all, if..." Then Alex stopped talking, and Ben realized he was thinking of his mother. So he continued for his son. "Yes, Mom would love it here. In fact, she and I planned to move to a smaller house when you both went to school. Except she did not make it in time." Then Ben stopped talking, and Alex put his hand on his shoulder. "Dad, we remember Mom every minute of our lives, and that is enough. We need to live our lives. Let us do it the way she would approve." Ben looked at his son with amazement. How mature he had become, starting his own life. After the army, Alex became noticeably more mature. It was good that he and his wife did not interfere with his desire to join the army voluntarily. A real man came out of him. His wife was, however, worried that Alex might stay in the army and choose the military profession with all its risks and hardships. Still, he was satisfied with his fixed-term service and junior sergeant rank. Their son just wanted to be a good soldier. He was not afraid of the hardships of military service, but he did not want to become a professional soldier. After the army, Alex planned to go to law school and follow in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. Now Alex was actively studying. He participated in all the college programs that would bring him extra knowledge and points. Alex expected to find a job in his profession right out of college, and was diligent in making acquaintances in his field. He was great at it. Ben thought about what awaited his daughter, Natalia. She also attended college, but less actively than Alex did. For a woman, it might be enough to get a profession. Then she'd have more time for her family, and fewer worries about the men's perception of her lack of interest in her academic and professional future. Ben thought for sure Natalia would be a good, caring wife. However, his daughter sometimes reminded him very much of her mother, which sometimes drove him to despair. If only he could return to his youth and be in that happy time again. Ben was young then, and his future wife was the same happy age as Natalia. To them, so young, everything seemed easily achievable, and life seemed infinite. And now, just recently, his wife was the first to enter that infinity. She left them all untimely. Ben shook his head, dismissing the memory, and went into the kitchen to make the children their favorite meal, apple pancakes. He did not need to buy tons of frozen food, and heat it so he could eat at home and feed the occasional kid who came to visit. Ben could cook about anything with local produce. He sometimes joked that he could make soup out of a boot, just like a character in a famous silent movie. That was why the children did not ask what to bring him when they visited him. They knew their father always had food for them and would cook something delicious. Finally, Ben got busy with the cooking. Thoughts of the past gradually receded into the background and then disappeared altogether. He was busy preparing for a family dinner on the terrace of his house on the shoreline of Sunset Lake, where they all looked forward to spending time together. The place in which he began his new life. Scene 3. Breaking up. Ellen remembered the next couple of months as if in a dream. Everything was floating, her family was falling apart. She could not believe Sam had left her and chosen to live apart. The children did not even want to hear that their parents had divorced, thus destroying their idea of their model family. The friends were suddenly divided into two camps, those with Sam and those with Ellen. Of course, Sam's camp was men, and Ellen's camp was women. The friends that joined the family via Sam's side did not make any noticeable efforts to support or encourage Ellen, at least not in a way that she could understand. His friends stopped showing up at their house. It was like they had been blown away by a hurricane. But Ellen's friends, Betty and Lori, contacted her daily. Ellen desperately needed support. She needed to feel that someone else valued her outside her family. She had not had a job in years, so she had no coworkers to whom she could complain about life from time to time and listen to their advice. The advice of outsiders was sometimes more helpful in understanding situations than a psychoanalyst. Outsiders see the situation from a distance, which often helps them understand the essence of the problem and its solutions. Her friends were too interested in Ellen to assess her situation. Well, that was good. At least let someone be on her side, no matter what she did. Sam was going straight to hell. At least, that is what Ellen thought. He mobilized all his contacts to hire the best law firm to handle his divorce case. Sam wanted him and Ellen to own the company. All of it. But Ellen did not know that yet. Sam did not want their old lake cottage, cars, or family memorabilia. He wanted their business. He wanted 100% ownership of this promising enterprise he had nurtured for over 20 years. All the years they had been developing their company, Ellen also hoped the business would make them a fortune. She understood that their company could make more income in the future than just the average business it had been in all these years. The company consistently provided for their lives. The business gave them everything: Sam's high salary as the head of the business, plus dividends to the shareholders from the company's profits. There were only two shareholders, Sam and Ellen. All this gave their family a good income. But it was only good. However, Sam wanted more. He watched young entrepreneurs who were thrown on top of the business world by modern technology and made super rich people. Yet his years went on, and there was no upward spike in income. Sam thought he could squeeze as much revenue out of his company as other innovators in the business world. To do that, he would have to get all the rights to the company and make all the decisions independently. Sam was in his 50s, and half of his life had been at the middle level. He wanted to feel the winds of change, and once more be active from his youth and the rush of power from successful decisions and accomplishments. Sam wanted adrenaline, and for that, he had to take risks. Sam did whatever it took to get what he wanted. So Sam took a risk. He bankrupted their firm before divorcing his wife. Sam entered several contracts whose obligations exceeded the company's available funds. He did this through a shell company set up in some country overseas, where no one asked anything extra about the business registered there. You pay your flat tax, and that is it. Sam had been thinking about this scheme for a long time. That it was illegal for the company's other shareholder, his wife, to stop him. Sam did not think he was doing anything dishonest. He would get his hands on ownership of the company at an affordable price. And Ellen, who had done nothing for the company in years, let her try to live independently. The children? He will not leave them without money. He and his wife have already spent so much on their kids' education and training that he owes them nothing more. On top of everything else, Sam would provide even better for them in whatever way they wished. But only when he could get rich enough himself. And that would be soon. His conscience did not trouble him about his children. Sam and Ellen had found a gold mine in their study that he did not want to tell Ellen about, so he wanted to earn more from the firm. Sam only had to tell her something once at the official annual shareholders meeting. By then, Sam would have signed a property splitting agreement with his wife on his terms, and divorced her. Sam's plan was for Ellen to sell him her share of the depreciated stock. After that, he would decide everything himself. Then, he would make his future profits from the business. Sam did not tell Ellen that they had a technology that allowed them to make biodegradable utensils that were not disposable. The materials and the technology to use them were all the domain of his future. Ellen needed to learn about the actual results of this new research. But being only a shareholder, she only knew that the firm required working capital this year. But of course, Ellen did not know that Sam's fictitious contracts had drained the company's cash for products that did not exist. Sam knew that since the shareholders were only informed of the company's state of affairs once a year, in time for the annual meeting. So, until their company charter held it, Sam could enter into any contracts as chief executive officer, entirely at his discretion. Ellen knew nothing of her husband's machinations with the company's assets. She trusted him completely. They had founded the firm together and had moved through the challenging years of its growth to the success and security of income they had enjoyed in recent years. Given their lucrative business, they could retire earlier than other people their age, maybe in the next 5 or 10 years. Ellen thought it would be wonderful to enjoy a quiet life somewhere by a warm sea, with only the occasional report from the new company manager. What more could they want? Ellen did not know what grand plans her husband had in mind. She could not imagine what had caused Sam to want to get rid of her so badly. Sam needed the money from the company for his new family. His old lover had just given birth to his child. In his 50s, Sam suddenly felt so energized that he was ready to throw everything at her feet, himself, his company, and the interests of his former family. Well, that was life. But what about Ellen? Scene 4. Ellen's dream. The next day, Ellen woke up earlier than usual. During the night, she had a strange dream. In the pursuit, a man chased her, but she could not see his face. It was definitely a man. He had something white in his hand that looked like paper, but she could not determine what it was. Like a child's nightmare, her legs felt cotton, and she could not get away from him, despite all her attempts to escape. He was gaining on her, coming closer and closer. Ellen had no recollection of how he moved. His pace toward her was rapid, he may as well have been running. Despite Ellen's best efforts, she could not escape. She still could not get a good look at his face. Ellen did not understand who it was. The scene repeated itself over and over, until the man came so close that Ellen realized she was about to see his face. And it suddenly horrified her even more than what he could tell or do to her. Surely something terrible. But Ellen did not yet understand why she should be afraid of this man. And here was another return to the original scene. Ellen stood in the wind in an uncut field. Dark clouds rushed across the sky, almost touching the ground. The man walked toward her, still holding something white in his hand. Here Ellen realized it was a middle-aged man in gray clothes, reminiscent of a clerk's suit at some office. She tried to take a step back, to step away from him, but her feet felt as if they were chained to the ground. Ellen anxiously gazed at the man's face, but he was unfamiliar. Then finally, he stopped in front of her and held out a white envelope for her. Ellen lifted her hand involuntarily, held it out to him, and there in her hand remained this envelope. Ellen tried to look at the envelope, but at that moment, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and suddenly she noticed that the man was no longer in front of her. He has disappeared. Ellen looked around anxiously, but all she saw were fields and clouds overhead. There was no one around. The envelope would not open when she tried to open it. She tried to tear the edge with her teeth, and suddenly she felt something warm and salty running down her lips. She had cut herself with the paper. Ellen tried to stop the blood, but it flowed and flowed down her chin, dripping onto her white shirt. Her chest was covered with a bloody crust. It was hard for her to breathe, and she woke up in a sweat. What was that? What was waiting for her? What did this dream mean? It was bound to say something. For a reason, her subconscious had shown her this helplessness. Yes, it had been a long time since she had had a nightmare. It may be time to ask their family doctor for some sedatives, preferably made from medicinal herbs. With these thoughts, Ellen got out of bed. The crumpled white sheet and pillow seemed to be soaked with sweat. It is a good thing it is only later. I was bleeding in my sleep. Maybe I am sick. Such thoughts swirled in Ellen's head. Then, as she strolled to the bathroom for her morning toilet, she suddenly realized that Sam was not in their shared bed next to her. Where in the world is he? A thought flashed through Ellen's mind. He left for work yesterday because of that strange letter, and did he come and go so early? It is only 5 o'clock in the morning. She went into the bathroom, washed her face, and quickly cleaned herself up. Then she returned to the bedroom. Ellen scrutinized the room, looking for signs of Sam's recent presence, his clothes from yesterday for instance, or his socks tossed carelessly elsewhere. But unfortunately, nothing showed that her husband had returned home yesterday. Ellen was overcome by a wave of anger, then panic. Ellen rushed to her cell phone, which she always put on the night charger on the nightstand side of the bed. Quickly she looked through the messages and calls. Nothing from Sam from last night, this night, or this morning. Nothing. Had something happened to him? Where should she call? To the police? They're kids. Maybe he sent them a message saying what was up with him, and where was he? Ellen dialed her son's number on her cell phone. Winston answered in a sleepy voice that he knew nothing about his father and had received no messages about him. Ellen quickly ended the conversation with him, promising to keep him updated on his father, and dialed Lucia's number. She picked up the phone immediately, more worried than Ellen, but she knew nothing about Sam. Ellen called Bruce, Sam's best friend and colleague. He answered the phone, but did not understand what was going on. After all, Sam had been at work late last night, sitting in on a meeting about a new order from a major client of their company. After that, Sam left the office at about 8 p.m., and he never saw or heard from him again. Ellen did not know what to think. This was the very first time she had ever experienced anything like that. Ellen decided to call the police. No sooner had Ellen put her cell phone back in her hand to dial the police number than the doorbell rang. Ellen froze in place, hesitating to go immediately to the front door of their house. She thought there was bound to be a summons to the morgue to identify Sam's body. She could not stand it. No, one must have the strength to get up and open the door. Ellen forced herself up from the couch with an effort of will. Around her were laid out phone books with the numbers of people she knew. She was getting ready to look for Sam, and after that, if nothing came of it, she would call the police. The front doorbell rang again. Ellen went to the door and looked at the security camera monitor. Behind the door stood a man in some uniform, holding a white envelope. Ellen's heart felt as if it had fallen into an abyss. Her dream. It was coming true. At last she coped with the excitement and opened the door. "Good afternoon, ma'am," the young man greeted her politely and neutrally. "Good afternoon." Ellen answered confusedly, holding the door with her hand and leaning against the door jamb to avoid slipping to the floor immediately. Her legs were caught in again, and her voice went low with excitement. "Are you Mrs. Evans?" he asked, twirling the envelope in his hands. "Yes, that is me," Ellen replied, swallowing her saliva and trying to get her voice back to usual clarity. She continued, "What is the matter?" The young man hesitated a little, but still pronounced learned phrases. "Take the letter, here it is, and sign for it right here." He handed her an envelope and some form. "What?" Ellen whispered in amazement. "Sign? Okay." She hesitantly took the envelope from the messenger's hand with her left hand, and without looking at his address, took the pen outstretched to her with her right hand and signed in the form's box. The man continued with satisfaction. "There is a message in the envelope. Read it, and everything will become clear. Well, goodbye." He was visibly relieved, backed away, pivoted on the heels of his boots, and walked back to his car. Ellen was still standing in the doorway of her house. A wave of awful feelings of helplessness suddenly overtook her. It was a foreboding sense of something terrible, merciless, and inescapable looming over her. Ellen had unwillingly signed for this notice, the purpose of which she could not understand. It looked like a hoax. But well, what does she need to do? The letter was already in her hands. Ellen glanced at the man, who got into an old car and drove off the grounds of their cottage. Ellen looked at the envelope again, resolutely tore off the strip of paper covering it, and pulled out a neatly folded stack of papers. They were from a law firm specializing in divorce. Sam had filed for divorce from her. Scene 5. Ellen negotiates a divorce. The sun was streaming through the light curtains of the bedroom window. Ellen stretched and got up from the bed, which now seemed impossibly large. Without Sam, she was still unaccustomed to sleeping alone in their shared double bed. She was alone. Alone? Which side of the twin bed should she sleep on now? Ellen remembered that in some movies, the heroine answered the question this way. In the middle. The children had not been in the house for a long time. Then, after the summer, they went off to their study places. Lucia went back to college, and William went back to his university. They were both in business, but Ellen longed for them more than ever. She needed their support and a fresh perception of life. Ellen knew that William and Lucia were still worried about her. The children had seen how difficult this time of waiting for the divorce had been for her. None judged their father, at least not in front of her. On the contrary, they felt sorry for their mother. They did not want to add to her misery and negative emotions. So Ellen was worried when she discovered their father had left her and filed for divorce. And she was not young anymore. After all, she was 50 now. In their opinion, which was old age. Despite attempts to cheer herself up, Ellen was completely depressed. She could finish none of the tasks she took on at home. In addition, Ellen suddenly could not remember the simplest details of the elementary functions she had to do daily. When Ellen realized something was wrong with her, she went to the doctor's office, dreading the "you have got Alzheimer's." However, she came out with many prescriptions and recommendations for soothing herbs, and a list of ointments for the withering mucosa of her womb, which had borne 2 children. Still, she was now plaguing her with dryness and inflammation. What was going on with her memory? Her memory had been failing her for about 5 years. Ellen did not give up, and developed the habit of writing all her thoughts of things to do on paper or in the notebook of her cell phone. That is how she did it, and no one around her seemed to notice that she could not remember things yet. But the stress of an impending divorce could have brought her memory lapses into the public eye. Ellen wanted to avoid going to the meeting with the lawyers that her divorce lawyer had set up. First, however, she needed to plan with Sam, which could only be done at a formal meeting with him. It had to be done, as much as it disgusted her. One thing still boggled her mind. How could he do this to me, divorced and left me for his younger lover? The lover he had had a child with. Sam is a scoundrel. Well, no, I will not be nervous, my nerves are bad enough as it is. With effort, Ellen shifted her thoughts to this business. She gathered up her bag of divorce papers and went to the bathroom to clean herself up. One good thing was that Ellen was getting out of the house later than when things were going well in her family life, at least in her opinion. So her abandoned makeup and simple, comfortable clothes for getting out of the house came in handy. Ellen no longer wore business clothes. Frankly, she had gained so much weight over the past 5 years that none of her former business suits fit her. It was scary, but she was afraid to stand on the scale and see how treacherously its numbers shook and blinked before giving her the intimidating result of her weight. Nothing was intimidating about her extra weight. Ellen had only gained 7 pounds, but felt she had gained the entire 200. Her body seemed unfamiliar because of all the extra pounds she thought were deposited around her chest and waist. Scene 6. Ellen and Ben, first meeting. Ellen drove up to the solid office building of the law firm handling the divorce case. The woman parked the car in the client's parking lot, noticing that Sam's car was already there. This amused her. Sam was ahead of the world when he needed to get his company. And when would she have someone she could think of fondly, like she used to think of Sam? This lack of someone for whom Ellen could feel at least simple tenderness depressed her. She was not afraid to live alone, she was not timid, but the emptiness was growing. With these thoughts in mind, Ellen got out of the car and picked up her briefcase of documents. Her lawyer was already waiting at the door of the building. They shook hands, exchanged discreet greetings, and walked into the office building lobby, which was strikingly modern in design. Lots of glass, metal, and thickets of plants in tubs. I wonder how much it costs to rent space in an office building like this. Probably the firm Sam hired is making a lot of money from clients, Ellen thought as she walked to the elevator. The elevator door opened, and Ellen and her lawyer entered the transparent elevator car and drove to the top floor of the building. As they exited the elevator, Ellen and her lawyer approached the law firm's secretary's desk. Ellen handed her ID card to the female secretary, who was unusually beautiful, with perfect makeup and dressed like a model at a fashion show. That is the kind everyone looks at. And no one even noticed me when I entered this hallway. Although a few attractive men had already passed through here. Apparently, my time is up. Sneeringly, however, with some sadness, Ellen thought, as she waited for the secretary to do all the formalities for them to go into the conference room. Finally, the secretary led the guests into a huge meeting room that had room for 100. Ellen looked around. Yes, she was used to huge offices. However, she had only occasionally visited the office of their own company, and it was in a small building attached to their production halls. This same law firm, which could pay high rent for such a space, caused Ellen to resent it. Why did they need all this beauty? In the end, it's us, their customers, who pay for all this, thought Ellen, looking around as she waited for the meeting to begin. Then the gloating thought occurred to her, she was paying nothing for this beauty. Sam, her husband, would pay for it all. He would spend a fortune to negotiate the division of their property. Ellen negotiated a modest fee with her lawyer because she was not demanding much from Sam. Only half of their joint estate, including a fair division of the company's stock. Ellen also wondered why Sam was so attracted to their company that he was eager to split the shares in half. However, her husband only told her a little about their business prospects, only the profits. Those profits were quite average, just enough for their family to live comfortably. At the secretary's invitation, Ellen and her lawyer sat at the giant metal and glass table. They began laying out their documents on its cold surface. Ellen just sat and watched the lawyer, muttering silently to herself, clearly mumbling her arguments before their opponents arrived. Well, let us see what Sam comes up with this time on the division of property. This is our first official negotiation, Ellen thought. She would not be rereading the documents in the folder on the table in front of her. Finally, men dressed in business suits appeared behind the room's glass door. Ellen saw Sam too. At first, one man opened the room door and let Sam and the other companions in, but froze in the doorway and held it so the others would not enter. The man's gaze was fixed on Ellen. She noticed the hesitation, looked at the man more closely, and their eyes met. It seemed to Ellen that she could never look away from his eyes. Never. The man also froze. He looked at Ellen without taking his eyes off her, as if he were trying to remember something. The man was well built but not overly so. He was just an ordinary middle-aged man, above average height and muscular build. Gray was already showing in his blonde-haired person, wavy medium-length hair held in a high ponytail at the top of his head, but his dark eyes still burned with the fire of a passion for life. His age was about 50 or a little older. A business suit of excellent quality fit him like a piece of cake. An expensive tie stressed his chest line with an arrow pointing. It was as if Ellen was shaken and felt a long-forgotten feeling of tension in her chest, and waves of warmth in her lower abdomen overwhelmed her. Ellen thought, "What is the matter with me? I had come to such an important business meeting, one that was about to decide whether the case would go to trial or whether me and Sam would settle amicably, and my thoughts are on what the man's pants were pointing to with his tie." Ellen was embarrassed, blushing slightly, and was the first to avert her eyes from the man. She raised her head, crossed her arms over her chest as if preparing to defend herself against something, and froze in this posture, looking straight ahead at the documents on the table. But after a moment, she realized what her thoughts were about the moment she took her eyes off the man's eyes, and she suddenly burst out laughing. Realizing that everyone was looking at her, Ellen clamped her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. She was the only woman in the room, and she was laughing. The man finally made his way into the meeting room, and the rest of the negotiators followed him in. He walked over to the seat directly across from Ellen, placed his thin leather briefcase on a chair, and turned directly to Ellen. "Good afternoon, I am Benjamin Collins, Mr. Evans' lawyer." Ellen answered, glancing up at him with a knowing look. "Good afternoon, I am Ellen Evans, the wife of Mr. Evans." Ellen's lawyer also introduced himself, but he and Mr. Collins knew each other. Mr. Collins introduced Ellen to all his companions. Sam kept a little behind them all, as if on the defensive. Mr. Collins, glancing at Ellen from time to time, gave orders about who would sit where at the table. Sam was seated directly across from her, and his lawyer, Mr. Collins, sat next to him. During the long negotiation of the property division, Mr. Collins's eyes never left Ellen's face. She tried to avoid his testing gaze, looking at the papers, now at Sam. But from the corner of her eye, she constantly saw and felt how Mr. Collins looked at her. Ellen thought, "There is something unusual about this Mr. Collins. Why does he look at me like that? What does he want? What about me? I have such an important meeting, and all I can think about is what manly cheekbones, strong arms, and sensual lips he has, this new admirer of mine." In the meantime, the negotiations over the division of his and Sam's property were progressing, albeit with difficulty. Seeing Sam's intransigence for property division, Ellen was surprised that she did not know him. Everything they were arguing about now was their jointly gained property. In the divorce, she and her husband did not have a prenuptial agreement for the property division. Then what did Sam want? Was it not fair to divide everything equally? After all, they had nothing before they married and started their own business. That meant it was acceptable to separate all the property evenly in half. Finally, a break was called, and everyone left the conference room to go their separate ways. Ellen was the only woman at the meeting. But instead of searching for the restroom, she wanted to go somewhere where she could escape the pressure of the office environment on her senses. After leaving the meeting room, Ellen tried to call her son on his cell phone, but he did not answer. Maybe he was at school. While holding her cell phone in her hand, Ellen was strolling down the office corridor when she noticed a glass door leading to a gallery covered with large potted tropical plants. Deciding to use her break to relax and relieve her stress, Ellen saw the gallery's front door, opened it, and entered a whole other world. It was a world of silence and scents of flowers. The woman strolled through the gallery. She enjoyed the sight and smell of the tropical plants that sprouted from huge pots along the sides of the path, as if wanting to take up more space under the lamps. Wreaths of other plants dangled from above, covering the vaulted glass roof of the gallery with a living canvas that seemed to be all woven from thin branches, leaves, and small flowers. The gallery was warm. The moist air, full of scents of flowers and earth, gently enveloped and caressed her skin. Warm droplets of mist settled on her hair and clothes. Ellen guessed what kind of plant was blooming with such an extraordinary fragrance. She walked along the brick-lined path further into the depths of the gallery. Finally, she came to a small circular fountain, in the center of which stood a half-meter-tall statue of a woman dressed in the ancient Greek style. In the statue's hands was a narrow-necked jug tilted down, from the narrow neck of which a thin stream of water flowed silently gurgling. Ellen admired the statue. The gentle gurgling of the fountain and the sound of the water falling into the water almost hypnotized her. The woman froze in a trance, looking at the water falling into the fountain pool, enjoying the place's silence and peace. Suddenly, right in front of her, the foliage of the dense bushes parted. A mighty man's arm emerged from them, spreading the branches as far as they would go to clear a path out of the thicket and onto the path in front of the fountain. Before Ellen could utter a word, she realized that Mr. Collins was standing in front of her in person. Ellen was speechless, not expecting to see him so suddenly and so close, yet here, where she thought she would be alone with her thoughts. Mr. Collins emerged from the thicket, stood across from her, and with a poorly concealed chuckle asked, "Well, this is me. Ellen, you still do not recognize me?" Noticing that Ellen's jaw had dropped in surprise and that she still did not know what he was talking about, he ripped the tie out of its knot around his neck with one hand. With his other hand, the man punched himself hard in the chest like a gorilla, and shaking the hair in the ponytail at the back of his head, shouted resoundingly, "Hoodoo!" Ellen's legs buckled in surprise, and holding on to the trunk of some palm tree nearby, she sank to the edge of the fountain pool. Then hysterically, she laughed. She laughed, choking on the surmises and memories that came back to her. Ellen finally spoke. "Is that you, Ben?" "It cannot be. But I did not recognize you. You have changed so much." Still sitting on the pool's edge, Ellen pressed one hand to her chest as if trying to hold her heart in place. With the other, she was still leaning against the pool's edge. Her body leaned back, and suddenly her hand slipped off the wet support. Ellen shrieked in surprise, leaned back, and mechanically threw both arms forward and upward to keep her balance from falling into the water. It would be nice to fall in the water right in front of Ben, went through her head. Ellen immediately imagined the following picture. She fell into the water, got up from there all wet, her hair disheveled and her makeup dripping, her feet clinging to her damp skirt, her tights torn, her jacket and shirt sticking together. What a client of these crucial negotiations for her. Clutching at the horror of the impending disgrace, Ellen suddenly felt that she still was not falling into the fountain's water. Something was holding her back. She opened her eyes. Ben's face was right before her, holding her by the shoulders. His face, eyes, and lips were so close to hers that Ellen suddenly wanted to kiss him. It had embarrassed her, not his help, but her desires. She straightened and stood up sharply, trying to get Ben's hands off her shoulders. But he still would not let her go, afraid she might stagger back into the pool. So they stood close to each other. Suddenly, Ellen felt Ben pull her to him, gently hugging her shoulders. It was as if she dissolved into his embrace. She was enveloped in a cloud of warmth, security, and faithfulness, something she had missed for so long in her final years with Sam. Not daring to hug him, Ellen pressed against Ben's chest. Her head leaned against his chest. They stood frozen in the hug, unable to process the sudden surge of sexual desire between them. It seemed to Ellen that she had found her savior. It was Ben, her childhood friend. So why did she not recognize him when he walked into the conference room with his client, Sam? She just forgotten Ben. Decades apart, Ellen had forgotten his eyes, his face. She had forgotten how he raised his thick, wheat-colored eyebrows peculiarly when he wondered about something. Ellen now remembered that Ben had always been so curious. He was always dragging her into different adventures, from which they got out with the feeling that something exciting and vital had happened. But what did those memories mean, now that they were separated in different directions after their school years? Ellen was immersed in her own life. Her college studies, her marriage and children, her own business, and then her transformation into a housewife. Ben had no place in her new life. She had forgotten he existed. She did not need him for decades. Ellen suddenly realized she was embarrassed that this grown-up Ben liked her as a man at first sight. She thought she was a faithful wife all these years with Sam. But her beloved husband ruined her life. Unfortunately, Sam had already destroyed her carefully created prosperous world. That thought made her the woman who melted into the arms of the lawyer who was representing her husband. As the thought rose from the depths of her consciousness, Ellen awoke from the haunting memories and sharply pushed Ben away from her. Surprised, he let go of her shoulders and stepped back, looking at her mockingly but gently. Ben, I am sorry. Thank you, but I cannot cuddle with you, even though you saved me once again. Ellen jokingly tried to soften her refusal to spend another half hour in his arms. She would have liked to spend at least another half hour on his chest, another hour and the rest of her life. We cannot act like this. Ellen looked confused into Ben's eyes as she mumbled. We are at the business meeting. She did not want to say aloud what she was thinking. Ellen thought she was so attracted to Ben that she already imagined scenes of married life with him. She missed the simple human warmth and the ability to trust a man so much that she fell into his arms like that. Ellen fell into his arms. But it was impossible to go on like this, and she thought she had to get as far away from him as possible. Then she could talk to Ben calmly. Standing at arm's length, Ben did not move from her. He looked into her eyes, which she tried to hide from him, now looking at his tie and cheekbones. If Ellen were to look Ben in the eyes now, she would have to hug him as tightly as she had the strength to do so. She could not afford it. Ellen had to return to that DMN meeting, because Sam was waiting for her there. His lawyer was beside her, and she wanted to stay in his arms so badly that she would probably lose her mind. Ellen took another step away from Ben, but still glanced cautiously back. Where was that treacherous edge of the pool? And finding the strength to look straight into Ben's eyes, she whispered apologetically. Ben, I am sorry, we cannot do this. Hug? He continued the sentence for her, looking at Ellen with a warm and mocking smile. No one saw us. None of our colleagues would think of coming to this greenhouse during the workday. Do not worry, he reassured Ellen. As years before, Ben knew exactly what she was thinking. It is a good thing Ben did not understand the rest of what I was thinking. Oh, how I need him now. Ellen thought. With a conciliatory touch on his arm, she answered. All right, all right. Ben continued. If, as I think, it bothers you, we are on opposite sides of the barricades. If I can put it that way, then do not worry. An hour ago, we did not know that we knew each other. You changed your last name to your husband's last name. How would I have known you were you? Ellen looked at him, amazed at his insight. How had Ben realized that this was what she now feared? He was just a genius. And just like when she was a child, Ben immediately took charge of the situation, helping her. Ellen had become unaccustomed to the fact that any man in her social circle could understand what she was thinking like that. Her friends' husbands did not count. They need to deal with their wives and their desires. The son? He needs to live and think about his future girlfriend and wife, not about what his mother, who has already done everything in her life, is worried about. But was everything accomplished in Ellen's life? What about the fact that she will soon be alone? She already lives alone. Sam left her as soon as she received notice that he wanted a divorce. And now, Ellen had to concentrate on what she would do after the divorce. What did she have left? A house? The car? What about her feelings? What about her hopes of being happy with the man she loves for the rest of her life? Where was this man she loved now? He was spending time with his new family. Ellen's former hopes for a long, happy life with one man had gone to hell. She no longer had the man she loved. She had no peace of mind and no reasonable expectations of life. Her husband no longer wanted to live with her. She missed it when her life did not go according to plan. Ellen, years ago, distanced herself from running their company and stopped getting involved in her husband's active life. So he went on the side. Ellen stood brooding in front of Ben, and he waited quietly to see what she would do next, leave or talk to him some more. Ellen was afraid to look Ben in the eye. The feeling pervaded her that this was what she had been missing, and that she could not take advantage of the situation and seize her chance at a new relationship. She was still married, and there was a man in front of her she was so attracted to. That man was her husband's lawyer. Things were so bad because of Sam. On second thought, it was Sam who led her to Ben. It was funny, but it was true. Her husband, who would soon be her ex-husband, had brought her to the table and seated her right across from her childhood friend. How ironic. Yes, life was full of surprises. Seeing that Ellen was deep in thought again, Ben broke the silence. Well, shall we go? He took his hand aside, politely inviting Ellen to walk down the path in front of him. Ellen nodded in agreement, trying to get around Ben, who still was not moving, and held onto him lightly with both hands. She almost hugged him to keep herself from falling back into the fountain on the narrow walkway of the gallery. Touching Ben's body of her own volition gave her a sense of control over her actions. She could touch him if she wanted to, and not blush when she did. Likewise, she could control her feelings. Ellen did not lift her head as she felt Ben. It seemed impossible to her. Otherwise, she would give herself and her feelings away with her head. Ellen felt now she was not afraid of anything that would happen to her next. Now she had someone who could protect her. She had someone who had just saved her from an embarrassing fall into the water, but was also clearly ready to support her in other situations. He found her in that gallery and confessed that he recognized her during negotiations. Ellen wondered for a moment why she thought Ben would continue communicating with her. Of course, she could plan nothing precisely about his intentions. Still, she felt that this meeting would be different from the end of their communication. Why not? Because she did not want it to end. Ellen dismissed the idea that they were now on opposite sides of this complicated process for her. That was okay. When her complex divorce case is over, she will try to get in touch with Ben. Ellen felt now she needed to understand what kind of person he was. Although, of course, now that he was an adult or a mature man, he might differ from the guy she remembered from her childhood. But if Ben was not interested in staying in touch with her, she could get over it. Either way, she needs to get on with her life after her divorce. She needs to find her way and achieve new goals after her past life, just for her family. Ellen was not interested now in whether Ben had a family or whether he had children. He was all right, all that was and was. Such a prominent man's personal life was bound to be well arranged. No free, sensible woman would pass Ben up without the chance to try her luck in a relationship with him. Yes, but this was all his adult life, and his childhood belonged only to them, him and her, to their childhood and memories. When Ben and Ellen returned to the conference room, they entered calmly. No one paid any attention to them. The negotiators were busy with their papers and looking at their watches to see how much time was left until the break was over. Ellen quietly walked over and sat down in her seat. She mechanically smoothed her lush hair, shaking off the droplets of fragrant water that reminded her of her adventures in the greenhouse. Ellen calmly folded her arms in front of her and looked at the men sitting next to her at the conference table. Right in front of her were two of her men, Sam and Ben. One man had been with her for the first 15 years of her life, and the other for the last 30 years. The men sat side by side, and Ben seemed oblivious to Ellen. Instead, he was completely immersed in a quiet conversation with his client, Sam. Ellen suddenly felt jealous of Sam for absorbing all of Ben's attention. Yet she could still feel Ben's warm breath on her skin and the touch of his hands on her shoulders. His cologne's unexpectedly pleasantly sweet smell still hung in the surrounding air. Perhaps when Ben touched her skin, his scent lingered on her. Usually Ellen did not like men smelling almost feminine sweet smells. But to Ben, that smell was okay. It added a touch of tenderness to his masculinity that was only noticeable to those who could see him not only as a man, but as a subtly sensitive individual. Ellen, twirling the ballpoint pen in her fingers, regarded Ben thoughtfully. She did not care what others might think of her gaze. Suddenly Ben looked up and their eyes met. Ellen cringed at first. But she did not lower her gaze and looked directly into Ben's eyes. He did not look away either. A bright fire ignited in Ellen's heart. Ellen realized that all was not lost in her personal life. Everything was beginning. Scene 7. Ellen's children's diary. When the negotiations over the property division were over, Ellen was euphoric. Still, she was determining if it was because of Ben or the results of the negotiations with Sam. Even though Sam told Ellen before that the company was almost worthless, he suddenly agreed that she could keep her stock until he was ready to sell the whole business and thus figure out how big it was. This was what Ellen wanted. She did not understand what had caused this change in Sam's attitude. She remembered that a couple of days before, Sam had not wanted this option of dividing the property when he began the divorce proceedings. What had happened? Ellen was lost in speculation, one of which seemed completely unbelievable. Ben had influenced Sam and his plans. But how? Did he speak for the side opposite his client? After all, Ellen was now Sam's opponent, even though her demands, in her opinion, were quite just. First, Ellen demanded that the jointly gained property be divided in half. Everything they had to date had been created during their marriage. Second, Ellen wanted a company valuation as it was sold to an outside buyer. But now, when its value was determined only by the current state of affairs with those strange contracts, Sam had signed and lost considerable of the company's cash resources. Ellen acknowledged everyone makes mistakes sometimes, both in life and in business. So she wanted to avoid mentioning how rightly Sam had acted as a manager of their company. Despite her impending divorce from Sam, Ellen did not want to put all the fault on her husband's shoulders. She thought his professional competence as a manager would be compromised because he had signed several bad contracts with contractors. Neither did Ellen claim the inheritance Sam had inherited from the death of his older relatives. As a result, she had no claim on him to support her, even though she was years away from retirement. Instead, Ellen planned to have a small but decent pension. Ellen and Sam, as entrepreneurs, had been paying pretty good contributions to their savings pension funds since they incorporated their company. However, considering Ben, Ellen was excited about his possible help and worried about him. The thought that Ben might take an occupational risk because of her both tickled her ego and terrified her. Ellen remembered how Ben had been as a child. He had once climbed into a corral of unridden horses to prove to her he could ride and stay on the horse's back for 10 seconds without a saddle or bridle, holding on only to its mane. Ben could hold on to this almost wild horse. But after that, he was forbidden to go into that corral alone, which he, a passionate rider, regretted bitterly. Ben's parents were successful lawyers and wished their son a similar career. So they made far-reaching plans for him. Ben's parents knew they had to teach him to think and act carefully, or he would turn into a young man without brakes. Ellen remembered how desperately Ben had resisted being chosen as a professional path without regard to his real interests. He had always been attracted to nature and adventure. In addition, Ben had a passion for photo hunting. He could track animals and birds, and he took stunning photographs. While all these memories and reflections were flying through Ellen's mind, the lawyers' meeting was over. Sam left the conference room, dragging Ben with him. Her husband nodded goodbye to Ellen, not even trying to give her a hand or a hug. But Ben nodded goodbye to Ellen with a reserved nod, as well as to everyone else, and followed Sam out of the room. Ellen drove home in such high spirits that she wondered where her moping of the last few days had gone because of these negotiations about the divorce and property division. She only now saw another life, other people outside her family, outside her past life. One of those people, the one she cared most about now, was her childhood friend Ben. On the way home, Ellen stopped at the supermarket and wandered there for a long time, picking out groceries for dinner. Finally, it occurred to her she should start watching her weight again, and to do that, she should move more and eat less junk food. The junk food category included all the ready-to-eat foods sold at the supermarket and fast food. Ellen wanted to be thin. She only wanted it so she could put back on those outfits that she had long ago had to put in her closet. A red satin dress and a black dress by a famous fashion designer. Ellen knew it was almost impossible, but she wanted to lose at least a little weight and remove that roll from her stomach that she had built up in the last couple of years. When Ellen arrived home, she noticed on the threshold of the house, right by the front door, a package wrapped in coarse postal wrapping paper tied with pink satin ribbon. She went to the door and realized the box was a parcel left for her by the letter carrier or messenger. Ellen took the parcel from the cottage steps and turned it in her hands, looking for the sender's address. There was none. The box was flat, like a book, and its weight also resembled a book. Ellen had ordered nothing for home delivery from a bookstore in a long time, so it could not have been her order. Ellen was overwhelmed by the joyful anticipation of something good. Without entering the house, she impatiently untied the pink ribbon and carefully hid it in the pocket of her purse. Then she tore open the rough brown wrapping paper. A flat box was left in her hands. Ellen, intrigued, opened the box. Inside the box was velvet and red, worn around the edges from frequent use. Ellen was flooded with memories of her childhood. Could it be her diary? The woman opened the cover of the book. Yes, it was the same notebook from her childhood. But it was not just her diary. In this notebook, she and Ben wrote their dreams and plans for their adult life. Ben would tell her about his dreams, and Ellen would write them down. She had little in the way of desires, other than starting a family and running her own home. The business was not on her mind. Ben had many desires. He wanted to see the world and do something important for others and himself. But contrary to Ellen, he did not consider starting a family. Family for him was something outside himself that would arise independently, just like everyone else around him. When he asked his parents how they had met, he was told something like, "We met by chance at your dad's friend's birthday party, and we knew we loved each other, then we got married." It all seemed so simple that Ben genuinely did not understand why the subject of starting a family occupied so much of Ellen's thoughts. Ellen dreamed of marrying some beautiful prince. They would live in a big house by the water. Then they would have children. Everything would be fine. Immersed in memories, Ellen stood at her front door, leafing through a notebook with beautiful hand-drawn page numbers and color drawings. Here they drew a spaceship hurtling into the sky. This was a cozy house surrounded by sprawling trees, standing on a hill by the river. Suddenly, Ellen looked more closely at the drawing. This was practically the house she and Sam had built. How could she know then how realistic her dreams would be? But she got everything she had planned. Ellen leafed through her childhood diary and found no continuation of her life plans. She then stopped because she would have a family and children. And what next would you like? Then as a child, she had not been taught to think that far ahead. It was as if everything would work out, just like everyone else around her. Yes, she has everything she planned. But it remains to be seen if she can afford to live in this house alone, without a husband. Or without another life partner. Until today, Ellen did not know if there would be another man with whom she would dare to rejoin her life. But meeting her old friend opened a door for Ellen that she would have been too afraid even to knock on. It was a door to a world of new relationships, friends, jobs, or even her own business. It was a door to a world of new love. Well, hell, I'm 50 years old. Ellen berated herself. I have got to stop dreaming about things I will not get anymore. Ellen closed her diary, clutched it to her chest, and walked into the house. She entered the house but did not take off her shoes. Ellen stood by the large mirror in the hallway, still clutching the red book to her chest. Ellen scrutinized herself in the mirror. But I am still all right, she thought, looking at herself critically in the mirror. A stately woman with a tired face but still an excellent figure was standing full height in front of her. I need to go to a beautician. I have completely abandoned myself. Ellen thought, stroking her face with her hand. There were wrinkles around her eyes, but not yet down to the folds of her mouth, neck, and chest. Well, I will remember my saying, wrinkles at the eyes show I can laugh, and I do not use Botox, thought Ellen, smiling at her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, unlike some people she knew, Ellen's face was still completely natural, without the effects of a plastic surgeon's scalpel, Botox injections, or aging skin fillers. Ellen did not take it upon herself to judge other women who had resorted to such measures to keep their feminine attractiveness for at least another couple of years. In the society where Ellen was accustomed to being, many families had an excellent income level, allowing them to resort to paid services for facial and body enhancements. Every woman who had such an effect on her body chose a method that suited her or was affordable. Ellen saw nothing wrong with improving her appearance. Each woman decides what to do with her appearance. That was Ellen's opinion. But she was in no hurry to resort to radical means in the struggle to extend youth. Cosmetics and bras, underwear and creams were also changing in appearance, only temporarily and less risky than more radical actions. Ellen thought she had come to terms with her age-related appearance changes. She opted for natural aging and skincare with natural remedies plus daily exercise. But today, Ellen suddenly wanted to stay young by any means necessary. And to stay as young as possible for as long as possible. Ellen felt like men wanted to like her again. And this meeting with Ben was to blame. She wanted so much to see him again. Ellen wanted to meet Ben, not as a tired divorced woman who had almost fallen into the fountain in front of him, but as a young doe, to walk gracefully past him and attract his attention and the attention of all the surrounding men. Ellen also thought that she had had little success with men lately. Was she among men? No. She was only dealing with her divorce. She still needed to be free to run around partying with single men. Besides, none of the men raise their heads when she passes in front of them. Only out of respect for her age. They do not see her. She had become that invisible woman whom they say with regret, yes, she was all right when she was young, but now. Ben might not even notice her the next time they meet. So why did she think he was interested in her at the negotiation? She was daydreaming about something that would never happen. And that beautiful gesture of his, in returning their childhood diary to her. It was just a courtesy, nothing more. Ah, Ellen thought. I have to stop this self-destruction. I am starting a new life and my future is in my hands. Still holding her child's diary in her hand, Ellen went into the bedroom, put it on the bed and changed. The red cover of the diary burned on the bedspread. The rays of the setting sun touched its surface, and it was as if a flame had burst upon it. Ellen glanced sideways at the brightly lit cover of the diary. Suddenly, she thought she was undressing in front of Ben. She turned to the mirrored closet that occupied the entire bedroom wall and tried to wiggle her hips invitingly, pulling down her pants. She got tangled in their pant legs and almost fell on the bed next to the diary. Ellen's laughter broke out as she thought, "What a thing. I do not even know how to attract men at my age. I have forgotten how to do it after living with the same man for so many years, and I have totally relaxed." Ellen lay on her back, stretched her arms toward the head of the bed, and remembered how to do it sexually. First, she had to arch her back, stretch and lift her hip a little while looking at the man through half-closed eyelids. You also have to lick your lips, jogging your tongue over them. Yes, all that is missing is whipped cream and strawberries, she thought ironically, remembering a scene from an erotic movie. Ellen wondered if she could undress attractively in front of a man. Probably first the skirt or pants unbutton and slide down her legs to the floor. Then the blouse slowly unbuttons and slides off her shoulders. Then what? Yes, you can hide behind the door of the closet, and under its cover, hastily pull off your underwear. This would have to be done undercover, because at my age it is not possible to show off my body without covering it with underwear. Ellen got out of bed and walked over to the mirror, continuing her exploration of her attractiveness. Okay, then what? I will have to get into bed with a man who will already be there, undressed and waiting for me. I will have to risk going out to him with no clothes on. Or wear a sexy nightgown after all? Do I have a sexy nightgown or negligee? No. Then what, pajamas? Yes. Floral pajamas are available. Ha ha ha. Ellen laughed, spun on her heels like a girl, and jumped back onto the bed with a squeal. Sleep, sleep, sleep. May she dream of all the handsome men in the world. Soon she would be free, and Sam would be sorry he had ever left her. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Scene 8. Ben saves Ellen's life. A week passed, and Ellen's thoughts about Ben faded. Nothing much was going on in her life. Nevertheless, Ellen thought Ben's nice gesture of returning to their childhood diary was polite. She knew nothing about today's Ben. Ellen had known him as a boy. However, this wolf, the wolf who suddenly had the eyes of a kindly puppy dog under his stern eyebrows, was unfamiliar to her. Thinking about Ben, Ellen spent the week doing her daily chores. One of them was meeting her friends at their favorite cafe on the shore of Sunset Lake. Ellen prepared carefully for their meeting in the cafe. It was her first meeting with her friends since her divorce negotiations with Sam. She felt she was now in charge of her own life. Her husband, who had long been separated from her, would no longer tell her what to wear or where to spend her money. That was it. She was her boss now. Ellen's favorite cafe was on the shore of Sunset Lake. The cafe's wooden terrace, made of rough, unpainted planks, was built directly over the water. During the warm season, visitors to the cafe could observe the beauty of the clear water and sandy bottom of this lake. Flocks of fish and minnows scurried below the terrace, looking for fallen breadcrumbs. Feeding fish from the terrace was forbidden not to litter the lake's ecosystem. Still, the occasional breadcrumb fell through the cracks on the terrace's plank floor. A sandstorm developed around the treat below the terrace when the fish were looking for breadcrumbs. The cafe was open from 10 to 10 in the evening. Sometimes there was dancing in a tent next to the cafe's wooden structure, to the music of local musicians. Ellen drove her car to the cafe and noticed her friends' bikes were already there. It was easy to recognize their bikes. Betty's bike was as cheerful as she was. It had an elegant, feminine design with a bright pink frame. The bike seat was also dazzling, painted crimson with white dots. In contrast to Betty's bike, Lori's bike was olive-colored and of masculine construction. Its high crossbar on the frame made Lori uncomfortable to ride. So Daniel bought her a bicycle that the army had decommissioned from use. Lori's husband justified his choice by saying that such a bike, made of heavy and durable metal, could last them another 50 years, if not more. Lori did not object to her husband's choice, though she repeatedly bruised her legs to catch the pedal after stopping and jumping off the bike. But she continued to use the bike for trips to the stores or to meet friends. Everyone got used to Lori's tormenting herself with that iron monster, and even stopped joking about how she should change her bike. No one dared criticize her husband's choice, since she had endured the inconvenience. So Ellen knew by the bicycles at the entrance to the cafe that her friends were in place. So, full of pleasant anticipation of the meeting, she entered the cafe. Lori and Betty had already taken a table on the terrace. They were sitting there, sipping colorful drinks from glasses with straws. Ellen, joyfully opening her arms, stepped out onto the terrace. Her friends saw her, and immediately jumped up and rushed to hug and kiss her on the cheeks. Ellen sat down at the table with her friends, and the latest news was exchanged. Of course, all three constantly chatted on their cell phones, but they needed something else. They needed communication, where you could see the other person's eyes and smile. You can smell their perfume and how they sip juice or coffee with pleasure, listening with interest to your news. A waiter approached the three women. He was a local guy who sometimes worked part-time at the cafe. He greeted them affably and took their food and drink orders. Betty ordered a shrimp sandwich and a piece of cake and tea. Lori took a long look at the menu and chose pureed avocado soup and a green tea cookie. Ellen did not think for a minute and just asked the waiter to bring her something from the menu that only this cafe cooks, something special. She wanted something as a surprise. So she got toast smeared with a tomato sauce made by one chef at this cafe, based on her grandmother's recipe. On each toast lay sun-dried tomatoes and some unique local smoked sausage like chorizo. Ellen washed this deliciousness with unsalted, made from local tomatoes and natural freshly squeezed tomato juice. A stalk of celery was placed in the glass with this juice. Seeing this impromptu non-alcoholic version of the Bloody Mary, her friends laughed and suggested she add vodka to the cocktail to make it just like the real thing. Ellen, first laughing at the jokes of her friends, suddenly became serious and asked, "Lori, how are you doing with Daniel? I remember you said you were going to do your projects, your novellas. So, are you thinking of moving into my guest house and working on your books there after all?" Lori looked at Ellen in surprise, her ardor extinguished. She looked down and answered, "Ellen, thank you for remembering that. I have not decided yet. It is hard for me to talk to Daniel about making time for myself. When I do, I will let you know right away and see how it goes. I think I need to force this situation, or I will be forever with what I have now. Or it will only get worse. When the children are gone, all I will be left with is the adoration of my master, the brilliant writer Daniel." There was sarcasm in Lori's voice, but it was not directed at her husband. It was directed at herself. After all, she was the one who had accepted the division of roles in their family, which established that her husband was a genius. She was an inconspicuous gray mouse in his servanthood. "I must finish my books and start publishing them myself, as you suggested. I must do it," with ever-increasing enthusiasm, Lori said. It was apparent how much she wanted to be brave, but it was hard to change her life just like that in one fell swoop. Moreover, her husband did not and would not accept such a change in his wife. Soon Lori would face a choice, her art or her family. Betty patted Lori on the arm encouragingly. "Honey, just think it through, and then everything will work out just the way you want it to. And we will help you in any way we can." Lori looked gratefully at her friends and answered more quietly. "Thank you, I am so grateful. I never would have thought to take the step of living apart from Daniel and finishing my novels. But as long as I stay with him, it will never happen. As the years go by, I feel incomplete. Yes, I have a family. Yes, we have my husband's good income. But what about myself? Who am I? If I want to write my own books and publish them, why cannot I do it under Daniel? But he will never admit that I am also a writer." Lori bowed her head and quietly continued. "I do not want to live like this for another 30 years until he dies. Daniel is 15 years older than me, and I cannot wait until he is old enough to finally do what I want to do. I want to do what I need to do right now." "Well, at least soon," Lori corrected herself, adjusting the heavy glasses on her nose with her index finger. Ellen realized her friend was sad, and it was time to change the subject. So Ellen splashed her arms, drawing her friend's attention to herself, and asked, "So, what are we going to do today? Just drink coffee here in the cafe? Nothing else? What do you suggest?" Betty asked, fidgeting impatiently in her chair. "I guess we could go to a nightclub." Ellen shook her head negatively. "No, that will not do. We have families, after all. Do you remember, I hope? I am the one who is suddenly free. Well, or almost free." "Yeah, you are right," Lori sighed. "We will make do with this cafe tonight. It is already an accomplishment that we made it out here." Suddenly Betty, sitting facing the front door of the terrace, perked up, straightened in her chair, and smoothed her hair with a gesture that showed that she had noticed what she thought was a worthwhile man. Betty liked to flirt with men, and her husband took it well. Her husband, a truck driver named Greg, knew his Betty was not going anywhere. After all, they had been together for over 30 years. Ellen and Lori also turned their heads toward the terrace entrance, wanting a better look at Betty's choices. Suddenly Ellen froze in surprise. At the patio door stood looking right at her Ben. He was dressed in country style, a plaid shirt, a scarf around his neck, and vast blue jeans. Ben's look was completed by his deep brown leather cowboy boots, perfectly trimmed. He was uncommonly masculine and handsome, like a Western movie hero. Ellen was so raspy that she realized she could not chew the piece of toast that had scratched her throat with its crispy crust. She tried to spit it back out, coughing and choking. Ellen waved her hands in horror, tears streaming from her eyes, and she could not breathe. Ellen closed her eyes and tried to find a glass of water to drink the dried-out piece, but there was nothing she could do. A choking spasm tightened in her chest. Ellen realized she was going to faint. A thought flashed through her mind. No, it is not real. This is just a dream. Nothing like this could happen to me. But she still could not breathe in the air. Almost unconscious, Ellen felt someone's strong arms pick her up and bring her to her feet. Someone slapped her, bent back hard with their palm, and she coughed, but she still could not breathe. Then someone put their arms around her from behind, almost lifting her, pressing their hands on her stomach around her diaphragm. Ellen almost threw up, and that DMNED piece of dry toast she had choked on came out of her mouth. "Ellen, are you all right?" Ellen heard Betty scream. Then she saw the confused faces of her friends in front of her, peering into her eyes sympathetically. "We should call an ambulance." "No, do not." "I am fine," Ellen gasped, still choking on her tongue. She was about to straighten up and put her hands on her knees, trying to regain her breath. Suddenly Ellen saw her friend step aside, and Ben appeared in front of her, holding her by the shoulder and looking anxiously into her eyes. "What a fright you gave me," he said, still holding Ellen by the shoulder. I did not expect to have to save you for real this time, not just from falling into the fountain. He was always trying to make jokes, even in this situation. Yes, this was the same Ben she had known as a child. He saved her from death in full view of the many people who surrounded their group, and caringly asked if there was anything else they could do to help her. But there was nothing more to be done. Ellen finally caught her breath and sat at the table again, awkwardly tugging on her clothes drenched in her overturned cocktail. Yes, good lady, almost died at the sight of her childhood friend, thought Ellen when she had recovered enough to understand the seriousness of the incident. Yet Ben saved me. Saved me from certain death. Ellen finally looked up at Ben, squatting in front of her, observing her face. She suddenly felt an intense weakness overwhelm her, and covering her eyes, fell unconscious from her chair right into his arms. Ben fell to the floor, pinned by her body. But he did it in such a way that Ellen did not hit her head on the floor, but just lay flat on Ben like on a mattress, spreading her arms out to her sides. Lying on his back, his hands holding Ellen's emotionless body pinned to the floor, Ben cried out in a hollow voice. Call an ambulance, finally. Lori was the first to wake up, grabbed her cell phone out of her bag, and jabbed her finger in the circle of the 112 program, first aid calls. The voice of the on-call operator sounded on the receiver. Lori was asked to put the phone on speakerphone and follow the operator's instructions. Fortunately, Ellen woke up before Lori could do anything. Ellen, leaning her arms on Ben's chest, slowly sat down beside him and holding her hand to her throat said in a hoarse voice, "What happened? Why am I sitting here?" Then she noticed Ben, who was already squatting to her left and still seemed to wait for instructions from the emergency operator. Ellen looked at him in bewilderment. She could not understand what had happened just a few minutes ago. Ben, still sitting beside Ellen, gently stroked her hair like a little girl, saying, "It is going to be okay. Do not worry. You fainted. We had to call for medical help. See, your friend is still on the emergency operator." Ellen looked back at Lori, holding her now unnecessary cell phone in her hand, but was still hesitant to finish her call to the first responders. Then Ellen saw Betty kneeling beside her, her hands on the floor as if she were ready for a sprint. Ellen realized that something serious had happened to her, since everyone was so excited. With a guilty smile, she gasped, "Okay, but I'm okay now, am not I?" She looked questioningly around her circle of support, Lori, Betty, and Ben. Ellen could not look at anyone else, though they were already crowded together. The patrons of the cafe wanted to be aware of what was going on, and offered to help her. One man turned to Ellen. "You are so lucky that this gentleman saved your life," he exclaimed and pointed at Ben. "Saved my life?" Stunned, Ellen repeated. "Ben?" She shifted her gaze again to Ben, who, gazing at her, would not let go of her hand. He was counting her pulse. Ellen did not notice that while recovering, the 112 operators advised Lori to put the victim, Ellen, in a comfortable position and wait for the ambulance to arrive. Ben, hearing the cameraman's recommendation, moved closer to Ellen and said, "Well, now we are going to move you to that couch over there." As he rose to his feet, he wrapped one arm around Ellen's waist, and with the other he picked up her legs. It was as if Ellen were floating in the air. Ben picked her up and carried her in his arms to the couch. He pressed her body against his chest, and his breath could be felt right against her face. She felt like she was floating in some current of warmth and happiness. Ben's heart was pounding like a hammer, and Ellen could feel it beating right into her chest. Meanwhile, Ben took a few more steps and carefully placed Ellen on the couch. It was difficult for him, because Ellen was tall and heavy. She was not used to anyone lifting her like that, and carrying her even a couple of meters. Her husband Sam never even tried to lift her. Ellen was the same height as him, and such exercise seemed unnecessary. Though, Sometimes Ellen, watching romantic movies, regretted a little that her size and weight prevented her husband from at least trying to lift her. Sam did not want a blow to his reputation if his attempt to lift his bride and later wife failed. Sometimes Ellen imagined some romantic hero decisively picking her up in his arms and carrying her. Where? That Ellen did not know. She did not intend to cheat on her husband, but she could not forbid the dream. And she honestly dreamed only of the things Sam could not give her, like someone carrying her in his arms. So Ben picked her up right off the floor and carried her. Although it only lasted a few seconds and a couple of meters, the event seemed like the length of a century to Ellen. She did not want to think about what had just happened. Instead, she wanted to feel this man's strength and reliability. However, Ben was there when she choked. Yes, it could not get any better than that. Such a meeting. They briefly met again in their adult lives, and Ben saved her a second time. But this time, he saved her life. Ellen suddenly remembered that Ben had saved her before. He protected her from mosquito bites when climbing the trees in their old garden. Ben had saved her from the scolding of the local groundskeeper, who had decided that only boys could spend their time irresponsibly like that, climbing from tree to tree and making huts in them. But of course, the older man did not know that Ellen herself had invented many of the childish pranks for which Ben bravely took responsibility to adults. Her childhood friend was kneeling in front of her, lying on the couch, gazing intently into her eyes. Right in her eyes. Ellen felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment again. Ben took it as a sign that she was returning to normal, and exclaimed happily, "Well, finally. For a moment, I thought you would never come to your senses." He turned to her friends, and others still crowded around the couch where Ellen lay, and said, "Well, that is good. Everything's fine now. We can just wait for the ambulance. Thank you all for your help. Now we can manage on our own." Ellen could not understand why they had to wait for an ambulance if she was all right. She looked questioningly at Ben. He immediately understood her unspoken question and answered, "The emergency operator sent an ambulance. We have to wait for them and figure out where to take you, home or to the hospital." Ellen closed her eyes without effort and nodded in agreement. She was entirely at the mercy of a determined man who knew what must be done. Suddenly, she felt so good and relaxed with him, she did not want to decide whether to go home or wait for the doctor. Betty and Lori were also still standing by her couch. Ellen turned to them, trying to smile pretentiously. "Well, here we are. What a circus. Next time you will not invite me for tea." Ellen tried to make a joke, but Lori was completely serious. "Honey, if you faint at the sight of the first man you see in this cafe," she glanced over at Ben, who was standing next to them, talking to one of the cafe workers, and giggled as she continued, "then you should definitely see a doctor. Only after that will we dare to invite you back to the cafe for tea." There was warmth and mockery in Lori's voice. Ellen could not respond to this tirade, and only shook her head. "Yes, I scared you." She did not feel like explaining anything to her friends right now. What would you explain to them? That she and Ben had known each other for a long time? Then you would have to tell them why they had not spoken in decades. That was hard to do, especially seeing the admiration the women around them have for Ben. In the eyes of the women who surrounded Ben, there was a clear admiration for his courage, determination, and attractiveness. Such a man was a hero. Ellen suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. What was the matter with her? She and Ben had not seen each other for 30 years, and suddenly she thought other women had no right to look at him with admiration. Yes, he was attractive, yet he saved a woman from certain death in plain sight. Ellen did not understand why she had this feeling of jealousy. Perhaps it was a feeling of ownership. Maybe it rose from the depths of her soul because Ben was her childhood friend, and only she had the right to know him and talk to him. Ellen turned her head on the pillow to better understand who Ben was talking to, but glimpsed an ambulance coming through the cafe window. Well, I will be the center of attention again, she thought and sighed. Ben noticed the ambulance too, and went out on the veranda of the cafe to meet the doctor. Ben led the doctor to the couch where Ellen was half sitting. When the doctor examined Ellen, he had to unbutton her shirt to listen to her heart. Ellen was ashamed of herself. Her mother had taught her that a woman should always wear her best underwear when she left home. Anything can happen to you outside the house, her mother explained to her principal. And if you have to get naked, there is no shame in it. The only reason her mother recognized for getting naked outside the house was to go to the hospital or to see a doctor. While the doctor listened to her heart and checked her breathing, Ellen thought, "Yes, Mom, you were obviously right about good underwear." But Ellen would not faint in public today, and would not get a sudden doctor's checkup. So, she was not wearing her best underwear. A simple bra and simple white panties, voluminous, stung her skin. However, she was not ashamed of the doctor. This young man was used to seeing his patients of all ages in anything, even whatever the hell they were wearing. But Ben. He was standing at the head of the couch where Ellen lay, holding her by the shoulders. As her savior, he had no intention of leaving her side. When the doctor unbuttoned Ellen's blouse to listen to her heart, Ellen closed her eyes in shame. On the other hand, she was pleased that Ben was looking directly at her breasts, standing over her. Ellen opened her eyes and, blushing, obediently obeyed the doctor's orders. "Breathe. Do not breathe." "Next," he said. "Open your mouth. It is all right. You can close your mouth. It is okay." Ben, standing nearby, patiently watched. He did not seem to care about Ellen's disheveled appearance or the sight of her underwear. Lori and Betty waited a little aside, not wanting to interfere with the examination of the patient. Finally, the doctor finished examining Ellen and said with relief, "It is all right. You were probably just stressed out." "Stress?" Ellen, still lying down, nodded accordingly. "Yes, I am stressed." "What kind of plan, if it is not a secret?" the doctor asked. Ellen hesitated, but Ben did not move away from them. She had to answer. "Divorce." She closed her eyes, imagining Ben looking at her with regret. Nothing in her life had worked out for her. He was successful at everything, making good money, being a good family man, and taking excellent care of his health. And she was a woman in her 50s, who had everything behind her, including her family. No one wanted her like that. While Ellen's thoughts were flowing in this direction, Ben escorted the doctor to the ambulance, thanking him for his arrival and quick diagnosis. By the time Ben got back to the cafe, Ellen was already sitting on the couch, trying to tuck her blouse into her jeans, looking around confusedly for her purse. Betty handed her purse, and Ellen rummaged through her bag and found her car keys. Ben, seeing that she had driven herself, approached her decisively and said in a commanding voice, "Ellen, I will take you." Ellen's friends looked at each other with great surprise. The same doubt was written on their faces. How did he know Ellen's name? He just showed up at the cafe. But Ben went on, ignoring their perplexed looks. "If I remember correctly, you live on that side of the lake over there. It is not far. You can pick up your car later, or I will bring it to you. For now, come with me." Women looked at Ellen, who nodded at Ben like an obedient girl, and realized they should not interfere. There was something wrong, but Ellen could explain nothing to them now. Why was this man talking to Ellen like he had the right to order her around? What about her? Why does Ellen obey him? It was not in her habit to listen to strangers. She was a grown woman, and very much on her own. What was there between Ellen and this savior of hers? But since Ellen could not communicate properly soon, they would have to wait until she came to her senses and got in touch with them. So that was the way it was. But at least now they had a new topic for their next meeting, this man and Ellen. Lori and Betty were vividly interested in who he was and what Ellen had in common with him. It was strange. She had not had time to get a divorce, and she had never told them she had had some infatuation on the side, secretly from Sam. Suddenly this stranger rushed to her rescue, and in doing so, he just called her by her first name. And he even took charge of her. Meanwhile, with Ben's help, Ellen got up from the couch and holding his hand, strolled to the exit of the cafe. Ben took her to the parking lot and carefully put her in his large SUV. Then he got behind the wheel and drove carefully along the lakeshore, away from the cafe. Betty and Lori left the cafe, looked at each other, and went home. They did not want to be alone in the cafe, at least not tonight. They said their goodbyes, got their bikes, and rode home. Scene 9. Ben visits Ellen. Ben's car pulled up in front of Ellen's house. The lake shore sparkled with the glare of the sunlight, its reflected light bouncing merrily on the trunks of the coastal pines, animating the landscape. Ben stopped the car in the parking lot of the house. Ellen tried to open the car door, but could not find its handle. It was an unfamiliar SUV model, obviously costly. The car seats were upholstered in soft, light-colored leather, and the panels were made of polished mahogany. The rest of the interior gleamed with chrome, the shine of which was set off by strips of ice-cold lighting. During the day it was beautiful, and in the evening it was fascinating. Then, unsuccessfully trying to figure out how to open the car door to get out of it, Ellen thought, "Well, even here, I cannot do it without him." Something in that thought betrayed her irritation with herself. It must have been the stress of the last time, the divorce, the division of property, the children living far away from her. Ellen had no one to cry to or to hear words of encouragement except her friends. Ben, meanwhile, had already jumped out of the car, dashed around it, and opened Ellen's door from the outside. Ellen slowly stepped out, leaning against the car door. The woman looked at Ben confusedly, saying, "Well, that is it. Thanks for your help. I owe you so much, Ben. I do not even know how to thank you." Suddenly she perked up, feeling obligated to do something for him. He had saved her life. She owed him so much. Ellen glanced anxiously at Ben, and tilting her head slightly to the side, cautiously asked, "Will you come in?" Seeing the utter confusion in his eyes, she hastily added, "For tea, of course." She had nothing else in mind. It was the wrong moment in her life to offer anything other than tea. Not even to her savior. Ben was not expecting an invitation to tea, and thought for a moment as if weighing what he should say. As he pondered whether to accept Ellen's invitation, desperate thoughts swirled in Ellen's head. She did not know what to think. What had happened to her? How had she fallen under Ben's spell? He was just her childhood friend. This was no time for romance, much less with him. Ellen was also horrified to think that Ben represented her husband, Sam. But it suddenly occurred to Ellen that this was her Ben. Yes, he was her childhood friend. What the hell? Let him think for himself about what he can and cannot do. It was just the two of them now, and no one could see whether he would enter her house. Ben stood there, not saying a word, looking at Ellen. He saw her expression change from cautious hope he would visit her to confidence in what she was doing. Ellen touched Ben's shoulder, which made him shudder, coming to his senses from his thoughts. She whispered as if someone might hear them. "Ben, come on in. Forget everything except that we are friends." Seeing that he was still hesitant to enter her house, she added more confidently, "After all, we are friends. Just friends." There was a plea in her voice, as if she were asking him for a favor. But of course, a favor to remember was that they were friends. Ben realized that his confusion was taken too seriously and answered in a deliberately cheerful voice. "Who here doubts that we are friends? I am not." He stepped resolutely toward the front door of Ellen's house. She opened the front door with her key and stepped into the hallway, gesturing for Ben to follow her. The house's hallway was in perfect order, as if Ellen were expecting guests. Left alone in the house after Sam had moved in with his lover or somewhere else, she cleaned the home herself, as she had done before, though now it was just a habit. The children lived far away and rarely visited her. Then finally Sam left, intending never to cross the threshold of this house again. At least, that was the hope of Ellen, who had no desire at all to see Sam and his new life partner here. Ben, who had already entered the house, stopped in the hallway, hesitating to go further. But he waited for Ellen to show him where to go. Ben was an experienced man and had seen a lot in his life. He had his criteria for how a situation developed when he was alone with a woman. However, that woman was his childhood friend this time, and Ben did not know what to expect from the situation. Ben thought he would not go to bed with her either way. Not even if she offered. At least not tonight. You can expect many things from women, especially if they are experienced in life and have a good understanding of situations and how they can influence a man. Now she and Ellen were alone and free to do as she wished. If she invited him just for tea, the first thing she would do would be to show him the kitchen. Ellen stood for a few seconds, studying Ben, and gestured for him to come into the kitchen. Ben's face brightened. He sighed with relief and followed her. Ben thought, "It would be all right. I do not have to make decisions that might put us in an awkward situation." Ben did not want to make compromises with his conscience and morals. But even though they were alone, he needed to remember that Ellen was a client in a divorce proceeding in which he was siding with her husband. Ellen walked further into the kitchen and, pointing to one of the upper kitchen cabinets, asked Ben, "Can you get the 2 cups and saucers out of that cabinet over there? I am too high, and I do not want to get on a stool and climb up to get them, or I might get dizzy again." Ben nodded in agreement, approving of her thinking. He went to the cabinet and easily retrieved Ellen's beautiful teacups from the highest shelf. With his height, Ben did not even need to stand on a stool. Ben carefully placed the cups and saucers on the table and was surprised to recognize his gift. Long ago, as a child, he had given Ellen a pair of teacups for her future home. And now Ben was looking at these cups and Ellen with amazement. He could not figure out if she remembered it was his gift. Ellen was scrambling around the kitchen, gathering on the table everything she could find for tea: cookies, sugar. She brewed fragrant tea in the kettle. Ellen did not like tea bags. She wanted to brew her tea so that she could see every leaf of tea as it unfolded as it brewed. Only then could she trust that the tea was of the highest quality. Finally, Ellen stopped, and once again looking around the table set for the tea party, said to Ben, "Well, it is all ready. Let us have some tea." She was the first to sit across from Ben at the dining table and poured the fragrant tea into cups from the teapot. Ben could not resist asking her, "Do you remember where those cups came from?" Ellen did not hesitate to answer, looking at the trickle of tea flowing pleasantly into the cup. "Of course, I remember. It is your gift. They have been with me for years, as you can see." She looked at Ben and saw such pleasure in his eyes at her memory of him and his gift, that she continued, "I did not think you remembered your present. It turns out we still have a lot in common." Ellen was suddenly frightened by her words and became silent. She started rearranging some tableware and did not look at Ben. Ben noticed her embarrassment and continued the conversation, taking it in a different direction. "It is wonderful that we remember each other. But I wonder one thing. In all the years since we were friends as kids and in high school, why did not you ever want to see each other again? We could have gotten in touch at least once over the years and talked about how we both live our lives. Ben's voice sounded reproachful. Finally, Ellen pulled herself together and answered. After I saw you with that? I do not remember her name, you know, that pretty girl at the after-school party. I decided it was time for you to choose new friends. I did not want to impede you starting a new life. Ben looked at her in amazement. What girl? I remember nothing like that. Ah, maybe it was a friend of one of my acquaintances. Maybe she had to be escorted home after that party, and he asked me because he was sick himself. I do not even remember who it was. Ellen looked at Ben with all her eyes. So she was not your girlfriend? Ben, clasping his hands together and placing them on the table in front of him, looked at Ellen in surprise as if seeing her for the first time. He intoned. No, she was not my girlfriend. So that is why you refused to talk to me then? Ellen froze. Did she refuse to communicate with him? He was the one who stopped inviting her to meetings under the evening lights and having exciting adventures. He was the one who started spending time with other girls. So she switched to reading books. Instead of spending her free time with Ben as she used to, Ellen read books passionately. She would spend hours crawling under the covers in her bed and dreaming about the future with the characters in her favorite books. Ellen then decided that her time with Ben was over. She did not know how to talk to him about their new situation. They both had already reached the age when people considered a close connection between a young woman and a man to be romantic. However, Ben and Ellen had never crossed the line in their relationship that separates friendship from romance. So why does Ben now lament that she has stopped communicating with him? As a teenager, she stopped understanding what their communication should be. And now? Does she know what she should do now? Ellen stood up from the table. Her hair was loose on her shoulders and she was flushed. A pleasant warmth washed over her body. What made her feel so good? Was it the memory, or just the tea? Ellen did not know it, but she knew one thing. Either she was going to tell Ben how much she needed him then as a friend, she could not even say, as a loved one. But right now, she felt such a rush of feelings for Ben that she could not take it anymore. She was a grown woman, after all. Ben looked at her, surprised and a little worried, smiling at something and pacing excitedly back and forth in the kitchen. The sun was shining in her hair. The light shirt let her know how good her body still felt. Ben was embarrassed and looked away, trying to look out the window. Ellen stopped in front of him and with her hands at her sides, asked in a steady voice. Ben, tell me, are you married? Do you have a family? Ben, who in the back of his mind expected their conversation to come to this subject, leaned back in his chair, put his hands on the tabletop and taking a deep breath, answered. Yes, I am married. Ellen, who had somehow expected this exact answer, that he was married and his family was doing well, almost sighed with relief. Yes, he was doing well, not like her. Ben continued in the same level tone. I was married recently. I have 2 children, a daughter and a son. Both are grown up now, living separately. Ben's tone showed that he had not finished telling me about himself. He touched the ring finger of his right hand with his left hand, as if looking for the familiar wedding ring. However, there was no ring on his finger. Ellen exhaled the air in her lungs as she waited for him to continue his story. But Ben went on calmly. My wife died 2 years ago. A stroke. Passed away so quickly that there was nothing we could do to help her. It is unfortunate. Wait. He put his elbows on the table, closed his eyes, and covered his face with his palms as if praying. Ellen did not expect to hear that. Ben did not look like a man who lived without a woman. He was well-groomed and smelled of expensive cologne that made Ellen dizzy. Ben wore the finest brands of clothing. He was always clean-shaven, both the day they had first met to negotiate her divorce and now. Ben's face did not have that expression of a man who suffers and wants to show it to everyone. Why do other men sometimes like to show their suffering to attract women? After all, women like to be comforted. Many women might succumb to the charms of an unhappy, masculine, handsome man who craves comfort. Ellen realized she had always thought Ben was doing well in life. So she listened with genuine surprise to the short story of how Ben had met his wife, with whom they had lived together for nearly 30 years. And how she was gone. Ellen suddenly understood that all the difficulties she was experiencing because of her divorce were ridiculous issues, none worth a tenth of what a loved husband who had unexpectedly lost his companion in life was going through. She walked over to Ben, who was still brooding, not looking at her. Ellen put her arm around his shoulders, pulled his head to her chest, and running her hand through his thick hair, whispered, "Forgive me. I am sorry. I did not know." Ellen did not know what had come over her. She held Ben to her as if he needed her warmth, tenderness, and sympathy. He sat there and did not even try to move away from her warm and soft breasts and belly. He needed that kind of affection. It was how a mother might have comforted her son when he scraped his knee while riding his bicycle. Ben lifted his head and looked at Ellen, still stroking his hair. It looked like he could accept such affection and sympathy from Ellen. The man seemed to enjoy it, but could not say such a thing. Nevertheless, Ben took his boyhood friend's touch as if it were precisely what he had been hoping for after 30 years apart. Scene 10. Ben invites Ellen on a date. When Ellen pulled away from Ben, she stepped a couple of meters away from him. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, not knowing what to say after she expressed friendship and sympathy. It was all so sudden for both of them that words were unnecessary. Comments would not have represented more than they were both feeling right now. It was a union of souls. There was nothing erotic in her gesture of sympathy, only warmth and understanding. That was exactly what each of them needed right now. Ben needed understanding and sympathy, and Ellen needed someone to give her the tenderness and warmth of the soul. Well, there was such a man right in front of her. And he was her childhood friend. Her childhood friend whose gift she has kept all these years. Nothing made Ellen part with the gift of her childhood friend. Only now did she realize how much she had missed Ben all these years. Ellen needed his reliability, wit, resourcefulness, and loyalty to their friendship. Ben was still sitting in his chair, looking at Ellen. He saw not a woman of an elegant age before him, but the girl who had often saved him from boredom by accepting a part in his games. He could be Tarzan with her, and not be ashamed. The other boys did not understand what their friend saw in that thin, skinny girl, with sharp and perpetually scraped knees. They saw Ben was wasting time with her, which they felt belonged undefined to their boyish games. As a child, Ben had everything a boy his age could ever dream of. His parents were well off and he could get expensive gifts, like his first car. However, Ben earned money for his first motorcycle, moonlighting on his neighbors' lawns, mowing or washing their cars. Yes, his parents gave him the money for the first car. They wanted Ben to drive a safe enough car. So they made one condition. He had to earn money for the driver's license exam, which he did. Ben's friends were jealous of him for getting a great car, but in a good way. He let each of them drive his car, and everyone took it for granted. That's what a true friend should be. Even though Ben's parents could afford to give him a car of one of the better brands, he was not greedy and enjoyed spending time in it, driving around town with his friends. Ben remembered that Ellen never rode with him in that car. Why not? Because the girl did not belong there. Ben remembered that he had been embarrassed at the time that someone would think Ellen was his girlfriend. And it was not like that. They were just friends. And these thoughts of how Ellen's appearance had changed embarrassed him more. When Ellen went from a skinny girl to a slender girl with a beautiful feminine figure, many guys looked at her, and Ben did not like it. Ben suddenly remembered how he had once waited for Ellen, inviting her to ride her bicycles along their favorite path between the fields, perfumed with the scents of wildflowers. The road veered away from the neighborhood and towards nearby forests and farms. He and Ellen often rode it, imagining that they had their field, their road, and their own homes. They did not plan to have a home together, no. Instead, they had each dreamed of their own house, one that would be bigger and more beautiful than their parents had now. Ellen never told Ben that she wanted to live with him. No. There was no discussion of what kind of family they would have, or how many children they would have. Instead, there was their world between them, one in which, by mutual agreement, there was nothing beyond their innocent childhood friendship. Both felt that their friendship would end if there came a period of something new in their relationship that they were not prepared for. Ben looked at Ellen and realized that she was looking right at him. He stood up and walked over to her. Stopping at arm's length from her, he asked, "Do you want to go to the cafe with me tomorrow?" Ellen, turning her head toward him and not moving, answered quietly and thoughtfully, "Yes, I do." She added, smiling, "I hope I do not ruin your time tomorrow by fainting." Ben answered seriously, "You ruined nothing. I am so glad I was there when this trouble happened to you and could help." Ellen blushed and answered, lowering her eyes, "Yes, of course, thank you very much for that. You saved my life. And I do not know how to thank you, except with this tea." With these words, Ellen lowered her head, grasped the edge of the kitchen countertop with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist. It looked like she wanted to protect herself from Ben's expression of refusal to accept her gratitude. Ellen did not want to let him know he had caused her trouble today. She had been so stunned by his appearance in that cafe that she had choked on her food. And he had saved her. Seeing that Ellen was not ready for more than this conversation, Ben did not touch her to express his appreciation for her sympathy. Instead, he was out of the kitchen when he twisted around and said, "Ellen, I will let you know tomorrow when I can meet. What is your cell phone number?" Ellen looked at Ben, perplexed when she realized he did not have her phone number. What a mess! He was her friend and savior, and she had forgotten to give him her number. Ellen dictated her number to Ben. He immediately texted her to put his number in her contacts, which Ellen did. As Ben was leaving the house, Ellen opened the front door for him, and holding it with her hand, leaned on its edge as if she needed support to keep from falling. But Ben understood this was only the housewife's routine of saying goodbye to visitors. He walked out of the house, strolled down the porch steps, and looked around as if hesitant to leave Ellen alone. But she waved to him, showing that she was all right. Ben waved to her too, and turned and walked to his car without looking back. As he drove away, Ben glanced again at the porch of Ellen's house. The woman was still standing there, staring at him as he moved away. She was watching him even as his car disappeared between the pines. After seeing Ben off, Ellen returned to her house, closed the front door, walked to her bedroom, and collapsed flat on her bed, arms outstretched at her sides. Tears welled up in her eyes. How she had disgraced herself today. She choked and fainted, showing everyone she could not control herself. Incapable of controlling not only her body, but her senses as well. Ellen thought everyone in the cafe understood why she was choking. She saw Ben coming toward her. He was walking toward her, not Betty, who had made herself up. Ellen did not hold a grudge against Betty for her immediate appreciation of Ben. Ben was the taste of most of the women she knew. Girls always liked him, and in this splendid age of his, about or slightly over 50, mature women and young ones favored him. Mature women saw him as a confident man who knew life and could talk to them as equals. They do not have to pretend to be inexperienced fools to be liked by him. They need to have open and honest conversations as equals with such a guy, so that he may appreciate the full range of a woman's sensuality and resolve. Young women could see him as a protector and an experienced guide, or simply a wealthy and still outwardly attractive man. Ellen lay in bed and wondered who she saw in him. She needed Ben as a friend, only as a friend. Ellen could not admit that simple friendship did not cause the turmoil she now felt. With Ben's arrival, the past swept over her in a wave of memories of bright summer sunshine and innocent childhood pranks. Ben was always there for her. He was there for her, then and now. Ben was a part of her, then and now. Scene 11. First kiss. All the next day, Ellen took phone calls from relatives and friends who already knew what had happened to her yesterday. Finally, she was tired of telling everyone the same thing. Yeah, I am fine. It all worked out. What a bad luck. Yes, I am all right. I was driven home by my savior. Yes, I am home alone. And why did almost everyone ask if she was home alone? Ellen pretended to wince, imagining the faces of the women she knew happily discussing her bad luck. Or was it luck? She was being taken care of by the most attractive man that had ever been in that cafe. Her acquaintances must have immediately imagined a love scene between her and Ben. No one could imagine Ellen getting her savior drunk on tea in gratitude for saving her life. Ellen hoped no one realized that she and Ben had known each other for a long time. Of course, only Betty and Lori would have suspected something, but she had not had to talk to them other than in short text messages. How is it going? Is everything okay? Yes, it is okay. Thank you for your concern. See you tomorrow? Yes, that fits. See you later. Ellen thought. What am I going to discuss with them? Should I talk about how Ben and I had grown up together? She cannot predict how that would alter the reality that Ellen's response to Ben's arrival at the cafe revealed something about their relationship. But there was something that she, Ellen, did not want to acknowledge as more than simply an old friendship. After turning off her cell phone, Ellen got out of bed, washed her face, threw a light silk robe with a floral pattern over her nightgown and went into the kitchen. The rising sun was already shining its new rays all around us. Ellen, enjoying the view of the smooth lake water and the pines on its shores, twisted around in the kitchen. She prepared breakfast: scrambled eggs, onions, freshly squeezed orange juice, coffee and milk. Ellen wanted to sing. I have not been in this mood in a long time, she thought as she poured the juice into the crystal glass. The bright yellow juice played with all the hues of the sun, and Ellen understood why it was nice to drink it. An orange was like a bit of sun too. So she could draw an orange in the shape of a sun and give it to Ben. However, why did Ben come to her mind again? Why was she reacting like she was preparing to join him on that bike trip when they were kids? Ellen looked again at the terrace and saw Ben. He stood with one hand at his side, holding his bicycle, and the other hand removing his bicycle helmet. He wore blue bicycle pants, tight around his slender but powerful legs, and a white tank top, through which the tight muscles of his chest and arms were visible. Ellen could not take her eyes off Ben. He was so handsome. Ah, why was not she as young as she used to be to hope to attract him as a woman in any way? Instead, all she could do was the dream of him. After all, she had everything behind her and nothing planned except a divorce. At that moment, Ellen was horrified to feel a cold wave covering her head. What was Ben doing here? What about his client, Sam, her husband from whom she was divorcing? Ben must only continue to show his face in her company once she is divorced. Otherwise, he will ruin his career. Ellen jumped out onto the terrace, closing her robe as she went. Her feet were in pink slippers, and her hair was mussed up in the morning. Ben smiled cheerfully and broadly when he saw her, but Ellen did not smile back. Instead, she looked at him sternly, like a mother to a delinquent boy. Ben's smile faded. He understood. He had made the mistake of going to Ellen's house uninvited. They were no longer children to behave this way. But that was not what Ellen was worried about. Instead, she looked anxiously at Ben and said in a subdued voice, "Ben, you should not come to me. We probably should not see each other at all. You are in charge of Sam's business." Ben, with a surprised look at her, answered at a loss. "Yeah, but it means nothing, we just—" Ellen impatiently interrupted him. "Ben, we should not date. It would damage your reputation. You cannot date your client's wife." Ben stared at Ellen as if he were seeing her for the first time. He answered her calmly. "Ellen, I am so grateful to you for taking care of me. You want nothing from me that would be against your husband's interests. Yes, I was wrong to come to you like this, unannounced. But I cannot help it. I wanted to see you. To see you again and spend some time with you. I thought that since you lived alone and there were not any neighbors around, no one would see us together. As long as no one sees us together, nothing unpleasant will happen to us. Not to me, not to you." Ellen stepped closer and suddenly found herself close to him, right against his chest. She smelled the scent of his body, hot on the bike. Ellen inhaled the tangy scent of his sweat and cologne, touched her hand lightly to Ben's chest, and suddenly pressed herself against him with her whole body. Ben sighed sharply as if surprised by the unexpected gift, then exhaled intermittently, gently wrapped both arms around her shoulders and pressed her closer to him. Ellen did not resist. Her head was spinning from the touch of his body. Finally, Ellen closed her eyes and surrendered to her feelings. Her head was bent over Ben's chest, her eyes closed. Ellen was filled with the long-forgotten sensation of a man's reliability. She wanted to surrender to his hands and enjoy that helplessness of hers. Ellen needed to feel that Ben handled what was happening between them. Suddenly, Ben's lips touched hers, and a wave of tenderness ran through both bodies, turning to the heat of passion. Recognizing each other anew became a passionate embrace, and Ellen groaned with pleasure. It was too late to do anything about it when they realized they were kissing each other. When Ben pulled his lips away from Ellen's, the couple continued to stand embracing. It lasted what seemed like an eternity to them. They both needed tenderness and warmth, the warmth of a soulmate. They felt they had found each other anew. Scene 12. Explanation. Strangely enough, Ellen awoke first from this obsession with love, and gently removing Ben's hands from her shoulders, moved slightly away from him. Then she lifted her face to his and gazed intently into his eyes. Ben froze. He realized Ellen was waiting for him to say something. Words? Actions? He did not know what she wanted now and just did nothing. Instead, he waited for her question, which finally came. "Ben, are you sure about what you are doing?" Ben, aware of what Ellen was asking, answered half jokingly, half seriously. "Me? Of course I am. Why are you asking me? Are you sure of yourself? Do not tell me it was me who kissed you first." But the mocking tone disappeared, disappearing into the gaze of Ellen, who was looking into his eyes with understanding. Ben continued in a more even tone. "I am confident. We are adults, and we can do whatever we want. Outside circumstances do not stop us, do they?" He took his hands off Ellen's shoulders, turned to face the lake, and pointed to the water's surface. "Could anyone resist you when you kiss? No one. Look, even the sun shines differently." Ellen turned and looked, as did Ben, at the orange disk of sunlight reflecting in the water, blinding her eyes. Then finally she answered, touching Ben's hand conciliatorily. "Yes, I remember you are a poet." With a smile, she continued. "I remember we are adults. That is why I kissed you. We never did when we were kids." Ben looked at her in surprise. "Did you think of that, too? Back at school?" Ellen answered confusedly, still looking at the sun. "Also, I did not know you were thinking about it." "What about me?" "Yes, I thought about it more than once. But it would not have been our childhood if we had kissed then. We would have had to move on. And I was not ready for that. I was not ready with you." Ben looked at her in surprise, not daring to interrupt her. Ellen continued. "Yes, we were such friends that everyone around us thought there would be more than just friendship between us. But nothing happened. I think it was for the best. I was not ready." Ben put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her to him. They stood like that, turning toward the lake and looking at each other. Ben asked quietly, "And now? Are you ready now?" Ellen felt that her life and their future, her and Ben's, depended on her answer. So she answered just as quietly. "Yes, Ben. I am ready now." She turned to him, put her arm around his waist, and pressed against him. There was nothing more to be said. Everything was clear. Neither of them uttered a reason. They might be on opposite sides of the barricades. That reason was Ellen's impending divorce from Sam. If Ellen took the risk, so did Ben. Was it not their renewed warmth, or the fire of affection for each other that never went out, more important than the material aspects of their lives? Ben risked his job and his professional reputation. Ellen risked her demands on her husband for a divorce. Right now, Ellen did not want to think about divorce. Everything was clear to her in this case. She would not back down from her demands, and Sam would have to live with that. If Sam discovered Ben was her longtime friend, he would want to change his divorce lawyer. Ben will lose a client, and possibly his reputation and future clients. On the other hand, Ellen would gain her old friend, who seemed to her now more precious than all the money in the world. Her future was now not about the material possessions she wanted in the division of her husband's estate, but about the possible happy future with Ben that had suddenly opened. Ellen was sure that she and Ben had a future. They had both been through enough to know that there were more valuable things in life than money. Money was only a measure of success and wealth, not happiness. Both knew that having the right person by your side was worth fighting for. Scene 13. In love? After breaking up with Ben, Ellen walked around the house in a high-spirited mood all evening. She had forgotten how heart felt, and the smile never left her face when she was in love. She was in love. In love with her childhood friend Ben. After all, it was wonderful to feel alive again. It was lovely to feel wanted again by a man. But how did Ellen know she was in love? Simply because she thought of Ben all the time. She thought of his beautiful smile, firm, reliable hands, and soft lips. It was strange to feel how tenderly such a man could kiss her. Ellen had forgotten that a kiss could be so beautiful. Her husband had kissed her on the cheek in recent years, and the rest was routine, a light touch on the back and breasts, a hug, and off to bed. However, Ellen wanted to feel like a desirable woman. She was still a woman, not just a mother and a housewife. So far, there was only one man in Ellen's life, her husband Sam. Well, her father and son did not count. Their fond embrace was also far behind her. Ellen's son was so far away from her that waiting for him to see him and hug him was so rare. Hugging her son was special, but there was nothing sexual about it, just tenderness. Ellen wanted the embrace to give her whole body the heat of love. Such a hug could only be given to her by a man she loved as a man. Ben, coming into her adult life, had become that man. Ellen did not want to think about what feelings Ben might have for her right now. She was sure he felt more than a physical attraction to her. Otherwise, he would not have hugged and kissed her so gently. Tenderness and a man were a strange combination. At first, Ben touched her so gently that Ellen interpreted his affection for friendship rather than sexual attraction. But his kiss. He changed everything. Ben kissed her as if he could not get enough of the source of love. She melted when he kissed her, and she melted again thinking about it. Scene 14. Ellen tells her friends about Ben. In the afternoon, after spending most of the morning at home, Ellen realized she was bursting with a desire to share her secret with her friends. The mystery was that she was about to have an affair with a man. And with what a man? But which friend should she call first? After thinking for a while, she dialed Lori's cell phone number. "Hey Lori, how is it going?" Ellen spoke conspiratorially, barely restraining her excitement at the anticipation of an exciting conversation. Lori greeted her with the same interested tone. "Hi, thanks, I'm fine. How are you?" Her counter question, "How are you?" was more interesting than usual. Lori was waiting to hear from Ellen, who had been taken home from the cafe a couple of days ago by that handsome, virile stranger. "I am fine, thanks," Ellen replied in a satisfied tone, and she emphasized the word fine so much that Lori immediately asked, "Well, do not keep me in suspense. Tell me. How are you and this stranger? You have not told us anything in 2 days. Betty and I have called twice, remembering that incident with you, but we never dared to call you, since you were in the company of such a man." Ellen objected, in a feigned tone of exasperation. "What on earth did you imagine about me? Nothing happened. He is just my childhood friend." But in her heart, Ellen was proud of the effect of her adventures. She confessed she had known him for a long time, and that all the intrigue would be over. However, Lori was more interested. "A childhood friend? So you know him? Wow. And you hid such a treasure from us? You are kidding me." Ellen answered, a little guilty. "You know, I did not know he was such an attractive man." Laughing embarrassedly, she instead continued, "We had seen each other so long ago that I did not even recognize him when he sat right across from me in negotiating our divorce with Sam." Lori almost exclaimed with horror. "Wow, what has he got to do with Sam? Is he a friend of his?" "No, he is his lawyer." There was an even louder exclamation from Lori on the phone. "It cannot be. That is, how can you communicate with him? You are risking everything you are supposed to get from your ex-husband." Ellen was no longer happy about admitting that Ben was an old acquaintance of hers. But in her heart, she was waiting for someone else to say what was embarrassing. Lori continued, lowering her voice. "What if he, this Ben of yours, is just interested in getting more information from you about your business, and using it against you in the process?" Ellen opened her mouth in surprise at the object, but could say nothing. Perhaps her worst assumption was what her cautious friend was thinking of Ben now. Ellen herself had often opened the eyes of her friends to something that seemed obvious to her. It was even amusing to see that people did not notice the obvious, or did not want to. Now she, who among the three of them had always been sensible, might have fallen into the trap of romantic feelings and pleasant memories. Ellen pulled herself together and with a pleading voice explained, "Lori, I did not think of Ben from that point of view. He could not have done this to me. I believe that. Our meeting, and everything that happened after that, was just an accident." But Ellen's mood suddenly soured. She thought Ben was always the first to show his interest in her. Take their first meeting at the negotiating table. Ellen did not recognize him then. She noticed that an attractive man was sitting across from her. She could have shown nothing but a mild interest in him. All her thoughts at the time were consumed with the details of her divorce from Sam. Then in the greenhouse, Ben suddenly appeared from behind a veil of tropical plants, and their first conversation took place. Then their unexpected meeting at the cafe, when Ellen choked on her food and he rescued her. It occurred to Ellen that Ben had entered the cafe looking for someone. Instead, he was looking for her. Or maybe Ben was meeting someone else there, and was surprised to see her with her friends. But yes, he saved her from choking and walked her home, where she gave him tea. That was all. Then Ben himself, uninvited, rode his bike to her house the next day, and their feelings for each other erupted. Ellen suddenly felt insecure, and doubted why Ben was always looking for her. Now Ellen was plunged into doubt after her friend's troubling question about the true motives behind her old friend's desire to re-establish a relationship with her. He and Ben were on different sides of her divorce proceedings. So what did he want from her? To combine the useful with the pleasant? It would be beneficial for his client Sam, and enjoyable for him, Ben. It was hard to believe that Ben, as a seasoned lawyer, did not realize the risk he was taking by talking to her in an off-duty setting. What about her? What did she imagine? She and Ben had not seen each other in 30 years, and neither she nor Ben tried to find out how the other was doing. But then, suddenly, Ben was eager to re-establish a relationship with her. But then Ellen remembered Ben had told her how lonely he was after losing his beloved wife. After he had told her, it was then that she touched him for the first time, pulled his head to her, and stroked his hair. So she took the first step toward bringing back their physical intimacy, like she had when she was a child. Not in terms of sex, no. But in terms of the warmth and sense of protection they both desperately needed. Ellen did not notice that she was still in touch with Lori, who waited patiently for her friend to come to her senses and answer something. Finally, Ellen sighed and continued her conversation with Lori. You know, I think about it myself. Why is he suddenly bringing back our childhood, our past now? I do not know. Maybe I should meet him and talk to him. Yes, ask him directly, what does he expect from your renewed relationship? If you do not get an intelligible answer, run away from him, run away. The dramatic tone in Lori's voice showed that she had already colorfully imagined the situation, as Ellen runs away from Ben, who, stunned by her determination, stands like a pillar, unable to understand anything. Or rather, this man cannot understand how Ellen has figured it all out about him, and his secret plans to use her for her husband's benefit. Yes, Lori could afford to go so far in her imagination. She was a writer, and her vivid imagination often led her into strange situations. But Lori's doubts about the true motives behind Ben's actions might have been well-founded. A puzzled Ellen said goodbye to Lori, promising to keep her updated on Ben's situation. She ended the conversation by pressing a button on her cell phone. That is it, the romance is over, Ellen thought. Real life begins, which carries divorce cases, figuring out the real motives behind Ben's actions, and planning my future life as a single woman. Nothing good. What about Ben? In the meantime, Ben was attending to the business of his client, Sam. He and Sam were sitting at a table in the meeting room of the law firm's office, surrounded by sheets of paper, cups of coffee, and many gadgets. Their cell phones were in constant use. Ben's laptop beeped with melodic notifications when another email arrived. Sam's case went well. Ben was proud to think he could separate his professional work and personal life well. His meetings with Ellen would not interfere with anything. What would they interfere with? His career? It was only going uphill. He was not doing anything wrong. After all, Sam and Ellen settled their property disputes amicably, neither of them thinking of going to court. Here, in a court dispute, communication and even past personal acquaintance with Sam's wife could get Ben into a lot of trouble. But when it was just a matter of an amicable agreement, that was not a hindrance. The important thing was that his client, Sam, was satisfied with the outcome of the negotiation process with his wife about the divorce and the division of the jointly gained property. So Ben will do his best to make that happen. Now he will go over with Sam all the points of his demands to Ellen, and everything will become clear. Ben was deep in his papers again, and his thoughts of Ellen receded to the background. Men know how to abstract their feelings. The business was what a man needed in life. A woman and her tenderness would have to wait. Scene 15. Sam's new proposal for the property division. Sam, sitting across from Ben, was unusually excited. Ben became interested in the reason for this and asked, "Sam, what is the matter? You are in such high spirits. Tell me what's the matter, do not keep me in suspense." He replied with no concealment of pride. "Ben, I inform you that with all due respect to your strategy and tactics in matters of my divorce, I have decided, I agree to all of my wife's terms." Ben stared at Sam in surprise. "What? But you hired our law firm precisely because you did not want to accept its terms. As I recall, you said you would never go for them. Or did I misunderstand something? What happened?" Sam leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and interlocked his fingers. He swayed on the chair's back legs like a naughty boy, delighted with his prank. A smug smile wandered across Sam's face. He was enjoying the effect this news had on Ben. Finally, Sam answered Ben. "I give up my claim for half of my and Ellen's jointly gained property. On one condition, I want to keep all the shares in our company. Let her take anything she wants from the rest of our property, money savings or small investments, anything she wants except the company." Here, Ben loosened his tie and unbuttoned his jacket. He leaned back in his chair just like Sam, with his hands in his pants pockets. Ben's face was a look of utter bewilderment. Without realizing it, he copied Sam's pose perfectly. The lingering silence had to be broken, so Ben asked Sam again. "But the stock in your joint company, according to your documents, has depreciated. What is the matter, Sam? Why do you want full ownership of such a troubled company?" Sam, still rocking back in his chair and looking away, said in a dreamy voice, "I grew up in this company, and I want to remain the sole owner of it. Anyone who has ever created his own successful." Suddenly Sam was silent, as if he had lost his voice. "That is a business that used to be successful," Sam quickly corrected himself. He continued, "That one will understand me." Ben felt Sam had let him know they were not equal, since Ben did not understand Sam's motive for wanting this. Yes, Ben was an employee. He was highly skilled, but was someone other than the owner of the company he worked for. However, Ben had chosen that path for his career. He did not understand how Sam could give up everything in favor of some near-bankrupt company. Why would he want that company? It was incomprehensible, even when Ben realized Sam was attached to this company as its creator. Did he still believe he could pull his business out of a money hole? There were many examples of entrepreneurs creating companies and saying goodbye to unsuccessful ones. It was the law of business that either the fittest or the fittest survive. But Sam wants a nearly bankrupt company, and that was surprising. Ben had no right to question his client's plans. He only wanted to know if Sam's statement was made thoughtfully, or if he was testing his lawyer's reaction to such a demand. However, the client's wish was the law, and Ben decided not to push Sam against the wall and accept his view of the situation. Okay, if his client wanted to get worthless company stock, that was the direction they should go with the negotiations. Ben rubbed his chin with his hand, was quiet for a moment, and spoke in a much colder tone than he had at the beginning of this conversation with Sam. "Yes, you have a right to do that. I am sure your wife will be pretty happy. However, she will be left with your house and everything else on his plot of land. This property on your house lot includes the guest house, the garage, the sauna, and the boat dock on the lake. Your wife will also keep her car in her use. Your savings and investments are not so significant as to be discussed separately now. Ben was quiet, seeing that Sam was nodding in tune with his words and did not want to discuss anything else, and then he continued. Despite that, Sam, your decision seems entirely altruistic. I need help understanding you. Sam rather sharply phased, not letting Ben finish his sentence. Ellen and I have children. Of course, I want them to inherit something from us. But Ellen, she will not have any more children. However, I have a small child. I can squeeze enough income out of the company to provide for my new family. Ben understood what Sam was talking about. He shook his head thoughtfully but in agreement, agreeing with Sam's point of view. However, few people could be as cynical about their wives as Sam. Rarely did people say aloud such selfish motives for their actions. Yes, the average man has less time to become a father than a woman does to become a mother. It was nature, and there was nothing he could do about it. He had children of his own, and even though they were grown, Ben, after losing his wife, could not decide to have a new relationship with a woman. Of course, he thought of possibly feeling love for someone again. Only, he was not determined to have a relationship with a woman again. It seemed to Ben all the time that his wife looked over his shoulder at his conversation with any woman, more or less pleasing to him. She was watching and evaluating her potential successor. Other than that, none of the women he knew could match her. Ben's friends assured him that all the normal times of grief in their society had passed, and that he, a widower, had every right to a new life. After all, Ben was only a little over 50, which was no boundary to live for a man. Some men he knew were easy enough to get intimate with women, and just as easy to get out of them, but not Ben. He was a man who wanted warmth and security from his life mate, not just the fleeting pleasures of sex. The prestige of his girlfriend never bothered him either. Ben's wife was not known for her good looks, but he saw her inner beauty. She had a beautiful heart and soul. It occurred to Ben that Ellen had disappeared from his social circle when he met his wife. It was during his first year of college. Ben could not be bothered with Ellen, who he thought had become too involved in her college studies and no longer had time for their company. That was how he and Ellen broke up, and Ben met his wife. The recollections drowned out a chill of anxiety in Ben's soul at the news that his client, Sam, had suddenly changed his demands on his wife drastically. What this change meant, though, was that Ellen would get all the property she wanted and even more. That was a good thing. Ben did not want to think any more about what had caused Sam's decision. Instead, Ben wanted to see Ellen's happy face when she got the news. It would have been nice to tell her himself. But first, he had to notify her lawyer of the change in the negotiations, and only then would it be possible to see how happy Ellen would be about her husband's decision. Ben forced himself to think of Ellen distractedly, only as a client. But it was not working. Images of her pouring him tea from a cup he had given her 30 years ago kept popping into his mind. Her blonde hair sparkled in the sunlight, breaking through the thick foliage of the apple tree branches leaning against her kitchen window. He could still feel the warmth of her body as she wrapped her arms around him and pressed his head against her chest. Ellen smelled something sweet, like a woman who often bakes sweets at home. Ben wanted to feel her warmth again, to see her eyes and hold her. Then in her kitchen, he felt like he had found himself at home, with his wife in his arms. In Ben's mind, Ellen was someone he had lost a long time ago, someone he desperately needed now. He could not get his wife back, but Ellen. She was right there. Ellen carried the warmth of their childhood friendship and loyalty to each other. Yes, they say that people do not change over the years. And Ellen had not changed a bit, in Ben's opinion. She was still the same sincere and brave girl he had spent most of his free time with at school. Why could they not feel something romantic for each other? When he grew up after high school, why did he immediately become infatuated with his future wife, instead of trying to build a new relationship with Ellen based on romance? Yes, precisely because then, in his childhood, the image of Ellen was not something sexual for him. She was a friend, his mate. As teenagers, they never even held hands as the surrounding couples did. They were not a couple. Ben and Ellen were just friends. It was a woman friend that Ben needed the most right now. He was a big boy enough to know that over the years, a man increasingly needed warmth and a reliable partner, not just a bombshell in bed. As a marriage and divorce lawyer, he constantly witnessed family tragedies involving mismatched life priorities among couples. For example, a man in his 50s divorces his wife of the same age. He has a younger woman and may even have a child with her. However, time passed, and the man was soon to be 60. His knees ache and his heart tingles. His health falters. Suddenly, he realized that his younger woman was nearby, and she was not ready to take care of him because he was almost an older man. She wants to live and live to the fullest. She needs to provide for their child, and this family has 20 years of work ahead of her. In 20 years, the man will be in his 70s. Many young wives of older men were unwilling to waste their lives on an old man. It was sad, but it was a fact. Not all women were like that, of course. There were happy couples with a considerable age difference. But Ben's work has shown him that the same mistakes were made repeatedly by people who tried to build a marriage but failed. That was why Ben was pessimistic about such relationships. Ben did not want that kind of life for himself. He knew he needed stability in his life. He realized that no young woman could ever offer him the empathy and assurance he hoped to find in a wife. But there would be one, Ben was sure now. Ben became certain of that when he met Ellen. Even though she was still married to his client, yes, life sometimes surprises us in ways you would not think of. Thinking about it, Ben decided he had to tell Ellen himself that her husband offered her much better terms for the divorce. He would be so happy to see her happy. After all, now Ellen could get everything she wanted, and even more. Scene 16. The divorce agreement and Ben. Ellen was sitting in an armchair in the living room, lazily browsing through an illustrated women's magazine. Her cell phone rang on the coffee table next to her chair. Ellen answered without looking at the cell phone screen. She knew that her divorce lawyer was probably calling. Ellen, hearing the first phrases of her lawyer's message, straightened up in her chair, opened her eyes wide and exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. "No way. No way. He agreed to everything. All of it. Am I right? And what does he want in return? Nothing? So that is it. What happened?" When Ellen finished speaking, she jumped up from her chair and spun around in a triumphant dance, still not fully believing what she had heard. It was the way an ancient inhabitant of the forests and plains would have danced, having killed a mammoth and provided his tribe with meat for months to come. With her arms spread wide, Ellen twirled on the spot, head back and eyes closed with the moment's pleasure. Her shirt was unbuttoned, the tank top beneath it became a sort of twist at the waist, and her light pants wrapped around Ellen's slender legs, twisting with her spinning. Ellen was relieved that her stress over the last several months would soon disappear, and that she could return to her routine. She will live a new, everyday life. Ellen thought. After all, I would get what I wanted, plus many things I had not even dreamed of. I should not have thought Sam would try to deprive me of my large share of the joint property. He really is an honest man. Ellen needed to understand why Sam suddenly wanted to trade his share of their joint real estate and movable property, including his share of their collective investments and savings in the bank, for her share of the company's stock. Of course, she had never imagined that he needed to work poorly for the company. But of course, Ellen knew how passionate Sam was about his work. She concluded, however, that his dedication to the organization was because he would need help finding a job elsewhere as an employee or an expert in his field. Yes, being an owner and a CEO was a unique business combination. It was a good combination if the business was profitable. However, Sam informed Ellen that their business was breathing on the verge of bankruptcy. Then why would he need all the company's stock for their remaining assets? Does Sam believe he can pull their firm out of bankruptcy? For a moment, Ellen had doubts about the actual reasons for her husband's action. More precisely, Sam was the man who would soon be her ex-husband. But Ellen stopped to think that a salesman's offer that was too good must arouse suspicion, from the quality of the product to the hidden consequences like an extended subscription or something like that. Ellen preferred to think of good things. For example, now she did not have to think constantly about where and what means she would live after the divorce. Now Ellen would have everything she wanted, and the opportunity not to spoil her relationship with Sam. If she does not fight with Sam, they will both be good parents in front of their children. The parents were divorcing after almost 30 years of marriage, and the father already had a new family, destroying the environment of the family's established value of family and the stability of family bonds. And now Ellen was glad that all her anguish would be over. She could typically communicate with her children without constantly bouncing back about divorce. She knew these conversations were very embarrassing for their children. William and Lucia could change nothing about their parents' relationship with each other, and they did not want to be on anyone's side. Their parents had divorced and had not asked the children's opinions about making that decision. Now let them deal with their problems. So what Ellen wanted now was one thing: to sign everything with Sam and as soon as possible. But after speaking with her lawyer, she was left with the impression that Sam also wanted to finish the divorce process as quickly as possible if they agreed on everything in the next few days. Ellen finally sat down on the couch, but only to call her lawyer back and arrange a day and date to meet Sam. Something fluttered in her heart at the thought of seeing Ben again. Her heart raced and her breath caught at the idea. Now everything would be all right. She would be divorced and could live the life she wanted. If fate led her into Ben's arms, so be it. Ellen gathered her thoughts and concentrated on her conversation with the lawyer. Finally, they made an appointment for tomorrow. Ellen finished talking on the phone, quickly tossed her cell phone up, caught it with both hands in the palms of her hands and laughed. Today she would do her favorite thing: bake cookies from her grandmother's oatmeal recipe with rhubarb. These simple cookies were plentiful and delicious. Ellen went into the kitchen, humming some cheerful tune from a famous love movie that suddenly came to her mind. Ellen put on a kitchen apron, tied the straps around her waist at the back, and began gathering everything she needed for the cookies on the kitchen table. She pulled out a jar of oatmeal, butter, rhubarb stalks, and sugar. Then Ellen found a natural vanilla pod in the cupboard, which still had its mind-blowing aroma, and prepared the mass for the cookies. She preheated the oven and put it in a tray with the mass of the future pie neatly laid on it, covering the stalks of rhubarb, finely chopped and sprinkled with sugar. The cookies were fragrant, and Ellen could not resist eating everything she had just baked. Now she could afford not to think about her figure and enjoy this promising moment. Ellen spent the day in high spirits, and by evening the house was finished with everything she had been putting off in recent weeks. First, Ellen washed the windows, washed the washing machine, and hung the curtains back on the windows. Then she vacuumed and mopped the floors throughout the house. After this feat of homeownership, which she would soon own undivided, Ellen dusted the shelves, bookshelves, and tables. That was the end of her efforts. But she was so content that, at last, her agony with her divorce would be over, that this weariness was unusually satisfying. Ellen filled a bathtub full of warm water, poured some foam into it, took off her clothes, and carefully holding onto the edge of the tub, sank into the warm and fragrant water. The foam covered the entire surface of the water. Ellen took turns taking one palm and the other out of the foam and playing with the foam bubbles. They would burst, but immediately others would fill their place. Ellen enjoyed this procedure for half an hour, after scrubbing her body with a sponge and natural soap. She rinsed with the shower and left the tub on the mat. Trickles of water ran off her body, but Ellen did not want to dry herself. Instead, she walked over to the mirror and looked at herself over. Yes, I should still be attractive to men, she thought, striking herself on the waist and thighs with her palms. If Ben could see me now. Yes, he still will. He will. She turned around, put on a voluminous white terry robe made of natural cotton hanging on the bathroom wall, and went into the bedroom. Ellen took off the robe and, putting nothing on, lay naked in bed. She pulled the light blanket over herself and closed her eyes. Ellen did not notice how she fell into a light and restful sleep. The next day, the sun's rays woke Ellen up. She had had a good night's sleep and was so pleased that she had done all the chores in the house yesterday. Finally, she had enough energy to continue negotiating the divorce with Sam. Ellen took a shower and put on her best suit. She was going to a meeting with her lawyer, Sam's lawyer, and his lawyer, Ben. Ellen wanted to think that this lovely moment in her life, when she would deal with her past life and start a new one, would be wonderful to spend next to Ben. But of course, she and Ben did not have to show anything warmer there than just shaking hands when they met or said goodbye. Ellen hoped that was how their meeting would end. She and Ben would shake hands. It was the only public touch that was acceptable in their situation. Perhaps after she had made her divorce from Sam official, it would be possible to ask Ben if he could spend time with her. It would only be their time, their private time. Still, in the depths of her dream, Ellen collected the papers and placed them in a folder. Then she grabbed her home keys, vehicle keys, and a tiny beauty bag containing everything she would need to touch up her light makeup and headed into town. Ellen arrived at the office of the law firm that handled Sam's business at the appointed time. She thought she had to be there at precisely the specified time. Ellen remembered this habit of coming to meetings 15 minutes in advance or even half an hour in advance. This habit was not in her past, though now Ellen was just a housewife. After all, she owned 50% of the stock in her and Sam's family company. But soon she would only come to appointments for dates. Those dates will be with Ben or with her friends. Soon her life will change. She will not have to think too hard about how to pay the bills or what to buy food with. Although her income would not be much after the divorce, she would not have to spend money on rent because Sam was leaving her at their house. From the revenue from the money invested in stocks and other financial instruments, Sam also leaves her. She would get the money to maintain the house. So, Ellen decided to look for a job right after the divorce. Ellen thought a little. Why should she have to work? Sam had promised her everything they had in the joint account, and there should be enough money for her to put aside in her retirement fund. But the problem was that she would be back in her house and her friends' confined world. She needs freedom, she needs people around here. No more sitting at home. She needs to be among people. Work was the best way to get into an environment where life was vibrant. When she arrived at Sam's law office, Ellen walked into the office she knew. This was the last time they had met, and she met Ben there again. Ellen froze for a moment in front of the transparent door of the meeting room. She looked at the people there. Ben sat at the table, leaning toward Sam and murmuring, occasionally pointing with an expensive fountain pen at the documents paragraphs on the table in front of them. Sam listened attentively to Ben and occasionally nodded in agreement. Ellen's lawyer was sitting across from them, apparently bored, waiting for his client to arrive so he could give her the same introductory explanations for the documents she and Sam needed to sign at this meeting. Ellen slowly opened the transparent door of the meeting room, and Ben looked up to see her. There was a smile on his face, but not the smile he had greeted her with back at the greenhouse, when he had jumped out of the thicket of tropical plants and scared her so hard she had almost fallen into the fountain. Now he was smiling at her in a friendly but reserved way. His eyes smiled at her, but his lips remained pressed together. It was felt that he was not free to show his feelings, whether they were friendly or... Ellen mentally pulled herself back and forced herself to concentrate on the case. They were adults, and it was enough that Ben was forced to break the rules and communicate with her on their own time. And even save her life. Ellen lowered her eyes in embarrassment as she remembered how Ben had carried her in his arms after he had helped her cope with her fainting in the cafe. A sense of the unreality of what was happening pierced her. Here he is, her childhood friend, sitting across from her, and they cannot even smile openly at each other. It was all the adult games they have to play now. They used to make up their games, but had to play by the accepted rules. Ben seemed to notice her embarrassment and misinterpreted it. He rose from his chair, pulled on his jacket, and greeting her gestured for Ellen to take the seat opposite Sam and himself, next to her lawyer. Ellen thanked Ben briefly, tossed a hello to Sam, who glanced at her, answered hello, somehow reservedly, sighed, and quickly returned to studying the document. The lawyers then began their conversation and exchanged the main points of both sides' proposals, which had already been prepared in a document lying on the table in front of them. But again, Ben seemed fully immersed in the business conversation. Ellen, waiting for the result of their conversation, in which she repeatedly heard purely legal terms that she did not understand, twiddled her ballpoint pen in her fingers and glanced sideways at Ben from time to time. Since everything was all right now, she did not have to catch every word the lawyers said as before, and she did not have to strain to understand the meaning of what they were talking about. Now she just had to sign this property division agreement, and that was it. That was it. When the conversation between the lawyers was over, Ellen and Sam took turns signing the documents prepared for them. Ellen heaved a sigh of relief and, carefully placing the fountain pen Ben had thoughtfully given her on the table, rose from the table. Suddenly Sam, who was still sitting across from her in a kind of stupor, also exhaled an air of, with clear relief and stood up and said, "Well, you got everything you wanted. Congratulations." However, there was a certain amount of mockery in that congratulations that made Ellen wary, who knew all the intonations of her spouse. Soon he would be her ex-husband. Ellen glanced at Sam in surprise and, not understanding the reason for his special tone, replied politely, "But you are the one who suggested all this. Thank you for thinking of the children and me. I need clarification on what you will do with the company. But that is none of my business." Sam, glancing at her sideways, answered quickly, "Yeah, I got everything I wanted to. And I will do whatever I want with my company." He came out from behind the desk, turned to Ben, who was still sitting there parsing papers, and said with a nod to Ellen, "Which is probably the most bloodless divorce you have ever done." He answered with a strange look at Ellen, as if she had not lived up to his expectations. "Yes, it is amazing that you could negotiate so well. I could not even get more bills out so quickly. You could negotiate." Everyone laughed, realizing Ben was a lawyer and joking in his environment. What else could he tell them? They would keep arguing, and his firm would make money on it. Ben would not do that, especially not when his childhood friend Ellen was one of the negotiating parties. Ben told no one that he knew Ellen before this meeting. Well, who would he tell? Sam. After that, he would immediately lose him as a client. Or Ben himself would be replaced in the case. But Ben could not give up the opportunity to keep, at least, some reason to see Ellen before her divorce. This negotiation meeting was the only way to legally see her. Ben can no longer communicate with her after they settled their divorce and divided the property. Now he would have to remove himself from her life and take a pause, at least until Sam and Ellen were divorced. Even then, he could only see her freely after some time had passed. It would probably be weeks or even months from Ellen's divorce. The rules were unwritten, but Ben did it himself, even though he was inexorably drawn to Ellen. Even now, while he saw Ellen sitting across from him at the table in the conference room, he thought she was not looking at him or even avoiding his gaze. Ellen was just immersed in her worries. Besides, Sam, sitting next to Ben, did not encourage her to look at Ben. As a faithful wife, Ellen had never once tried to flirt with a man she knew or did not know in all those 3 decades. She did not need to do so, for she was full of her life with Sam, taking care of their children and home. Ellen avoided looking at Ben, because she felt guilty that she had developed some sense of community with her longtime childhood friend. However, neither he nor she had done anything against their own or the accepted rules of married couples' behavior. Now, as she sat across from 2 men, one of whom was abandoning a relationship with her, and the other she had recently thought been trying to build a new relationship with her, she was getting just physically sick. Ellen had once read a novel about a middle-aged woman who, bored with real feelings, had an affair with a visiting man who charmed her with his, unlike the local farmers. But as Ellen remembered, nothing good comes of such a relationship, just feelings, sex, and then letters and memories. That story stuck in Ellen's mind. Sometimes Ellen wondered why some women sought pleasure on the side while trying to keep the family they had. She did not understand that. It seemed to Ellen that she had everything she wanted. She did not have to look for anything on the side. Sam seemed to understand and respect her as she was. He also never once gave her a reason to be jealous, though Ellen just preferred not to notice his little antics if there were any. She did not know whether he was secretly having affairs with her. So she was at peace with her life. Ellen knew one thing. If she had discovered this betrayal in their family, she would have broken up with Sam immediately. That was why she did not want to see anything. Over the years, she had told Sam more than once about cheating in the family. Sam always listened to her carefully, seeming to agree with her completely. Later he looked thoughtful, and Ellen could not tell if he was listening carefully or just nodding mechanically in time with her words. So now Ben could not catch her gaze. But still seated at the negotiating table, Ellen saw he was persistently seeking her eye. Perhaps Ben wanted to know if she was satisfied with the results of the deal with her husband. She was very content, but she did not want to show her feelings in front of these men who were now deciding her fate. These men, her husband, her lawyer Ben, were in their midst. None of them would suffer financially in divorcing his wife. Ellen remembered recently reading a book in which a woman author, who had achieved financial independence on her own, gave statistics on how the financial situation differed between an average middle-aged woman going through a divorce and a man her age who had also gone through a divorce. A woman's financial situation was markedly worse than a man's. Many reasons contributed to this, and Ellen did not want to think about it now. However, having just received such a lavish divorce gift from her husband, she thought she would be well provided for and had nothing more to want from her former family. Ellen no longer wondered why Sam was divorcing her. She almost did not care anymore. Let him live with them, if he had a lover or even a second family. The strange thing was that he kept only the stock in their company. He got her share of the stock for her other possessions and savings. It was still strange, but Ellen stopped thinking about it and concentrated on the upcoming execution of all the documents for transferring ownership of the property she had ceded. That would have to be handled actively. She might need the help of a lawyer again, and she would decide when she realized how much money she had at her disposal right now. Until now, she had relied on Sam to handle their family's financial affairs, but now she needed to remember how estates and investments were managed. She took directly to what the future held for her. Ellen rose from the table, said a brief goodbye to her lawyer, and tossed a bye. Sam tried to slip away from the face-to-face meeting with Ben unnoticed. However, he blocked her way and said warmly, "Congratulations. I hope you made a good agreement with your husband. Thank you for being willing to negotiate." Ellen, embarrassed, rubbing the strap of her purse, stood in front of him and did not know how to answer him. It was Ben, and it was not Ben. Now he addressed her as if they were strangers. Ellen still could not wrap her mind around the fact that he was her husband's lawyer. Mentally, she knew he had no right to show her anything but respect in front of all those people. But her heart was waiting for his encouragement, and she read it in his eyes. It gave her strength, and Ellen responded, "Thank you. I am sure that you did your best to make sure that we, your clients, could negotiate on terms that were beneficial to us. Goodbye and have a nice day." With these words, Ellen slipped past Ben, who still stood as if he expected something more from her than polite farewell words, and rushed to the elevator. As she descended the elevator, Ellen thought not about what she should do now with this whole divorce thing, but about how Ben looked at her as he said goodbye. Whether she imagined it, he was not looking at her like a childhood friend or a client, but as a woman. Scene 17. A stranger's call. A couple of weeks had passed since the divorce was negotiated. Ellen gradually immersed herself in the paperwork for her new property and forgot about Ben. At least, that was how she felt about forgetting him. One beautiful morning, she was sitting at the table on the veranda of their house, drinking fragrant tea from a beautiful antique tea service and looking out over the calm water surface of the lake. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Ellen looked at the number of the caller. The number was unfamiliar and was outside her cell phone directory. Typically, Ellen would not answer such calls. Still, she had many new contacts for divorce-related matters, and she thought she had forgotten to put someone's number in her cell phone contacts. She answered the phone. An unfamiliar, muffled male voice sounded in the receiver. "May I speak to Mrs. Evans?" "I am listening to you," Ellen replied. "I feel it is my duty to tell you something about your husband. You need to know that he has entered fictitious contracts for those supplies that your firm could not pay, and is now bankrupting it. Do a full audit of the company, or check the transactions in the bank accounts of your company. You will understand everything." Who are you?" Ellen whispered to the receiver. "Why are you telling me all this? Why should I believe you? I am one of your husband's former business partners. Unfortunately, I also was a victim of his resourcefulness. Therefore, I consider it my duty to inform you about the sham transactions. But I will remain incognito. Do not involve me in the investigation. Even if you find me, which I highly doubt, I will retract everything I have just told you." Ellen remained seated with her cell phone in her hand, her mouth open but unable to say anything. There was no need to answer. The phone beeped, and the conversation ended. A wave of heat rose in Ellen's chest, replaced by a disgusting chill of foreboding. The feeling filled her whole being. No, it could not be. Why should she believe the anonymous report of some jealous husband of hers? She had just signed all the property division papers with Sam. She was no longer interested in what he would do with their company stock. Maybe she needs enough money in her accounts, investments, and this house. But what if Sam deceived her? Suddenly, an even worse thought pierced her. What about Ben? He knew all about their company stock, did he not? So was he in on it with Sam? Had Ben betrayed her too? Ellen jumped up, her half-empty cup of tea swinging on the saucer. Ellen grabbed her cell phone and searched for her contacts for Ben's company number. Her fingers trembled with excitement. She wanted information now, whether he knew about Sam's stock fraud. Ellen got through, and the receptionist immediately transferred her call to Ben's cell phone number. Ben's baritone sounded on the phone. He greeted her cheerfully with his thick baritone. "Hello, Ellen. I was not expecting your call, but I am glad to hear from you. I did not dare bother you myself." Ellen, hearing his painfully familiar voice, calmed down a little and said, "Ben, thanks for taking my call. I planned nothing, it is just that I have something important to do with you. Can we meet right now? We need to talk right away." Ben responded, a little surprised but quickly. "Yes, of course, after my work. I finish my business at 6 o'clock tonight, and we can meet. Where would you prefer to meet?" "At our cafe on the lake." "Yeah, the one where, you know." Ellen's voice sounded embarrassed. "Where we last saw each other," she finished the sentence. Ellen did not have the strength to say, "Where you saved my life." It would have sounded too grateful, and then she would not have been able to throw Ben the accusations swirling around in her head. Accusations of betrayal. The thought flashed through Ellen's mind that she would accuse her old friend of treason without evidence of his complicity. But about Sam, too, she had just been told something anonymously that she believed immediately. She cannot talk to Sam, and that does not matter now. What was important? She needed to figure out whether Ben knew about what Sam had done to their firm. The phrase "probably did" no longer crossed her mind. She remembered Sam's absences and delays at work, which she did not want to know anything about, except what he had told her himself. Ellen immediately believed that Sam had cheated on their firm's stock. Otherwise, why else would he offer her the rest of the property to get her share of the stock? Now everything was falling into place. Ellen stormed out of her seat and ran to the dressing room to pick out clothes for her meeting with Ben. Somehow, her husband might have been cheating on their assets and did not bother her now. The wave of disgust and coldness toward both men had passed. All that mattered now was that she would see Ben and try to find out if he knew anything about Sam's plans. Ellen did not want to involve Ben in her personal affairs with Sam, but she needed to know if he knew what the anonymous well-wisher had just told her. Suppose Ben knew that the company's stock was artificially undervalued. In that case, all his attempts to rekindle his relationship with her might have been motivated by a desire to distract her from her divorce and allow Sam to take full ownership of their entire firm. If the firm had not depreciated, as Sam had shown her in his valuation of the company's assets before the divorce, he stole from Ellen by signing the divorce agreement on the terms he offered her. All the assets and savings she was getting under the new deal with Sam in her possession were not worth a tenth of her share of 50% of their company if the firm was not as bad as Sam had made it out to be. Ellen most wanted to believe someone right now. But who? Sam or Ben? She had known Sam for 30 years. Ben only for 15 years, her entire childhood. Those 15 years had been 30 years ago. Which would outweigh the words of an old, trusted friend or her husband's conviction? Her husband, who had divorced her by cheating on her? Scene 18. Explanation of Ellen and Ben. Ellen walked swiftly into the cafe. A loose white silk blouse with long sleeves, carelessly unbuttoned at the chest with a pair of buttons, was light on Ellen's high breasts. Moccasins of fine blue suede on light rubber soles seemed a natural extension of the color of her blue jeans, which were loose around her hips and legs. Now Ellen was not interested in the lake's expanse, nor in the people sitting on the veranda of the cafe, enjoying the sunny day. Instead, she stopped in the middle of the cafe veranda and twisted, looking around at the surrounding people. Ellen's figure seemed like a statue, frozen in the tense rush of searching for someone. Someone who was supposed to be here. At that exact moment, a tall, sturdy-looking man appeared behind her from behind the light curtain separating the veranda of the cafe from the hall. He silently approached Ellen from behind and touched her shoulder lightly. The woman turned sharply toward him. Her eyes seemed ready to sizzle Ben on the spot. He had not expected such a reaction to his appearance. He jokingly stepped back, spreading his arms around and to his sides as if surrendering to her mercy. It was Ben. Ellen stared at him in silence, not saying a word. She looked for a sign of surprise or sorrow on his face that would confirm her thoughts that Ben had been dishonest. However, he still looked at her peacefully. Finally, Ben was the first to break the silence. What are you? What are you? I scared you. What is the matter with you? You are like a tigress. Ellen, keeping her furious gaze on him and still not saying hello, stepped toward him, pointing her finger accusingly at his chest and asking in a frantic, indignant voice. So? What, are you happy with the deal? Did I sign everything you needed, or is there anything left? Ben looked at her in surprise, not understanding the reason for this change in Ellen. He could not find the words to answer. But he had to understand the situation, and to clarify, he could answer anything. Ellen moved closer to him, raising her right hand as if she wanted to hit him, but was hesitant. She never hit him, just exhaled sharply and poked her finger into his chest, hissing. Well, are you satisfied? You did it. Your client got a solid piece of my property, and you got your fee. Ben still did not understand what was going on. But he saw he had to take matters into his own hands, or else they would be kicked out of the cafe, or worse, the police would be called. So he raised his hands conciliatorily, palms out in front of him, as if he were surrendering to the victor's mercy. Still, with her forefinger on his chest, Ellen wanted to shout some more accusations at him. To prevent this, he grabbed her by the forearm and brought her behind the curtain that separated the cafe's offices from the rest of the hallway. Ben pulled Ellen, who tried to resist but not much. Then, finally, she realized she was wrong to show her anger in public and would have to go somewhere with Ben where they could talk in private. Ben closed the door, signaling the waiter to bring them something and leave them alone. Still holding Ellen's forearm tightly, Ben pushed her to the table and forced her into a chair. He sat down beside her, staring at her in silence. Ellen's initial outburst of emotion had passed. Now she was staring at Ben just as silently, her hands on the table and her fists clenched. She did not want Ben to see her hands shaking. Ellen tried to attack him with harsh words, beat his fists in his chest, on his shoulders. She tried to make him confess that he had sought meetings with her to get his client better on divorce terms. Yes, he got everything for Sam, and already had his fee. So what did he buy with that money? That expensive watch right there? That car he drove? That stylish tie matches the color of his eyes so well, as an expensive clothing designer picked it up. Costly clothes for his lover? He certainly has one. A man like that cannot be alone for that long. These thoughts swirled through Ellen's mind. But she, seeing Ben's determination to be silent before the waiter brought the order to their office, held back her words and did not utter a word. However, no one could forbid her to accuse him of her thoughts, to accuse him before he even justified himself. Finally, a waiter came in with a tray containing a decanter of wine, carved glass wine glasses, and some appetizers. He carefully arranged everything on the table and disappeared behind the door, bowing politely in a half bow. Ben finally broke the silence and let go of Ellen's hand. She recoiled from him, but did not move away. Instead, she leaned back in her chair and stared at Ben point blank with her arms folded across her chest. Ben poured wine glasses and arranged the appetizers better on the plate, moving the food closer to Ellen. It was as if he was stalling on purpose, not starting the conversation so that Ellen would come to her senses. She looked at Ben warily, picked up a piece of food from her plate and a glass of wine, but never touched the food or the drink. Ben looked at Ellen with a strange look. He seemed to admire her. This woman had just given him a public scandal in the cafe of their small town, where everybody knows everybody, and he was looking at her with admiration. What kind of man is he? Thought Ellen, who was feeling remorse for her intemperate behavior. She could have avoided making a scene with him and tried to talk. But she missed the chance to lead this conversation because her emotions had overwhelmed her intellect. Ben finally broke the silence. "Calm down," he whispered, staring at Ellen. "Yes," she answered quietly, still trembling with excitement. With her hands, Ellen gripped her forearms tightly, her cheeks flushed. She seemed to have a fever. Ben continued just as quietly. "Then explain to me, what is it? What happened? Why did you yell at me like that?" Ellen looked straight into Ben's eyes and found no shadow of a doubt that he had done something wrong to her. His eyes were straight and his eyebrows raised high. He looked genuinely surprised. Ben tilted his head slightly to the left and gazed into her eyes, letting her know he was listening intently and not going to interrupt her. Ellen suddenly lost all her resolve. Now she thought as soon as she voiced her suspicions aloud, Ben would disappear from her life. He would not forgive her. But there was nothing to be done, for Ben realized that something important had happened to her, or she would not have raised her voice so much in a public place. "I now do not know where to start," she uttered. The words were hard to get out. It was so hard for her to speak. But Ellen continued. "I have just been informed that Sam has undervalued our company by a substantial amount. A very substantial amount. He basically ripped me off." Ben leaned back in his chair with his hands on the table and opened his eyes wide. His expression was one of undisguised amazement. "Sam? Underestimated the value of the company?" He could only repeat her words. Ellen, gathering her strength, continued. "Sam entered fictitious contracts, and failing to deliver on them, our company owed them substantial sums. Since there was nothing to pay the contractors, they started bankruptcy proceedings against the company. But these firms are his own. Our money has gone into his pocket. Maybe it is not so bad, and later he will return the money to the company's accounts. I do not know. Sam is so eager to run this business without me, he took that risk. It may not be a fraud on the company in the long run, but it sure is fraud on me and his wife and partner in this business." Ben listened intently to her story. His face grew darker with each word she spoke. Ellen was getting calmer and calmer as she mumbled her assumptions about Sam's motives. She could see Ben's reaction. He seemed genuinely surprised and saddened. For her, that was the best she could expect right now. But after a moment, the same dark thought crept back into her mind. She had been blindly trusting Sam, her husband, just as much. No, she had to stop taking everything she saw at face value. She had to use logic, not feelings. Meanwhile, Ben cautiously asked her. Okay. Where did that information come from?" "I got a call." "From whom?" asked Ben quickly, glancing pointedly at her. "Anonymous call. I was so confused. I do not think I kept my phone number or cannot remember." "Maybe it was unidentifiable private," Ellen answered. Ben held out his hand to her and said in a tone of command, "Give me your cell phone." Ellen dragged her cell phone out of her purse and handed it to Ben, holding it across the table. Then, realizing that she was entirely under Ben's influence, she hocked her hand away from the cell phone, squeezed it tightly with both palms of her hands and exclaimed, "No, Ben. No. I can handle this all by myself. Sam is still my husband, and I will deal with him myself." Ben slowly turned away from her, lowered his outstretched hand to Ellen, looked dumbfounded at Ellen, and asked, "But then why me? Why are you so angry with me? You must report your husband's fraud, but first, you must find out if your information is accurate. Anyone can make up such information and smear someone for no reason. Where is the proof?" Ellen answered quietly, crumpling her scarf in her hands. "You remember Sam made me an offer that looked unbelievably posh? He offered me to swap the so-called depreciated stock in our company for what is worth a lot less. His share of the rest our former family's estate. He could not have done it all without you, Ben. Ben, unable to believe his ears, stared at Ellen with his mouth ajar. His eyebrows were raised high, his eyes wide. Satisfied that she had finally found the strength to say her accusations aloud, Ellen crossed her arms over her chest. She sat there staring at Ben and watching his reaction. Finally, Ben stood up, put his hands in his pants pockets, and paced back and forth in the office with his head down and looking straight ahead. "So you thought I was helping your husband pull all this off?" he finally asked, stopping and looking sternly at Ellen. She, looking straight at him, answered clearly. "Yes, Ben, I thought so. You showed up in front of me in the middle of our divorce proceedings, and suddenly, right after that meeting, Sam drastically changed his demands. He and I signed all the papers, and now we just have to wait for the formalities of the deal to be completed. What could I think of your role in this situation?" Ellen looked at Ben standing in front of her, hands in his pants pockets, fancy business suit, expensive wristwatch, and the look of the boy she had just undeservedly offended. She felt uncomfortable. What was she saying to him? Could not she deal with her feelings, think, and only then do something about such an important matter involving two men she loved? Ellen suddenly froze and trembled inside her, and then it was as if a fire broke out in her heart. Her cheeks blushed. Her two favorite men? Two. Was that what she thought of Ben as well? Did she love him? He was just her childhood friend. But something happened to her when he appeared in the greenhouse, and later when he saved her life in that same cafe. Sam had long since distanced himself from her, and suddenly Ellen had just found a man she could trust again. That man was Ben, to whom she had now expressed her suspicions, accusing him of conspiring with her cheating husband. Ellen was so embarrassed by her thoughts that she lowered her head, wrapped her arms around it, interlocked her fingers on the back of her head, and stared at the table. Ben walked over to her, squatted beside her chair, dabbed her chin with his fingers, and turned her head toward him. He looked into Ellen's eyes. She felt as if Ben's gaze had burned through her, the pain and surprise in it. "What on earth were you thinking, Ellen? What made you think I could be in on it with Sam?" "Nothing like that happened, believe me," he said. Ellen did not know what to answer. The phrase of that anonymous well-wisher was still ringing in her ears. "Oh, and do not forget your husband's lawyer. That guy is obviously in on it with Sam." Ellen felt sick again. For some reason, she believed the anonymous message immediately. There was something in it that could be true, for instance, the information about what Sam had done to the company's suppliers. But of course Ben, charming as he was, could not play on her feelings and make it look like she had unreasonably hurt her old friend with vain suspicions. But really, how could she think of Ben like that? Maybe she just needed to vent her anger and disappointment at Sam on someone else. Ben was the first person she thought of. Ben was a childhood friend she had always trusted. However, he was Sam's lawyer. Ellen sat there without moving. Ben's hand was still on her shoulder, and its warmth seemed to burn through Ellen. Despite her suspicions about Ben, Ellen wanted the moment to last and last. So why did she get the opportunity to feel Ben's tenderness, just as she pushed him away? Ellen looked away from Ben's eyes, removed his arm from her shoulder, and rose sharply from her chair. "No, no," she exclaimed, turning away from Ben. She had to escape that touch of his hand, run from his gaze. "I thought nothing of it. I just had to see you, and hear what you had to say to me in response to the news." Ellen pulled herself together, and continued. "Yeah, I am sorry. I thought you were in on it with Sam. It was easier for me to count that way. Then I would not have been a complete fool to be fooled by my ex-husband." With tears in her eyes, Ellen grabbed her purse and hurried to the office door. She opened the door and turned to see Ben standing in the back of the office by the desk, looking at her with regret and incomprehension. Ellen resolutely turned away and went outside. She could not stand the sight of Ben any longer. She did not want to think about the pain she had caused him with her accusation. Ben's words made no difference. He had not denied that her client's husband might have deceived her. Instead, he asked for proof of her accusations. And there were not any. An anonymous phone call was not proof. Now it did not matter to Ellen whether Ben was in league with Sam or whether he ignored the trap he had set for his wife. Ellen had to get away from Ben. Run away from his gaze, from the warmth of his hands. It was over. She no longer had a friend. Scene 19. Ben at the chairman of the board of directors. The door to the office of the chairman of the board of directors of the law firm opened, and a young woman, an assistant, looked in. There was a look of confusion on her face. She said hesitantly to Benjamin Collins, "Good morning. Mr. Collins is here to see you." A thick bass sounded in response. "Does he have an appointment to meet? What is the big deal? What is the urgency?" The assistant replied, "He very much asks to see him without a prearranged time. He says the matter is urgent and cannot be delayed." "All right, let him through," the chairman of the board of directors answered her, sighing heavily. He had torn away from smoking his morning cigar. It was not popular now, but he was an old-school man and did not say goodbye to his old habits, even though they were unhealthy. Ben made his way to the office of the chairman of the board of directors and closed the door tightly behind him. A large, older, gray-haired man was waiting for him, sitting at a desk that took up half the office. The chairman of the board of directors' reading glasses was carefully arranged atop the pile of paperwork on the desk in front of him. The desk was extensive, made of natural wood, and tinted almost black. On the tabletop were writing instruments made of semi-precious blue stone. The silver finish gave these utensils the appearance of jewelry set in a noble setting. Ben said hello, sat at the side of the long conference table that formed a T with the chairman's table, and got down to business. "Mr. Chairman, I asked to be received urgently because we have a crucial case to discuss. I have suspicions, albeit undocumented, that our client is attempting a fraudulent transaction against his wife, with whom he is in divorce proceedings." The chairman, accustomed to surprises in their profession, raised his thick gray eyebrows in surprise. "Fraud? What kind of fraud?" "Underestimated the value of shares in a joint company. Our client has offered to exchange the company's stock held by his wife for giving her other assets. However, if the value of the company is undervalued, then Mrs. Evans is clearly being defrauded and deprived of a substantial portion of the jointly owned property." The chairman nodded slowly and lowered his eyes, pondering the information. Then, glancing intently at Ben, he asked, "Yes, the situation is complicated. But what is your role in this story? Where did you get the information that our client was a fraudster?" Ben swallowed and said in a voice a little hoarse with excitement, "I was informed by his wife, Ellen." He continued, "You should also know that Mrs. Evans and I have known each other for a long time. She is a childhood friend of mine. True, we have not seen each other in 30 years. The thing is, when I was handling Mr. Evans' divorce case, I did not know that his wife was an old acquaintance of mine. Back then, as a child, she had a different last name. So as adults, we first met in the first negotiations of the parties to the divorce proceedings for the division of property." The chairman of the board was silent and gazed at Ben. He said, "I understand that I have put our company in an ambiguous situation. I understand and accept my responsibility for everything that is happening. The most important thing now is to determine whether the information about the possible undervaluation of the company's stock is accurate and to act on that basis." I look forward to your decision in this matter. The chairman nodded his head, rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his hand, and intoned, "It was good of you to let me know about the situation with our client. I appreciate your honesty. We all make mistakes, but not everyone has the courage to take responsibility for them." After a bit of silence, he continued, "We will take care of the problem. Thank you for your help, Mr. Collins. I think I know how to convince Sam to get things back to normal and give his wife's share to her. We will return all agreements to the original terms of their property division agreement. We are the ones who will ensure the return of Mrs. Evans' due share of the property. Do not worry," he said. "Despite this, you find yourself in an ambiguous position because of your previous acquaintance with the wife of a client of our company. That her husband tried to defraud her aggravates your situation in this case. To my great regret, we will have to remove you from this case and you should leave the company. I know it sounds harsh, but those are the rules of the business." Ben stood there like a puddle of chilly water. It was one thing to suspect how this confession of his past friendship with Ellen would end, but it was another to hear his leader pronounce such a sentence. Would Ben be willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of justice for Ellen? Ben came to this meeting without thinking about its consequences. He felt Ellen deserved to be treated fairly because she was a faithful wife and a caring mother. She was also his childhood friend. As soon as he recognized Ellen was Sam's wife, Ben should have transferred over her divorce procedures to one of his colleagues. These thoughts gave bitterness to his thoughts of Ellen, but they also carried with them some sense of heroic action and sacrifice. A sacrifice in the name of justice. For a moment, Ben thought of his ex-wife and how she would probably be proud of what he had done. Although, of course, she might not have approved of his desire to rekindle his relationship with his childhood friend. Still, all else aside, she would have approved of what he had done. These thoughts suddenly brought Ben relief. He sighed, squared his broad shoulders, and spoke. "Yes, I understand everything. I did not know what to expect, but of course I accept whatever you decide. Of course I did not expect it to turn out this way, and I was foolish to give in to my feelings, hoping the parties to the process had already agreed on everything." His supervisor knew that Ben still had not settled his personal life after the death of his wife. In a matter as delicate as the company's reputation and the future it depended on, it was impossible to avoid victims. That victim would be Ben, who would now have to leave the company. The reason for his dismissal will not be known to anyone, so as not to bring the scandalous situation beyond the narrow circle of those involved in Sam's divorce case. Scene 20. Tea with friends. Ellen was sitting with Betty and Laurie in the kitchen of her house, drinking tea with them. But of course, the tea was only a pretext for the meeting. Just an hour ago, a message fell to them in their shared chat room with Ellen. "Hi. I have some sad news. I broke up with Ben." There was more to that phrase, "I have bad news," than "I broke up with Ben." Ellen could not find the moral strength to tell her friends in writing how her husband had cheated on her. She felt that if she wrote it, the news would go out through the news channels, and everyone would know what a scoundrel Sam was. Another thing that confused Ellen, she had no proof that Sam had cheated on the company's value. That was why the cautious Ellen did not have the energy to record in writing what Sam might have done. It was enough that she informed her friends of her breakup with Ben. What kind of breakup was that, though? It was not like they were a couple in love. She and Ben were just friends in their distant childhood. That was why Laurie and Betty, after reading her message, understood nothing that had happened and were genuinely amazed at what had happened. So one by one, all three of them went to the video chat room. After greetings, Laurie started the conversation. "Ellen, what is the matter? Why did you stop your relationship with Ben? You said to yourself he was your best friend. Ellen fidgeted in her chair and answered Betty in an unusually harsh tone. He tricked me. Ben is in league with my ex-husband, or almost ex-husband. Here, Betty joined in the conversation. Come on, Ellen. We must think it over again. I do not believe that the man who saved your life would want to hurt you. We must meet at once and discuss everything. Just look at you, you should not be alone right now. Ellen shook her head sadly, agreeing with her friend. Then, Lori retook the initiative. So, listen to me. Meet me at Ellen's in an hour. We will bring all the sweets with us. You do not have to worry about anything, Ellen. I hope you have water and tea. Ellen, smiling wryly, answered. Yes, that is enough. All right, come over, I am waiting for you. And you do not have to bring me food, I have some sweets. At that, the friend said goodbye, and the screen on her cell phone went dark. It was as dark as her soul. What would she be without Ben? She would no longer have Sam, her husband, and she was also losing Ben, her friend. What has she done with her life? What if she was wrong, and Ben knew nothing about her husband's dishonest intentions? In these thoughts, Ellen strolled around the kitchen and placed the cups of her favorite tea on the table. It was for the dearest guests only. Its cups and saucers were beautifully hand-painted. The cups and saucers, the teapot, the sugar bowl, and the milk jug looked as if they were woven from the delicate floral designs and the gold trim on the edges. Something resembling a flower cloud was formed on the table, and it was transported from the garden directly to her table. The painting of the service was exquisite, and Ellen did not remember the price of this service, but it was exorbitant. When Ellen bought this service, she told Sam that it was worth it to splurge once on something that would be in the family, perhaps for decades. How right she was. Ellen assumed Sam was no longer in her life or would be soon, but her favorite set remains with her and, as before, delights her eyes with its beauty. The doorbell rang. Ellen went out into the hallway to meet her friends. Betty was the first to arrive. She jumped out of her car, and holding the strap of her tiny purse slung over her shoulder with one hand and lifting a basket covered with a kitchenette, made her way toward Ellen. Betty was wearing ample summer clothes of bright colors, which gave her the appearance of a large colorful flower, such as a bright, crimson-colored terrycloth peony. Betty flew into the house, exclaiming, "Well, here we are. Have a guest." She hugged Ellen on the fly, slipped into the kitchen, took some packages out of her basket, and arranged something on plates carefully prepared by Ellen. Ellen smiled as she looked at the businesslike Betty. How cozy she was. The minute she visited, her voice and the scent of baked goods wafted through the house. Ellen looked out into the yard and saw a car pulling up to the house, with Lori waving to her from the open window of the driver's seat. The woman carefully stopped the car in the visitor's parking lot, got out of the car quietly, and walked toward the house. Lori's face had an expression of calmness and a kind of determination that was not typical of hers. Lori entered the house, gave Ellen a gentle hug, and went into the kitchen. She brought nothing, for Betty had all the sweets. Ellen took up tea. The careful and measured preparation of tea gave tea drinking a special meaning. For Ellen, any tea made at home had to be from whole tea leaves. First, she rinsed the teapot off the set with boiling water. Then she took her best black tea from the shelf in the kitchen and poured it into the teapot, still smoking from the hot water. Then she poured boiling water into the teapot. In 5 minutes, the tea would be ready. Ellen put the teapot on the table and finally sat down in her seat. She took the teapot and poured tea for everyone, adding boiling water to the right consistency of tea. The 3 women sat longer without saying a word and enjoyed their tea and pastries. "So girls, are we going to talk or just get fat?" Betty began the conversation, sending a piece of cake behind her cheek. Ellen sat with her hands helplessly folded in her lap and could not find the strength to say anything. Then Lori joined in the conversation. "Ellen, darling, tell us what is wrong. Tell us and you will feel better." Ellen sighed heavily, corrected the napkin lying on the table, and began her story. "As soon as the divorce papers were completed, I received information that Sam could have committed fraud against our company's obligations to make it seem bankrupt. According to this man who called me, the company is not impaired. It had just been bankrupted on purpose. I agreed to Sam's new offer, in which he generously offered to exchange my portion of the company's stock for his portion of our family's estate. That's the way it is." Betty and Lori sat, not saying a word. Their faces were stretched out. Every person considered what they would have done if they had been in Ellen's shoes. To be so deceived by the person closest to you. Lori and Betty tried to imagine the full force of the blow Ellen had received from her ex-husband. They saw such a thing could not happen in their circle of acquaintances. But suddenly, such a nightmare happened to their closest friend, Ellen. They still do not know what to say to her, to comfort her. But what happened to Ben? What had he done wrong to Ellen? Meanwhile, Ellen pulled herself together and continued. "About Ben. I do not remember telling you or not, but he is Sam's lawyer. When I found out that Sam had planned such a scam on me, I suddenly remembered that I was incredibly surprised that Ben, his lawyer, had been looking for a meeting with me ever since we met to negotiate with Sam. Then I figured it out, he was in on it with Sam." Betty choked on her tea and hurriedly set the cup on the table. She leaned forward, her chest on the table, and turned to Ellen in a confident voice. "No, it cannot be. After all, your Ben is a real gentleman. He could not be so mean to you." Betty looked at Ellen teasingly, as if searching her friend's face for even any doubt about Ben's guilt. Ellen lowered her head and whispered, "I am not sure about anything. Ben could not explain to me clearly why he was looking to meet me. Back then, 30 years ago, we were just friends. Neither of us bothered to find the other and ask how life was going. So, what if his wife died a couple of years ago? He could have easily had a relationship with any woman much younger than me. Why would he need me?" Her voice already had a hysterical tone to it. Ellen was about to cry, but Lori picked up on the conversation. "Ellen, I understand everything. But have you explained yourself to him yet, to Ben? What did he say?" Ellen, wiping tears from her eyes, blew her nose and continued. "I talked to him. The other day. He pretended he only wanted me. Ben assured me he knew nothing about anything Sam came up with." "But why do not you believe him?" Betty asked in surprise, resting her hands on the edge of the tabletop and leaning back. She looked at Ellen incomprehensibly, saying, "Oh my God. You have a man like that under your nose, and you refuse to even check what he is saying. Ellen, let us investigate this story together and see if he's telling you the truth or not." Betty turned excitedly to Lori. "Lori, are you with me?" Lori, who as usual listened more than spoke, straightened up in her chair with determination and answered, "Yes, I am with you. And you, Ellen, stay home and answer no more anonymous calls. You are safe now. Betty and I are the best private investigators in the world. You will see." There were strangely mixed notes of confidence and humor in Lori's voice. Yes, no one could handle a situation like this without humor. It was nice to have someone who could make Ellen smile. Which she did, looking at Lori and Betty with embarrassment. Ellen stared at her friends for a few more seconds. Then she smiled, embarrassed but still skeptical. Ellen wanted to please her friends, who were enthusiastic about helping her figure out her life. She remained silent and nodded to them, agreeing to accept their help. Did she have any other options? What if Ben knew nothing about Sam's intentions? Gradually, the conversation changed, and the friends discussed something more pleasant. They realized Ellen was so disappointed in both men that she could not stand extended discussions about her situation. On the other hand, she was a woman old enough to deal with her depression, especially with their support. But what would it take to get confirmation of whether Ben was involved in Sam's fraud? Despite the calm tea party, the thought swirled in each woman's head. To help Ellen, Lori and Betty had to act, and the sooner the better. This was on both of their thoughts as they sat down for tea at a friend's home and spoke about the weather, the kids, and their respective to-do lists for the house and gardens. Ellen escorted Betty and Lori to their cars when the tea party was over. The women looked at each other and said goodbye to her, but not to each other. Betty winked at Lori and drove out of the yard first. Lori followed her. Ellen could no longer see from her front porch that at the fork in the road near the lake shore, their cars did not go in different directions as they would have if the ladies had each gone to their own homes. Still, it went in the same order where Betty lived. Scene 21. Betty and Lori's plan. It was almost dark when Lori reached the house Betty and her husband, Greg, had rented. Lori got out of the car and looked at Betty's home as if with new eyes. It was now hers and Betty's secret corner, where they would make action plans. Betty was already waiting for Lori on the doorstep. A stream of light poured from the open doorway of the house and pierced the darkness of dusk. Betty was standing on the threshold, and her silhouette was so cozy, Lori thought. That is why everyone thinks Betty should be slimmer. She looks so good at her house. Betty is a real hostess who is a pleasure to visit. Everyone always wants to stay with her as long as possible. Yes, Betty liked to have guests. But now, it was not a question of simple hospitality, but of her conspiring with Lori and Ellen against Sam. Betty had no illusions about her friend's husband, who had left her after 30 years together. Then Sam wished to steal from her as well. No, there was no forgiveness for such a man. Betty already imagined what she would do if Greg thought of doing something like that. She would show him what she was made of. Betty was seething with anger that her friend Ellen was in a tricky situation for many women, especially if they were over 40 years of age. Suppose such a woman does not have her income, for example, after years spent out of regular work because of childcare and caring for her husband. In that case, such women have very slim chances of getting a job. And not just any job, but one that can earn money not only for their current life, but also to put money aside for their future small pension. Yes, Betty and Lori had a lot to talk about. But first, they had to figure out how to get Sam to admit whether Ben was involved in his fraud. Both women did not share Ellen's pessimism, who was mortified at acknowledging that her husband had betrayed her twice by starting a new family and trying to steal from Ellen financially. But Betty and Lori believed Ben had nothing to do with it. They felt sorry for Ellen, who might start a new life with a decent man, so they had to deal with the situation and, if possible, save Ellen and Ben's relationship. Betty hugged Lori warmly, kissed her on the cheek, and led her into the kitchen. The two friends had a plan of action to devise and carry out. And so they did. The kitchen was small but extremely comfortable. On the walls of the kitchen were attached a variety of kitchen utensils: copper pots, colanders, and spatulas for stirring food. One of the stirring spatulas was famous. It was made of cherry wood. But unfortunately, it was only used to stir Betty's homemade jam every summer, from the apples, pears, and strawberries she picked in the cottage garden. In this kitchen, it was possible to cook with gas and a traditional Scandinavian stove with metal circles that could be retracted to add heat from below the burner. The furnace was made so that you could wiggle the yard on top a little to increase the fire. If, however, it was necessary to reduce the fire, or when the wood was almost burned out, to let the coals release more heat and go out sooner, the ash pit of the stove was covered, and without oxygen, the fire would gradually die out. Then, on an open burner, when the fire almost licked the bottom of a pan or a cauldron with tongues of flame, one could fry meat and pancakes and quickly boil water for tea or soup. Betty preferred to cook on something other than the standard gas stove. But it was warm now, and there was no point in heating the furnace. Without the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the house, there would be no draft in the chimney for the fire to burn well. So now Betty had to boil water for her tea on the gas burner. Lori waited patiently for Betty to finish her chores at the stove and sit at the table. Muffin rolls with raisins, a sugar bowl with brown sugar cubes, and various jars of homemade jam were on the table. The jam was so colorful that Lori wondered how Betty had such berries in her garden: yellow, green, and dark blue. Red jam, of course, dominated the table. It was lingonberry jam. Betty used it for everything, from adding to her homemade natural yogurt to seasoning meat or cutlets. Lori, more accustomed to supermarket choices, was surprised each time she discovered a new way to use lingonberry jam. Betty finally sat at the table, satisfied with what was on display. Then, pouring aromatic tea into cups, she asked Lori thoughtfully, "Well, it is all ready. Be sure to try this jam. Do not be frightened that it is green. It is a gooseberry, and it tastes great. For my taste, of course." Lori carefully took a teaspoonful of gooseberry jam, tasted it, munched it with pleasure, and exclaimed enthusiastically, "Oh, it is so good. It is delicious." She took another spoonful of this jam, and another and another. It just melted in her mouth. Betty, pleased with her jam's effect, carefully moved whatever was edible on the table toward the skinny Lori. Of course, Lori was about to try everything there was. She could not refuse, of course. Lori felt like she was in a fairy tale. You could find all the goodies and sweets in the world. As an experienced hostess, Betty ensured Lori took all of the delicacies on the table. Finally, realizing that her guest had tasted all the goodies, Betty began a conversation on a subject that concerned them. "Lori, honey, I thought Sam could say something and we could record his story on a cell phone and provide it as evidence. I saw in the movies that a recording without permission is not accepted as official proof of something, but if only we could let Ellen listen to it. Do you think that is a good idea?" Lori thought for a moment, then nodded her head in agreement. "That is not a bad idea. But how do we get Sam to talk about this subject? And with whom?" Betty wrinkled her forehead and listed their mutual acquaintances with whom Sam could discuss the subject. Betty attempted to picture every one of their mutual friends going up to Sam and starting a discussion that would eventually lead Sam to admit that Ben had played a part in the entire divorce case he was going through with Ellen. But there was no way Betty could convince herself that it would work out that way. The difficulty was that they needed to learn how to get Sam to mention Ben. After all, the purpose of this company was to find out whether Ben was involved in Sam's schemes. It seemed like it needed to start more of Sam's distant mutual acquaintances into such a delicate matter. There was a risk that such an acquaintance might have been entirely on Sam's side, and conveyed to him that such attempts at private investigation might continue. Lori saw Betty wrinkle her forehead with tension. "Apparently my dear Betty has hit a dead end," thought Lori, and took pity on her. "Come on, do not go to all that trouble. Just ask Greg to talk to Sam. They are such good friends." Betty opened her mouth in surprise, then leaned toward Lori. "Greg? My Greg? You do not say. He will never agree to work as a spy for us. I would not even think of asking him." Betty pushed her chair back with her foot, got up abruptly from the table, and ran around the kitchen, excitedly shifting dishes from place to place. But something about Lori's idea hooked Betty. Lori sat silently, waiting for her friend to calm down. She knew Betty and her impulsiveness well. But of course, right now, Betty imagined the scandal that Greg might make of her getting such a strange offer to help Ellen. After a few minutes, however, Betty sat down at the table. She wiped her hands with a kitchen towel, rubbed her cheeks with her palms, and as if to regain her courage, said with a sigh, "You know, I guess I will try it. I cannot think of anyone else who's even remotely on our side. I cannot tell who Greg is going to pick, Sam or me. Me and you and Ellen. But I will try to talk to him. Greg is a decent man. I hope I can persuade him to help us. Sam has tried so sneakily to cheat Ellen, his wife, that you're right, perhaps Greg will choose our side in this case and agree to help." Lori smiled and threw her hands up in relief, as if to thank heaven for the insight she and Betty had received. Finally, they had a plan and the means to carry it out. Encouraged by the progress of their plan to help Ellen, Lori continued the conversation. "And what do you say to Greg about possibly taking the conversation with Sam out, about Ben?" Betty thought for a moment. With the decision to ask Greg for help, all the other obstacles to this plan seemed insignificant to her. "Well, you could just tell Sam that Ellen has known Ben since he was a kid. If Sam really pulled off this company stock fraud involving Ben, then Sam would have no reaction to the information. Then it will be clear that Ben insistently sought meetings with Ellen precisely to influence her position in negotiating the division of the property in Sam's favor. That is not why she became suspicious when she found out about the deception." Betty, in an enthusiastic and already vengeful voice, continued, "One more thing I like already in advance. If Ben had nothing to do with the situation, I can imagine the look on Sam's face when he finds out who he has been, his accomplice in the fraud, his wife's childhood friend." Ha ha ha. Betty laughed so hard that her entire body quivered. Then she caught her breath and continued, "If Ben is not involved in the fraud, then Sam will just be jealous, as all men are. He will probably try to contact Ellen to find out what is going on. It will also be a sign that we were right, and Ben knew nothing about Sam's fraud." Lori nodded in agreement with her friend's story. But then she suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked Betty again, "What makes you think Sam would be jealous of Ellen? I mean, they are separated and almost divorced already. If he tried to cheat his wife out of her property, why would he be jealous of her? How is that possible?" Betty squinted slyly and grinning answered, "Just because he is a man. You are a writer. You should know better than any of us that men often allow themselves things in relationships that they do not allow their women. That is why Sam may still think of Ellen as his property, even though he started a new family life long ago." Lori mumbled thoughtfully, shaking her head sadly. "Yes, you may be right. You sure know life better than that. I do not. What kind of writer am I if I did not think of such a simple explanation? You are a real psychologist." Betty patted Lori on the arm, comforting her. "Nothing, it is not psychology at all. It is just my simple peasant sense of common sense working. I do not have children, so I have had a lot of time to observe how people live, what they do, and how they react. I do not know any psychology except practical psychology." Betty laughed a good laugh. Meanwhile, Lori got up from the table, looked thoughtfully around the kitchen, and said, "Yeah, I should inspect the surrounding life by now. I am sitting at home, the kids are grown, and Daniel has completely abandoned me. We have not been going out together lately, and he works in his office all the time. I am not sure anymore if he works there all the time or not. Sometimes I feel like he is just hiding from me in his office so he can communicate less." Betty looked at Lori sympathetically. "Yes, your problems with Daniel continue. Pathetic. You are such a good couple. I always thought you were perfect for each other." Lori replied sadly, "Yeah, but I am tired. Tired of him only being busy with himself and his art. I am not his servant, I am his wife. I have my own dreams. Remember that time in the sauna at Ellen's? We were talking about what we wanted to do. I still had not given up the idea of writing and publishing my novels. However, Daniel has not and will not support me in this matter. So, I am still thinking about how to find time for myself and my own affairs without Daniel. Betty put her head down and listened sympathetically to Lori. She and Greg were fine. Except for the lack of children, nothing marred their marriage, unlike Lori's, much less Ellen's. That was why Betty had taken an active part in Ellen's fate. Betty felt guilty that her friend's family had fallen apart, despite having children, a successful business, and common property. What had happened to Ellen and Sam, Betty could not understand or accept. They had everything other families could only dream of. But that was not enough for Sam, so he started a new family. Yes, and he was trying to deprive Ellen of a significant share of the jointly gained property. It was a nightmare. Betty could not imagine how she would feel and do when Greg suddenly left her alone and went to another woman. No, he was not capable of that. She and Greg will always be together. They love each other so much. The friends spent some more time in silence. Each was immersed in thoughts about her family life. After about 5 minutes, Lori was the first to set her empty teacup aside, get up from the table and say, "Well, we have a deal, Betty, do not we? Talk to Greg, and let me know when he can talk to Sam. We will figure out how Ellen could hear their conversation. I do not think Greg would record the conversation on a tape recorder or a cell phone. Do not even suggest that. Let us figure out how Ellen will be around at the same time and be able to hear everything." "Okay," Betty responded enthusiastically. "That is right. You are so good at thinking things through. You should write thrillers or mysteries. Well, I am more of an action guy. So, I will get Greg ready for his upcoming mission." The friends hugged each other warmly goodbye. Betty walked Lori to her car. Lori drove off into the darkness, and Betty stood in the yard of her house for a long time, contemplating her upcoming conversation with Greg. Scene 22. Greg's conversation with Sam. The next day, the phone rang at Ellen's house. The woman went to the table where her cell phone lay, rattling furiously, and answered the call. Betty's excited voice rang through the receiver. "Ellen, dear, good morning. Get dressed and come to our cafe immediately. It is urgent." Ellen could not recover from her surprise, but Betty did not give her that opportunity. So we had to strike while the iron was hot. Betty kept telling Ellen that today was an important day in Ellen's life. About being well dressed and ready for anything pleasant or unpleasant. Ellen could not understand what it was all about, and bewildered by Betty's pressure, only mumbled back, all right, whatever. I will get dressed and be at the cafe in half an hour at the latest." "But what is the matter?" Betty did not want to explain anything to her, and just repeated in a stubborn girl's tone, "You will not be sorry if you come. Lori and I have everything ready for you. All you have to do is show up here, and your whole life will probably change in an instant." Ellen was intrigued by the extreme. Finally, Betty's insistence convinced her, and she ended her conversation with her friend and went to get dressed to go out. Ellen chose clothes in her favorite style, a simple white blouse, navy blue loose-fitting jeans, and brown suede loafers. She took her purse, house, and car keys and went to the cafe. On the way, Ellen noticed nothing but the road itself. All her thoughts were on her upcoming meeting with her friends. What did they have for her there? Cake. Champagne. What in that cafe could change her whole life? A treat? Or will she choke on it again? But her savior, Ben, would no longer be there. She has broken up with him and never wants to see him again. She would have to get used to living without him. Curiosity and fear from waiting for the unknown spiced her senses. The car flew along the road around the lake. Everything seemed blurred to Ellen, the fields, the woods, and the small streams that led to the Lake Sunset Cafe. When she arrived at the cafe, Ellen stopped the car, turned off the engine, but stayed in it for a while, looking straight ahead. The memories of Ben came flooding back, and it was as if Ellen had gone back in time to the recent past. She nervously approached the cafe's porch, and Ben would join them. What will she do? Was she going to fight him off? No, she will hug him too. No. Her mind rebelled against her feelings. No, she would not embrace him, for he had betrayed her. Though there was no proof, Ellen had long ago decided that Ben was in league with Sam, so he was insistent on seeking meetings with her. She wanted to suffer. All her assumptions about Ben's betrayal were genuine. Yes, he had tried to coerce her into accepting Sam's proposal for the estate division, in which Ellen would receive a small share of her and her husband's combined fortune. Ben did not even contradict her when she tried to ask him directly why he kept striving to see her. Ben answered nothing that gave Ellen any reason to break off her negative thoughts about his complicity in Sam's fraud. Even if Ben merely tacitly aided Sam as his client, it was also a betrayal to Ellen. Why did Ben not contradict her when Ellen expressed her suspicions to him in the last conversation, but portrayed his sincere amazement at her assumptions? Instead, Ellen walked away from him, fully convinced of his guilt. Yes, Ben was guilty of only wanting to see her so his client could get what he wanted. Ellen looked around, and a piercing sensation pierced her that this had already happened. It was that feeling of déjà vu, as they sometimes show in movies. But then she saw the table where her friends, Lori and Betty, were waiting for her. Betty waved her hand in greeting, calling Ellen to the table. Ellen approached and in a feigned calm tone of voice asked, "Hello, my darlings. So what do we have here, another intrigue? Against whom?" Lori, who looked unusually excited, was the first to respond. "Hi, Ellen. You look good. Like you have had a rest." Lori did not continue, but looked questioningly at Betty, who on the contrary, was all mysterious and joyful, as if she were waiting for something enjoyable. Ellen sat down at the table, but still looked at her friends incomprehensibly. She waited for one of them to explain what was so important about to happen. Why would her life change after this something important? Betty finally broke the silence. "Hi, Ellen. How are you?" "We are doing good. Or so I think. We will be fine. Unfortunately, Greg's coming here now, and so we need to get off this porch over there into that office where no one can see us." Ellen understood nothing, but she obediently got up and followed her friends. The three of them went into one room of the cafe. Indeed, no one outside could see who was in such an office. A wave of memories from the past came over Ellen again. She had seen the scene when she had tried to explain herself to Ben in the same office, and nothing had come of it. She was such a fool, she had ruined everything. Now she would never see him again. He would not even want to hear from her, after the accusations she made to him here. Even if Ben was in on it with Sam, she had had enough. Ben did not owe her anything. She was the one who thought Ben might have been attracted to her by feelings other than his client's interests, and the faint echoes of their childhood memories. That was why it hurt Ellen so much that Ben had not considered being interested in her as a woman. Ellen sighed, thinking to herself, "Well, that is all in the past. We have to accept our fate and move on. But what do we expect now?" Betty, meanwhile, was concentrating on looking through the messages on her cell phone. Then finally, she found what she was looking for and whispered, "Well, girls, here we go. Let us go listen to that crack in the wall over there." Ellen stared in amazement at Betty and Laurie, who had tiptoed over to one wall of the room and pressed one ear against the wall, covering the other with their palms. Ellen could not see what they were doing in the semi-darkness of the study. She tried to ask them something else, but Betty turned around and put her index finger to her lips, saying in a loud whisper, "Shush, shush, be quiet. Come here. Quickly." Ellen gave up trying to clarify the situation and approached her friends as they did, trying to tread quietly. Laurie handed her an empty glass and put the empty part against the wall. She pressed her ear to the bottom of the glass. Amazed and intrigued by these preparations, Ellen obediently took the glass, put it against the wall, and leaned her ear against it. Then she tried to hear something happening in another room of the cafe. Suddenly Ellen realized she could listen to Sam's voice, smugly saying something to someone in the room beyond the wall of the office. Ellen recoiled from the wall and raised her hands indignantly in disgust, denying her part in what was happening. However, she had no sooner stepped back from the wall than Laurie firmly drew her back by the arm, and with a stern look made her lean back against the wall with the glass and continue listening. Sam continued his story in a smug tone. "Well, yes, I decided that, Greg. I could not live with her anymore. I was sick of everything. It's the same thing day after day. All we talked about was food and the house and menopause. Yes, and sex was almost non-existent." Ellen had almost lost interest in sex in recent years. "But I still need it all, and I need it a lot. Now you can see why I had to find a new life mate, which, as you can see, I have handled just fine." Next, Greg's voice was heard. "Yes, I understand, my friend. I understand. We do not have that problem, though. At least, I do not think we do. I am sorry you have to sacrifice so much of everything you have earned. However, how dare you give all your possessions to your ex-wife? I would not do that. What would I live on if we were divorced? I am going to retire soon too, if I live to see it with my smoking and being overweight." Sam answered in a smug voice. "Come on, buddy, at your age, think about retirement. We still have to live and work and work and work." There was a patting sound. Sam must have patted Greg on the shoulder or back. Sam continued the conversation. "In fact, I have sacrificed nothing. I will get a lot more after the divorce than I am giving to Ellen now. We have already signed everything. Soon I will live off the income from our company. I will get her out of the crisis, and all will be well." Ellen backed away from the wall again and hissed indignantly. "How dare he brag about this fraud? He will learn how to cheat on me yet? No lawyers will protect him from me." But her friends shushed her. "Hush, hush." Ellen was silent, and with a look of disgust on her face, she leaned back against the glass against the wall. Behind the wall, Greg asked Sam again. "Sam, but I do not understand one thing. How did you pull all this off? You must have a good lawyer, this Ben. If I have to get a divorce, can you recommend him to me?" Sam responded without delay, in a completely neutral tone. "He is good, of course. It is just the way I wanted it to be. But he is a little too honest. I do not know how he handles difficult cases in the property division. He was a good fit for me. Despite that, I could not explain everything I had to do to him. I just set him tasks and he solved them. He solved them well." Greg gave a satisfied chuckle and continued to ask questions. "So, he is not aware that your company might be worth a lot more than you have shown now? Did he know that when you were setting it up with Ellen?" Sam answered confidently. "My God, of course not. Am I a complete fool? I hired a professional, and his company promised me that all my business would be taken care of. But this company's stock business is too sensitive. I did not tell him anything. If he finds out anything about the situation he is in, it is only because Ellen might raise a hue and cry when she realizes that the company has not been devalued. I mean, she lost a considerable amount by giving me her stock on the cheap. Ellen put down her hand with the glass and slowly stepped away from the wall. She did not need to listen any further. Ben was not involved in anything. Oh God. She had insulted Ben so much by accusing her husband of complicity in the scam. And even more painfully, she accused him of intending to re-establish familiarity with her to get his client, Sam, on the best possible terms for divorcing her. What has she done? Scene 23. Ellen is looking for Ben. The next day, Ellen walked into the office of the law firm where Ben worked. Walking down the corridors of that office, Ellen expected to see Ben coming out of one door at any moment. What would she say to him if they ran into each other like that? She did not know that, but she knew she would not give up now and would figure it out with him. Everything here reminded her of their first meeting after a long separation. Ellen was on the verge of hysteria, seeing the conference room where they had recently met, and she did not even recognize him. What had she done? But the determination of a mature woman prevailed, and Ellen approached the desk of the firm's assistant manager. The girl smiled amiably and asked what Ellen was here to talk about. When she answered that the firm's boss was expecting Ellen today at 11 o'clock to talk to her, she leaned over to the computer screen, checking the information. Ellen waited patiently as the girl sorted out the calendar entries. Finally, the girl looked up, smiling pleasantly, informing Ellen that her boss was waiting for her and that she would escort Ellen to his office without delay. Ellen followed her assistant, adjusting the beautifully tied handkerchief around her neck. It was the only piece of jewelry in her strict dress, and it fitted smoothly around the lines of her body, stressing nothing unnecessary. Ellen wanted her boss to be focused on what she talked to him about. Finally, both women stopped at a solid dark wood door. This door looked strange in the interior of a super modern office made of steel and glass. The boss wanted to stand out and knew how to do it. Behind his office door was a different world. It was the world of his huge antique desk, littered with stacks of papers, glasses of pencils, and an antique writing instrument with a beautiful inked fountain pen. An older man sat at his desk, leaning back in his comfortable leather chair covered in mahogany brown leather with beautiful contrasting stitching. Behind the boss's back were racks of books whose spines seemed like a sea of gold, so much gold embossing on their dark leather spines. There were so many books, and they were identical in size and design, that one had the feeling that whoever could read all those books was undoubtedly a genius. Ellen entered the boss's office, behind the assistant. The woman briefly and discreetly said hello to the man behind the desk. He politely rose from his chair and walked toward her, walking around the massive oak desk where he sat. The boss shook Ellen's hand and graciously invited her to sit at the table in one chair across from his desk. A classic lamp with a green glass lampshade faintly illuminated the tabletop and cast a soft glow on the man's face, riddled with wrinkles. Not all of them were pleasant. The folds of skin around his mouth gave him the look of a bulldog about to claw at you and never let go. The boss smiled a little because there were hardly any wrinkles around his eyes. No wonder with a job like that. Ellen crouched across from Ben's boss, clasping her hands together and placing them on her hips just above her knees. Her back was straight as an arrow, her head held high. She braced herself for the hard talk and gathered all her strength to say whatever she wanted. Her posture betrayed her excitement, and there was a reason for it. Ellen looked at her boss, saw his silent hint she should state her case already, and began the conversation. "Thank you for taking the time for me. I was hoping we could talk today. But unfortunately, this matter cannot be delayed." The boss nodded in agreement, looking at Ellen through his gold-rimmed glasses. They expressed humble expectations and some anxiety on his face. What does this woman want from him? She had made her property settlement with their client, Mr. Evans, on terms that were exceptionally favorable to her. However, there may need to be more for some people. He might now hear a set of claims or threats against his company from a disgruntled client. She was not their client, though. Another firm handled her divorce case. But because of what Ben had told him about her husband's act with the family's assets, this lady must have a bunch of grievances against everyone involved in the negotiations. Well, he was going to have to hear it all out now. Meanwhile, Ellen began talking about the case. I want to apologize. The man's thick gray eyebrows went up. An apology? For what? He asked incomprehensibly. The boss was stunned. He had just imagined responding to this lady's claims, and now suddenly, an apology. Yes, the world never ceased to amaze him, and at his age. Ellen went on. An apology for what I considered being the involvement in the possible dishonest behavior of my husband, with whom I am still in the process of divorce, of your lawyer Ben. The boss immediately regrouped, leaned forward, and leaned on the table. I am listening to you carefully. Go on. Ellen filled her lungs with air and blurted it out. My husband, as you already know, tried to cheat me by understating the value of our joint company shares. He signed an agreement with me about the division of property, under the terms of which I would exchange my shares for his share of the rest of the property. At first, I was unspeakably surprised and thought this was a chic gesture by my husband for our family. But then I received an anonymous message, which prompted my investigation of the situation. I was forced to cancel my agreement with my husband to divide the property, and luckily I did so before our divorce, which still has not happened. I am now insisting on my former terms, everything equally, including the company's stock, whatever it is valued at today. The boss nodded understandingly, encouraging Ellen to continue, which she did. I make no claim against your company. I now have good enough reason to believe that my husband did all this alone, without the help of anyone from your firm. The boss pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth to object, but Ellen stopped him with a gesture of her hand, continuing. I inform you that Mr. Collins is not involved in this attempt by my husband to deceive me. If necessary, I can put it in writing and even testify in court. However, I want to settle with my husband amicably by simply executing a new property division agreement on my terms. One of which would be that I do not take his actions publicly if he goes along with my terms in dividing the property. If my husband agrees to this, everything should be settled as soon as possible. You will get a draft of the contract amendments from my lawyer in the next couple of days. Ellen stopped and sighed as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She continued. And now, the most important thing. The boss, who expected nothing more critical than an amicable settlement of this delicate situation for his client, looked even more surprised at Ellen. What, there is more? Came from his lips. No, not all of them, she replied. The most important thing is that Ben, Mr. Collins, knew nothing of what my husband was up to. Mr. Collins thought I got a really worthwhile partition offer. The boss, who was pierced by a sense of the unreality of what was happening, and his guilt at Ben, whom he hastened to remove from the company, suddenly asked in a hoarse voice. But then why did Mr. Collins take the blame for what happened to you? He practically admitted that he was to blame for the situation, and I had to break up with him. Took the blame? My God! How could he have broken up with him like that, without clearing up the situation? Ellen exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. How could it be so? It was my fault. I blamed him without even having any actual evidence that my husband was trying to pull this fraud, and Ben thought it best to take the blame for the situation in order to solve the problem in my favor with little time or my money. What a fool I am. Ellen stopped at the window and looked out in despair, seeing nothing. But outside the window the birds were chirping happily, and her life was going downhill again. Ellen thought, Ben would never forgive me. It was understandable that he was not to blame for Sam's schemes. Ben could not betray me. Despair overwhelmed Ellen, but she pulled herself together and, holding back her tears and clenching her hands into fists as if she were about to attack someone, she asked, How can I find Mr. Collins? I really need to see him. Help me, please. He is my friend, and I treated him so horribly. I could not believe that he was not aware of my husband's fraud." The boss nodded understandingly, then took a piece of paper from the desk drawer and wrote a few words on it. He handed the piece of paper across the desk to Ellen, who saw an address written on it. Ben's address. The address of Ben, who lived on the other side of the lake. Her beloved Sunset Lake. Ellen waved the piece of paper in the air, and barely able to contain her excitement, reached across the table with her other hand and shook hands with her boss. He came out from behind the table, pulled on his jacket, and adjusted his tie. Then the boss gallantly took Ellen's hand and bowed to her old-fashioned, kissing her hand on the back of his palm. Finally he straightened, squeezed her hand lightly with both hands, and patted Ellen on the shoulder in a fatherly way. "It is okay, it is okay. It will all work out. Go to Ben and explain the situation to him. I do not know what he thought when he took the blame for what your husband tried to do to your property. I am not sure if he will come back to our company, but I will ask him to. That talk is up to me. And you go, do not hesitate." Ellen whispered with tears in her eyes. "Thank you. Thank you for your understanding." She almost snatched her hand from his, but then she came closer, leaned toward the boss, and kissed him gratefully and tenderly on his wrinkled cheek. He was dumbfounded, but delighted with the display of her feelings. At his age, there was no hope that a woman younger than him would suddenly kiss him on the cheek, only if it were his granddaughter. While the boss was reminiscing about his women, Ellen ran out of his office and whirled past the boss's assistant, who stared after her in surprise. Of course the girl did not have to get used to customers coming out of the boss, very satisfied, or conversely, very annoyed. But for such a personable lady in age, and so rushed. That was right. Something unusual happened between her boss and this lady. Ellen ran out to the parking lot, got into her car, and typed into the navigator the address Ben had contacted her boss. The engine roared, and her car sped off and flew down the street away from the office building. The curtain on the boss's window fluttered slightly. It was the boss, looking out the window, glancing at Ellen, sighing softly, and muttering quietly to himself. "Yes, that is life. They are in their 50s, and they are in love. I did not believe it was possible at that age. Yes, I am 70 now, and such a miracle is no longer waiting for me. How I would love to feel once again that you need someone so badly. I would love to know if that person is available, not gone from you, and out of life forever and looking at you only from heaven." Scene 24. Meeting at the lake house. Ellen's car flew along the road winding around the lake. The pines, so familiar on her side of the lake, seemed different here. They were taller, with straighter trunks, not twisted by the constant winds. This side of the lake was as if it were from another world. Ben's world. The navigator led Ellen to the edge of a pine grove. On one side of the clearing was a view of the lake, on the other, the place was protected by a pine forest. Ellen slowed the car and dragged it into the middle of a relatively open area around a simple wooden house by the lake shore. The navigator in the car chimed in. "You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination." Ellen took her eyes off his display, stopped the car, got out, and looked around. The trunks of the pines glowed orange, illuminated by the sun. Thin rays of sunlight burst through their light crown down to the ground, strewn with a yellow carpet of fallen pine needles. The thick smell of pine needles seemed to float in waves. The sun-heated air carried this fragrance from the pine grove to the lake with every gust of wind. It seemed like magic. Ellen looked at the cabin, nestled against a rock on the very shore of the lake. It was a small structure. The walls were covered with creeping twigs of hops or some similar plant. 2 small windows faced the woods. No one was to be seen at the house. Ellen, holding her breath in excitement, slammed the car door and, without locking it, strolled toward the cabin. She avoided it to get a better look at where its front door was. With each step, more details of the structure were revealed to her. A small boardwalk was attached to the cottage overlooking the shore of the lake. A pair of rough, bright blue painted wooden chairs on the veranda and a small table between them. Everything else in the cabin was unpainted: the outer walls, the veranda floor, and the canopy above it. Only the window frames stood out in pure white, but they perfectly harmonized with the surroundings and the water. Ellen walked up to the veranda. There was a blue and white striped towel on the chair. Between the chairs was a large glass mug on the table of some bright yellow drink. There was no one outside the cabin or on the veranda. Slowly slowing her step, Ellen stopped at the steps leading to the veranda, sighed, shook her head as if deciding on something desperate, and climbed the wooden steps onto the veranda. The front door to the cabin was open. Ellen stepped in quietly, trying not to make any noise. Her moccasins did an excellent job of that. Ellen looked inside and saw a man standing with his back at the stove, frying something in a pan. Ellen exhaled a sigh of relief. Ben, hi." Ben turned to her and, putting down and almost dropping the pan, from which the pancake immediately slipped to the floor, asked in a surprised and confused manner, "Ellen? What are you doing here?" Ellen, still standing at the door and shifting from foot to foot, put her hands behind her back, holding her purse by the strap, and answered, looking straight into Ben's eyes. "I came to apologize. To apologize for what I thought, and for what I said to you in the cafe." Ben carefully placed the frying pan on the stove next to the burner, and bent down to pick up the pancake from the floor. He tried to hide the embarrassment and confusion gripped him. Ben searched for the right words and tone to continue his conversation with Ellen. Finally, he broke the silence. "Ellen, it is not your fault. Everything that happened between you and Sam in the property division was my fault. I should have known right away that things were getting hot." Ben sighed and continued. "Immediately, as soon as Sam suddenly changed the terms of the division of property." Ellen looked at him with astonishment and gratitude at the same time. "Thank you, Ben, for being the way I remember you when I was a kid." She instinctively tried to reach out to him as if trying to caress him again, but when she came to her senses, she yanked it away, continuing, "But I was guilty of accusing you. I accused you without proof, and only because I could not believe that you wanted to see me." Ellen lowered her head and rubbed the end of her neck scarf in her hands, almost whispering, "Please correct me right away now if I am wrong." Ben approached Ellen. She threw up her arms, then crossed them over her chest in despair at what she was about to hear. In a professionally polite and cold tone, Ben would say he was doing his duty to a client. He will say that there was nothing more between him and Ellen than their childhood memories. She would be responsible for it. She was the one who threw the false accusations at him. It was her fault that Ben sacrificed his career because of her. His sense of responsibility for her drove him to this decision. He lost his job and probably his professional reputation. Forever. All this could lead to his losing even the house he lives in. Ellen shuddered as she imagined the extent of the damage she had done to Ben by her carelessness and intemperance when she investigated the anonymous call from her husband's detractor. Meanwhile, Ben walked over to Ellen, taking her by the shoulders with both hands. He shook her a little, looking directly into her eyes, clouded with tears of despair. Ellen, listen. I never blamed you for anything that happened to me. But first, you asked me why I wanted to see you. Then I could not find the right words. After that, I was not ready to admit to myself, let alone to you, the reasons for my actions. Ben sighed, and Ellen smelled the warmth of his skin and the aroma of the spices he had just cooked on the stove. Ben continued, still holding Ellen by the shoulders. But now I can say it bluntly. I wanted to see you again, to feel again that warmth and fidelity that we had between us when we were children. Maybe I am wrong because you are still married, and I am single. It is an unequal situation to talk about feelings, is not it? Besides, your feelings for Sam have not cooled down yet, despite what he did. Who knows? I will be gone into the shadows, leave you behind, and disappear from your life. Ellen stared at Ben with her eyes wide open, feeling his breath so close that she wanted to kiss him immediately, hold him and caress him. But she dared not even move, seeing that Ben had not yet finished his story. Ben went on as if he did not notice how Ellen's eyes filled with tears again. It is enough that I was on Sam's side when we met. But how did I know you were his wife? When I realized you were my Ellen. I tried to remind you of all the things we had back then, when we were kids. I so wanted just warmth and friendship. But not at the cost of your suffering, because of your family situation. I was in a hurry, and fell into the trap of feeling and duty. Well, I chose duty. Duty to you, so that you can continue to live a normal life. And I will leave here soon, and continue to find my place in a new life. Still in his arms, Ellen lifted her face and almost touched her lips to Ben's. So, what kind of new life have you chosen? A life without me? Ben let go of her shoulders and took a step back, looking into her eyes. He was silent. Ellen realized it was just as she had said. However, the woman continued in a demanding tone. And you have decided you are going to live without me? Why? Because I am still married? Or because you do not want to get back into a relationship with a woman, much less one like me, so demanding of the man I would live with? Ben was still silent, but he squared his shoulders and leaned forward, staring at Ellen. He tried to understand what was behind Ellen's words. Ellen had risked and said everything to the end. She had to tell him everything accumulated in her soul during the last time Ben reappeared. Ellen's voice sounded firmer and more confident. What do you think of me? Perhaps that I am not young enough for you, and you cannot start a new life? Or will you go looking for a young woman, for whom you will be just one of the old men around, who are longing to feel once more in life that someone needs you and is still capable of something? I thought that at 50, men's midlife crisis was behind them. If you do not want to do business with me because I am married or just too old for you, you can go away and find your new life. Almost sobbing at these words, Ellen turned and tried to leave the room. But then she felt Ben behind her, his hands on her shoulders, his kisses on her breasts, neck and lips. He needed her, he needed her. Her salty tears mingled with his kisses. The couple froze as if they could not open their embrace. Ellen and Ben seemed to merge in a rush of tenderness and warmth, a warmth of the soul. No one could move them now, to tear them away from each other and deprive them of all this hard-won happiness. From now on, they will be together forever. Scene 25. It is love. Ellen wanted nothing more. She got what she thought was her happiness. She got Ben. What more could a woman who was left alone want? Not in the sense that she had lost her husband, but that something was no longer working in their life together. Why else would Sam dare try to leave her, and in addition try to outsmart her? What about her? Ellen was tired of living the way she had lived up to that point, expecting favors from Sam. Her husband had long acted as if he was the sole source of money in the family, and his wife was primarily concerned with the children and housekeeping. Yes, Sam was a husband who had not lived up to her expectations of being with her. Yes, how wonderful it was that she would keep that house on the shores of Sunset Lake. Sam would have to revert to the previous terms of the divorce with the division of property, or she would threaten to press charges against him for fraud. Since only the two owned their company, there was no third potentially aggrieved party in the case. Oddly, it was joy, that is, the excellent state of affairs in their business, which drove them in different directions. Ellen left everything to Sam. He, without her control, did whatever he wanted with their business. So he tried to get all the profits into his pocket, determining the company's future to be very promising. Ellen could not imagine what she would do now if Ben had not returned to her life. Would she sit at home and complain to her family and friends about what a jerk her husband was? Drowning in lawsuits with her ex-husband and the costs? Ellen was grateful that fate had brought Ben back into her life. A man who had sacrificed his reputation and his job for her future. A man who had done everything in his power to bring Ellen back to normalcy. Ellen felt she was just now living life to the fullest. Soon she would have her income, for she would no longer leave her firm unattended. Soon she would have a family of her own, a family with Ben. A family of my own? A new family at my age? What will the children say? Ellen pondered. But then it occurred to her that the children were adults, and had long since come to terms with their parents' separation. So Sam and Ellen did not discuss the details of the property division, and they never argued in front of the children. Instead, they both had the same opinion: children should not be involved in their parents' disputes. Now though, analyzing the events of the last few months before the divorce, Ellen was not sure why Sam did not want to discuss anything with the children. Perhaps he wanted to avoid asking unnecessary questions about the firm's future. It was one thing to lie to his future ex-wife. It was another to lie to his children. One good thing was that now Ellen was spared the need to tell her children what a liar their father was. She will not come down to that. No. Only if the truth about Sam's attempt to get a better share of their family business leaked and reached the children would Ellen explain things to them. But for now, she wanted to put all the past few weeks' troubles behind her. So instead, Ellen concentrated on the future. The future with Ben. She and Ben still needed to agree on something. Only the way he hugged and kissed her when she came to his house across the lake showed how much they needed each other. Ben sacrificed his future for her well-being. Ellen sacrificed nothing. She just had to realize and accept that she needed Ben. Accept that she needed him, not as a friend, but as the man of her life. Ellen also realized that she was ready for a new relationship. Even without being divorced from Sam, Ellen felt entitled to happiness. After all, Sam had settled his life long ago. He had a new relationship and a family on the side that Ellen did not want to know anything about. At first, Ellen forcibly forced herself to take her mind off where Sam had left her. Then, when Ben came along, Ellen felt that somehow, naturally, Sam's business took a back seat to her life. Let him live his life the way he wanted. Now she just was not interested in his personal life. Now Ellen had her own life and her own man. And what a man! Ellen sometimes wondered how Ben had survived the 2 years after his wife's death without a steady relationship. Some men were like that. Ellen had yet to talk to Ben about his life over the past 30 years, including his family and wife. She wanted to know as much as possible about his life without her. However, Ellen was content with what he had told her in the few brief meetings they had had recently. Ellen realized that as Ben had shown he needed her so much, they would have plenty of time to tell each other about all the good and sad things that had happened in their lives over the past 30 years. Everything that had happened to them over those decades had made them who they were now. They still have a lot to tell each other. For example, what their spouses were like when they fell in love and got married. It was interesting to understand what Ben liked about his wife, who passed away early in life. Ellen would have enjoyed remembering those years she and Sam were in love. Ellen thought, "Oh God, how long ago that was." She thought she would tell him about her children, how they have grown up and what they are thinking about doing with their lives. Then she should find out about Ben's parents and tell them about her parents, how they are now, their health, where they live, and what they do. Finally, she should tell them how they chose their profession and why they made the decisions that affected the rest of their lives. All of this had to be said. There was to be nothing left unsaid between Ellen and Ben. Ellen could already see clearly that she had a new life and wanted to enter it clean, as if she had just been washed in a sauna. Yes, that thought made her laugh. Yes, she and Ben should go to the sauna together. Even though they were not at the stage in their relationship where she could invite him to take a sauna bath, they still needed to keep the idea in mind for the future. Ellen imagined Ben, with a towel wrapped around his thighs, entering the sauna steam room, and blushed at the thought. What was the matter with her? She was an adult, a grown woman. Why was she blushing at imagining a man with almost no clothes on? She did not blush at the thought of her husband walking around like that. Yes, those unique feelings and desires that she thought were long dead in her everyday family life made her feel young again. Nothing was lost. She could still desire a man and blush at the mere imagination of his half-dressed body. So, what was Ellen herself as a woman? Was she attractive? Would she be desirable? What if Ben looked at her body, which had borne children, and he did not like her? Take, for example, her long overdue belly, which she has tried unsuccessfully to tidy up for the past 5 years. The fat on it kept gaining and gaining on her waistline, even though she ate the same way she always had, balanced. What would happen when he saw her breasts, not raised with a bra as with her clothes, but low from nursing her 2 children? Well, how will she present herself to Ben in the sauna? Ellen suddenly laughed and shook her head. What was she thinking about now? What sauna? Why was she thinking about the sauna, and not about going to bed with Ben? Since none of this had happened yet, future adventures frightened such an inexperienced in love affairs with Ellen. Living with the same man for 30 years means getting used to his demands. Everything becomes so familiar and ceases into a routine. Ellen was used to what she and Sam liked. He understood Ellen's demands and knew her needs. What about Ben? He remembered her as a girl. Back then, there was nothing sexual between them, at least, that was how Ellen remembered it. Ellen still needed to figure out what Ben had thought of their relationship when they had gone their separate ways. Now she would question him about how he perceived her back when they had become teenagers, and their friendship had slowly faded. Ellen thought until now that they had drifted apart because she had not been prepared for the transition of their company into something unfamiliar to them, a romantic relationship. But as a child, she thought it would be taboo, for Ben was like family to her. And now, this feeling of his kinship does not embarrass Ellen at all. On the contrary, it reminded her of the happy time when she knew who she could rely on, Ben, her friend and protector. Ellen remembered with a smile how frequently Ben had defended her from the attacks of boys who did not understand their friendship and teased them about being a wedding couple. Ben was not embarrassed by that. He just dispersed them like a cat and mouse, and winking cheerfully at Ellen, continued their activities, hiking in the woods, building a cabin in a sprawling tree, and watching the birds in the woods. Ellen remembered she had never taken the lead in their relationship as children. It was always Ben who decided. Then, and perhaps now, her attempt to repair her relationship with him was her first decision. All of Ellen's prejudices went away with her decision to take Ben back and rebuild their relationship. Or instead, to take the relationship to a new level, a romantic one. In that case, how should she begin this new relationship? She should restore the old ones first, and only then start a new one. It was already clear that they were not just friends now. When they kissed, Ben ambiguously let her know he wanted more than just a kiss. Ellen felt like she needed to be on top of things. She could not yet respond to Ben with the passion seething in her soul. It longed to feel his embrace, touch, and hot muscular body. To take and give. To give and take. That love is. Ellen squeezed her eyes shut with the sweet pain of a hunch. Do I really love Ben? When had I loved him? In the few hours we spent here together? Or, in the days of my contemplation and the pain of losing her newfound friend? Or for the times when I compared Ben's nice behavior toward me to how my spouse, with whom I had spent those 30 years, treated me? The thought that she had always loved Ben, only to realize it now, sent a bolt of lightning through Ellen's heart and squeezed her eyes shut. Yes, she loved Ben. She had always loved him then. As a child, she could say nothing aloud that would break their friendship. How many times had she thought of someone coming up to her and kissing her tenderly on the lips? And what did her prince always look like? It was always Ben. Always. Yes, she loved Ben. Scene 26. The bride. Ellen was waiting for her friends in her cottage. In her bedroom, yes, her bedroom, had all the clothes she needed to wear today. And everything was the delicate color of melted milk. Ellen did not want to wear a white dress to her second wedding. She had married Sam for the first time in a white dress and veil. Then Ellen was only 20, and no wrinkles embarrassed her. Now she was 50, almost half her life, or even more than half of it. So now Ellen had chosen a color that was still light, but soft enough. Another secret Ellen had. This color softened wrinkles and refreshed her facial features. Ellen paced the room anxiously, unable to gather her thoughts. Finally, a sense of confusion overtook her. What on earth was she doing? Might she celebrate the wedding one more time? But her fiancé was Ben. How can she doubt they will be happy? They have to be satisfied. They came to this decision to join their fates for a reason. Ben had to give up a lot at first, from a promising career at a law firm where he did not want to pass to the owners. Despite being asked to go back after his unfair dismissal, Ben decided not to return to his old job and opened his own small private law practice. He left that life of his far away there in the past. A past in which Ellen was also still living with her husband, who had separated from her. Ellen looked around. Everything in the room reminded her she was starting a new life. After her divorce from Sam, she gave almost all the furniture from their former family nest to charity. Ellen did not want to remember, looking at her old couch or chair, how she and Sam had sat there or made love. She did not need those memories anymore, so she got rid of things. The woman looked out the window. The branches of a blossoming apple tree peeked out. A blooming season in which she just had to be happy. Ellen owes it to herself to be satisfied. She owed it to herself, her children, and her wonderful friends who had helped her so much with Ben. Betty and Lori helped her restore her excellent relationship with Ben, and determined her to take it to the next level. That was why her two friends would now go with her to her wedding and be her bridesmaids. Usually the bridesmaids were girls or women. Ellen knew no one more worthy of being her bridesmaids at her wedding than Lori and Betty. She was proud that her bridesmaids would be 50 years old. Before, such a combination would have made her laugh, like, what do these old ladies think they should think about retirement instead of chaperoning the bride? So now Ellen was expecting Lori and Betty to help her get dressed for the wedding. Ellen chose her dresses for her bridesmaids. She matched their gowns made of pearl gray silk with her own molten milk-colored wedding dress. The color and texture of the silk were an excellent contrast to her outfit and herself. Lucia, her daughter, promised to come directly to the wedding ceremony they would have on the shores of Sunset Lake, to the very cafe where Ben saved her life. It was the same cafe where Ellen and Ben finally revealed their feelings. Finally, Ellen was relieved to hear a car pulling up to her house, and when she looked out the window, Betty emerged from the long white limousine. As usual, Ellen searched for Lori, and saw her leisurely emerging from the other side of the limousine. Complete opposites, these two women embodied everything she lacked in herself for Ellen. Betty's cheerfulness complemented Ellen's calm, poised character. Lori's sensitivity and intelligence matched Ellen's judgment. The three of them were dream team. Ellen went into the hallway to open the door for her friends, but she remembered she had left it open. She was not expecting anyone else to visit during those hours. Lori entered Ellen's house first and looked around at Ellen. Her wedding attire laid out on the bed, and she exhaled admiringly. "Oh, Ellen, you look so good today." Ellen walked over to Lori and hugged her warmly. Lori continued, with some good notes of envy in her voice. "You are so good at getting married. You can finish it." Ellen replied the second time, and at 50 years old, laughing. She continued, "Well, where is Betty? I am waiting for your help. I cannot do this outfit alone." Betty finally flew into Ellen's room, and opening her arms, took her in. Betty was bursting with excitement. She would be a bridesmaid again. In her 50s. The most important thing was that here, and Lori's efforts to help Ellen find happiness again, had been successful. That gave the upcoming wedding a special status. Betty stepped away from Ellen and exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, you have great hairstyling today. Now you can wear both the dress and the veil. Lori, let us do it." Her friends served Ellen with the details of her wedding dress and jewelry. The hairdresser who had come to her a couple of hours earlier helped Ellen's appearance. She had only left Ellen 15 minutes earlier. She was satisfied with the job and offered advice and tools to repair Ellen's hair if the wind on the lakeshore messed it up. Ellen got dressed, and her friends helped her secure her veil in her high-up hair. Ellen looked at herself in the mirror, adjusting her veil, which matched perfectly with her long, tight satin dress of simple straight cut with a high thigh-high slit. Not critically, no. She saw a woman whose eyes shone with happiness, with the expectation of a new life with the man she loved. A small circular veil, a netting decorated with white polka dots, was attached to a small cap fixed in Ellen's high-up, smoothly slicked-back hair. The edge of the veil ended at Ellen's cheekbones, beautifully stressing her still well-preserved neck and full lips. The top of the blanket advantageously hid the wrinkles in her eyes. This did not bother Ellen, since she was used to being herself and not being embarrassed about her age. She smiled heartily, and was not embarrassed by covering her mouth with her hand, as some ladies her age did because of rotten teeth. Ellen considered good dental health to be one prerequisite for her self-care. So she watched it all her life. Once a year she visited her dentist and had her teeth scaled and lightly whitened. All of this, along with taking diligent care of her teeth daily, helped her maintain her natural smile. The only playful detail in her outfit was the high slit on the side of her dress, through which her slender leg was sometimes visible. The slit was the only detail that reminded her that Ellen was still pretty, and could afford to display her extended leg in the dress's slit playfully. The pump shoes were also milky white and had low heels. Finally, having seen enough of Ellen, Lori and Betty gathered up their things. They led Ellen carefully, like a porcelain statue, to the limousine. As they did so, Lori thoughtfully asked Ellen, "Are you not forgetting your garter? And where is your wedding bouquet?" Ellen smiled and replied, "The garter is in place. And the bouquet coming right up." With these words, she went to bed with the first spring tulips, and taking from somewhere in her white purse, small scissors and satin ribbon, deftly cut a few scarlet tulips. She tied a white satin ribbon around them and lifted the bouquet above her as if to show it to the sun. So, is this wedding bouquet good for you? Who is going to catch it? Betty laughed and said, Of course I am not. I am doing fine. Glory might be worth a shot. Glory was a little embarrassed, but then realizing that Betty was joking as always, she replied, All right, I will think about your offer. As a joke, of course. I have been married a long time and hopelessly. Betty realized she had hurt her friend a little and mumbled conciliatorily, I am sorry, Lori, I did not mean to. Let us ignore it and just be happy about Ellen's wedding. The way the bouquet will be caught by someone else. I think there will be plenty of younger applicants than us. The friends looked at each other and, realizing the incident was over, shifted their attention to the bride. Ellen walked to the limousine, whose chauffeur got out of the car and gallantly opened the door for her. Ellen got into the limo first. Lori and Betty followed her, taking seats across from her. There was a table in the limousine's light leather interior with a bucket of ice. An open bottle of fine champagne and glasses was waiting for the ladies. Lori carefully filled the glasses with champagne, not entrusting this procedure to Betty, and the friends raised a toast to the health and happiness of the bride. The limousine was on its way to where Ben was waiting for Ellen. But first, they drove to the shore of Sunset Lake. Scene 27. The Groom. Ben was standing at the edge of the cafe terrace with his back to the lake. He wore a loose but elegant light gray suit that stressed his broad shoulders. He wore a white satin bow tie instead of his usual tie. A corner of a white silk handkerchief peeked out of his jacket pocket. His family and friends surrounded Ben. Despite his advanced age, his parents came to his second wedding. They were so happy that their son had once again found an opportunity to start a family. Both were astonished that the girl he had spent so much time with as a child was to be his wife. After all, Ben seemed to have forgotten her entirely after that. Ellen was familiar with his parents. So they hoped that their son Ben would be happy again and that they would have a good relationship with their new daughter-in-law. Ben's friends, all happily married but who had gone through many marital crises with their wives, truly wished Ben happiness. He had lost his life partner so early. It was hard for his friends to imagine how they would have handled such a situation. So Ben's example inspired them. Since a one lover like Ben had found his happiness a second time, anything was possible on this earth. Ben's children, Alex and Natalia, were standing next to their father. They were not yet acquainted with Ellen and were looking forward to his fiancée. A new person in their lives, who replaced their mother, was both terrifying and fascinating. When Natalia voiced her fears twice that Ellen would claim to be their mother, Ben corrected her rather sharply. Natalia, your mother cannot be replaced. No one wants it to be. Do not get me wrong, I have a chance to live happily ever after. Is not that what you want? Alex nudged Natalia with his elbow, and she mumbled with her head down meekly. Okay, Dad. I just asked. Alex continued for his sister. Dad, we want you to be happy. If you are okay with Ellen, we will be okay too. He put his arm around his sister's shoulders. He led her to contemplate the cafe veranda, decorated with bunches of tulips and garlands of white flowers and bulbs. Ben turned to the priest, who was modestly waiting on the sidelines. Father, are you all set? He nodded, and looking at Ben a little sympathetically from under his metal-rimmed glasses, replied. Yes, my son, everything is ready. All that remains is to wait for the bride to arrive. Ben felt that he had done all he could to arrange the wedding. He had already given his friend the wedding rings and stood with his hands behind his back and his toes rocking back and forth a little. His nerves were giving out. Waiting for the bride to arrive was like torture. What if she did not come? What if she changed her mind? Ben was not afraid to look ridiculous if Ellen changed her mind. He just wanted them to be together, and he would make all the vows and assurances he could to show his love for her and his willingness to spend the rest of his life with her. Just as Ben felt almost terrified that Ellen was still not there, a white limousine appeared from the edge of the pine grove. The bride had arrived. Ben straightened his back, spread his legs wider, and interlocked his toes in front of him, rocking slightly from toe to heel. This posture alone betrayed his intense anticipation of Ellen's arrival. The limo door opened, and the bridesmaids, Lori and Betty, came out. They looked brilliant and laughed nonstop. Then, finally, everyone turned toward the road, and a murmur of admiration went through the crowd when the bride stepped out of the limousine. A statuesque woman with a veil hanging down over her face was walking toward Ben. He knew it was Ellen, but he still could not grasp that they were about to be married and she would be his lawfully wedded wife. How life turns, though. Ellen, his faithful childhood friend, was with him again. Now they would try to live together as long as possible. The end. If you like this book, rate it by stars, and you may be so kind as to leave a good review. Thank you so much for your attention and participation. The next book is Our Time to Love, A Sweet Opposites Attract, Later in Life Contemporary Romance. An excerpt. Scene 1. Betty and her life before. A small, cozy cottage nestled on the shore of the lake. The cottage was 2 stories high, with a heavily sloping roof covering a small terrace overlooking the lake. The walls of the cottage were wooden, painted pure white. Against this white background, the wooden, naturally beige-colored supporting beams of the supports and posts that supported the roof of the terrace and the canopy above one of the upper floor windows stood out nicely, but in contrast. The bases of the pillars were set on stone supports about half a meter high, which gave the house the character of a light but sturdy structure. The cottage's front door was made of the same unpainted wood, and had 2 narrow vertical windows inserted into it. Under the roof of the terrace above the front door hung a street lamp made of glass and metal, as if it might have held a simple candle, but there was still a pretty modern lamp. The clear windows of the house reflected the dense green of the garden and the blue of the lake. A small garden was laid out around the cottage. Lush flowering beds were interspersed with bushes of berries, currants, gooseberries, and raspberries. The fruit trees were planted a little away from the terrace. They gave their corner of the garden an inexpressible comfort, as if it were the only place one could sit down on a garden bench. This place was right under one of the apple trees and the rest. Everything in the house attracted not only the eye with its well-groomed appearance. Everything in it made me want to go inside and ensure that everything there was as well kept and comfortable as it was outside. Only dwarves or elves could live in such a house, so colorful was it and everything around it. The landlady, Betty, or Elizabeth Smith, did not think so. It was not her and her husband Greg's house, but a rented one. And so she liked everything about the cabin. What she did not like, she tried to ignore. Betty would have only liked that it was small for her things, her sewing, her knitting, and her many jars of canned vegetables and condiments for the winter. But unfortunately, shelves of jars filled with her homemade jam had already been broken twice under the weight of the sweet but heavy load. So Greg had to keep checking the condition of those shelves. And suppose they had a house of their own. In that case, they could plan and arrange things the way they wanted: sturdy cupboards for homegrown food for the winter, racks for dried fruit from their garden, and plenty of mast for storing skeins of chest and fabric. Its size did not bother them, since it was just the 2 of them and her husband who lived there. Betty's husband, Greg, seemed to care little about how decorated or big his and Betty's house was. Greg was a heavy man in his early 50s. And without children, and they did not have any, everything suited Greg as long as his wife was happy. Another reason for Betty's husband's relaxed attitude toward the house they had lived in over the past few years was that Greg was a truck driver and constantly on the road. He made his living as a hauler and spent most of his time on the road. The massive truck was his main home. Greg practically lived in it. He spent the maximum number of hours and miles allowed for a professional driver behind the truck's wheel, eating and sleeping. When the truck was not on the road, Greg would park it outside their house, and then it would seem as if the colossal truck was condescendingly looking at the tiny house compared to its size. Greg always remained with his truck. He spent days and nights on the roads, driving throughout the country. But Greg never brought guest women to his truck, and never used their services in the motels. In addition, Greg loved his wife, Betty, and never cheated on her. Betty, however, as a lively, short, playful, full of life in the body, allowed herself to flirt with men she liked. However, she knew there was a line she should not cross, so her flirting did not go beyond harmless flirting. When Greg was free and did not have a ride the next day, he and Betty liked to go to a local bar where they spent time with Greg's friends. When Betty and Greg spent time in the local bar, usually among their friends and Greg's colleagues, people were waiting for a show, Betty's show. Betty sat gracefully on a bar stool, crossing her slim, wonderfully sculpted legs and resting them on the rung of another bar stool in front of her. She looked like a free, bright bird of paradise. Betty glanced intently at the men entering the bar, assessing them as if deciding whether to waste her time on them. At the same time, her husband spent his time quietly in the bar's corner, setting a row of empty beer glasses on the table in front of him. Greg seemed, along with his buddies around him, to be wholly absorbed in watching a sports match being shown to the bar's patrons. As the contest continued, he seemed uninterested in other people around him or his wife. However, things seemed different. Betty knew that as soon as one man would approach her and start a conversation, Greg would appear from behind the daredevil, slap him on the shoulder nicely, and urge him to make a place for him next to Betty. Usually, Betty's admirer would quickly disappear from view, or even from the bar. Finally, Betty, grumbling something like, "Well, you cannot have fun anymore," would meekly move from the bar to her husband's table and sit quietly beside him, watching a soccer game or a car racing show. All this heat of feeling was just a game they played together. A game to break up the monotonous routine Betty, who spent most of her time at home. It also gave Greg a chance to shake off the old days and show those around him he was still the man who would stand up for his wife, who was so attractive to other men. Betty also needed this kind of entertainment. Being a wife and a housewife was more challenging than it seemed. She had to organize everything so that when her beloved husband, Greg, came home, everything in the house was sparkling clean, and freshly baked pies and fragrant tea were waiting on the table. No one forced Betty to be such a diligent hostess in her home. It was just the way she liked to live. Betty kept her house and her household in such order, as if the cleanliness of her sex depended on her and Greg's life together. In fact, Greg was not at all interested in how clean the floors were in his house. He just wanted to ensure everything was in order, and sometimes he fixed things in the house himself. But after all, this cottage was not his or theirs. They had to rent it because they did not have the money to buy their own house. And there was no money for their own home because Greg was the only one with income in the family. Betty earned nothing. Since everything in their life had been going on in a way that suited them for many years, neither she nor Greg gave much attention to the future. Moreover, since there were no children, there were few expenses that other couples had, such as clothes and toys for the children, tuition, hobbies, and medical fees, and so on. Greg was most interested because they had a place where they lived, and his beloved wife was waiting for him, tired from work. A place where he would get a tremendous, hot, home-cooked meal, and all the love of his Betty. Betty had not worked since she married Greg. However, he wanted his wife to devote her time only to him, and he promised Betty they would always have enough money, he would earn it for both, which he did. Despite this, during their long life together with Greg, Betty tried many times to go to work, After all, if a woman with not only a husband but also children could do the job and the household, of course, she could. And Greg would be satisfied, and if she had a salary on top of his income, they would have had their own house long ago. If no children, at least a home of their own. But Greg never accepted that his wife would go to work with his family. He saw it as something unworthy of a real man. Greg thought a woman should only go to work and socialize with different men under his supervision. Greg, who had been an only child and had lost his parents early, often thought with horror that if Betty had taken the bait of some handsome man who had never held a real tool in his hand except a dumbbell at the gym, he would not have survived such a loss. Perhaps this desire to keep Betty's love alive was the main reason Greg did not want to see her working anywhere but on their property. But deep down, he was terrified of losing her. And then what would he do if an attractive bird of paradise like Betty charmed her male coworkers? And that was bound to happen. The way Betty liked to flirt with men, it was a miracle she was faithful to him. Indeed, if Betty were to go to work, she might not just flirt for fun there, like in a bar, but she might have a crush on a male colleague. Occasionally, Greg imagined that the fancy offices were full of charming men who would mesmerize his Betty with their seductive aromas, take advantage of her, and then leave her with nothing. He thought Betty, with her bright soul but completely uneducated, had a very mundane way of thinking and would be a victim of the handsome man who wears an expensive case. In addition, Greg imagined that involved in the active work life, Betty would leave him, her workman-driver husband, bored with his simplicity. Although, in life outside the offices, few people could match Greg's ability to cope with the difficulties of everyday life. He could, for example, change a flat tire in 5 minutes on the road in a passenger car. Or in winter, right in the morning, he could go out into the frosty air in the yard, quickly chop some wood and melt the stove, so that his Betty could wake up to the cozy crackling of the wood burning in the stove. But of course, no one could compare it to Greg driving a massive truck. Among his peers, he stood out for his precision, and the fine-tuned techniques of driving the colossal machine he used to earn his family's hard-earned bread. Greg was unbeatable in the competition for survival in difficult conditions. So in the present state of affairs, with Betty at home doing their chores and cooking, Greg had no doubts about her loyalty. In their little town by the lake, all events quickly became public. First the rumors spread, then the facts came out. Here, everybody knew everything about everybody. With all her love for Greg, Betty constantly resisted this state of affairs in their family. Finally, years ago, resigned to the fact that their family would probably never have children again, she repeatedly tried to at least go to work. From time to time, through acquaintances of their family, Betty received pretty good job offers. Well, these were jobs, mostly service-related. For example, a cashier at the local supermarket or a postal worker. And even a personal assistant to the manager of one of the big companies whose office was in their small town. These jobs suited her perfectly. After all, Betty was a true extrovert. She needed communication like she needed air. She felt like she was suffocating without it, and it was the lifeblood of being with people. However, her job attempts failed because of Greg's negative attitude toward her possible working life. Things got a little better when Betty realized Greg would never let her go to work, and accepted that, as well as the fact that they would never have children. So Betty shifted her energy to finding girlfriends in this new neighborhood, where she and Greg had recently moved, having rented this lakeside cottage. Betty was seeking a little pick-me-up one afternoon when she came across a tall, stately woman examining a jar of jam with deep consideration, twisting it in her hands as she did so. Betty could not pass by, and immediately advised the woman to get another jam of much better quality. One thing led to another, and soon they talked about running a household. This was how Betty met Ellen. Ellen was married to Sam, who ran his and his wife's business. It seemed to Betty that Ellen's family was doing so well, a true example of a long and happy life together as a couple who shared roles, the husband stayed in business, and the wife took care of the house and the children. A settled old age awaited them. The children, Winston and Lucia, were grown and had left for school. Everything in Ellen's family was so good that Betty sometimes thought she wished she could be as poised as her friend. Perhaps Betty would have felt better about having nothing to do in her spare time, as she had no children. Already, good friends Ellen and Betty welcomed Laurie into their circle. Laurie was the wife of the famous writer, Daniel. She was also a housewife in her later years and had a lot of time to think about her future life. Unfortunately, Laurie's husband did nothing to help her dream of publishing her books. So Laurie, already reserved in expressing her feelings, had lately been depressed. In addition, with Daniel's daughters Anna and Katya, she had grown up and left home. As a result, Laurie was left alone with her husband, who was openly preoccupied with himself and not interested in what his wife was really up to. Betty sometimes thought her new friends had saved her life. It kept her from being drab and obsessing over her thoughts of approaching old age. Though what an age it was, she was only 50. Well, or a little over 50. Who cares? Betty thought the important thing was how old you felt, not the number that denoted your age. She thought her biggest trump card was that she did not think of herself as spent human material. The hope that Betty still had a life ahead of her brought her joy. Betty thought all she had now, her family, her life, would exist forever. Well, if not forever, and it is necessary to pass away, it will happen as in dramatic movies. He and Greg will die on the same day. It cannot be otherwise. What do she and her husband live for? And even the absence of children could not keep them apart. That is true love, no doubt about it. It was all Betty ever wanted. And flirting with other men was just the life-giving stream of air she sometimes let in to tease her husband and feel her demand for the opposite sex. It was all innocent, just a game. One beautiful summer day, while Betty was at home making jam from apples picked in the orchard outside their house, the telephone rang. The woman took a break from stirring the whole, lowered the fire under the brass pot, and wiping her hands on her apron, went to the telephone set on the shelf by the fireplace. Betty picked up the phone. She said, "Hello, yes, I am his wife," but did not listen to the end of what the male voice on the phone was saying to her in a very polite and careful way. The phone receiver fell on the mantelpiece, then hung and twisted on its wire, knocking against it. Betty slumped down on a chair near the fireplace, after clumsily resting with her arm on the wall. Betty felt this wall falling against her, along with the ceiling. She closed her eyes, put her arms around her head, and bending forward groaned in agony. No, it cannot be. There must be some mistakes. Her Greg could not have done this to her. He could not have been in a car accident. He could not just die like that. 1 year later. Drops of drizzling rain fell on the cemetery's tombstones, on a hill by the lake but quite far from its shores. The spruce trees that grew along the cemetery's edges shaded the place. Their heavy branches, downcast, created an air of sadness. Even the fresh smell of pine needles did not bring joy as in an ordinary forest. Still, it gave this place a particular note of eternity, the same eternal longing for people who had left this life as these evergreen crowns of spruces did. A path lined with white sandstone slabs led from the entrance to the cemetery to the back, where it branched off and suggested going straight ahead, to the right or the left. That was it. The cemetery was tiny, but at its entrance, on a light stone pedestal, there was a beautiful bronze monument to the mourners. Near the door was a small chapel, built of the same stone as the cemetery paths. Anyone who wished to pray, or to be alone with his thoughts, could enter it. The gravestones of the cemetery, stacked on the ground in neat rows among the short-cut grass, were rather monotonous, either light, made of light stone, or darker, apparently older, made of greened metal. Some were practically sunk into the ground, and some, marking relatively recent burials, were still towering above the ground surface and the grass. 3 women of an elegant age, dressed in dark cloaks, stood on the path a few meters from one tombstone. In their hands, wrapped in black gloves, were bouquets. The flowers were white and unwrapped. The gravestone near where they stood was also pure white, with gilded embossed letters of the inscription. To Greg, my beloved husband. My memory and love are with you forever. One woman separated from their group and slowly approached the grave. She leaned over the slab on the ground, kneeled, and placed a bouquet of white roses on the grave. A short, thin woman, still standing at the side of the grave, quietly called out to her. Betty, let us put our flowers next to yours and take care of the grave soon. You do not have to do everything yourself. It is hard for you to get on your knees. The woman, still on her knees, turned to the others and answered in a voice that was choked with emotion. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you very much too, Ellen. She nodded to her other companion, a tall, statuesque woman holding a large bouquet of white gladioluses. For the memory of Greg, her beloved husband, with whom Betty had lived for over 30 years, she will crawl on her knees on the wet ground and not feel the pain and cold of the tombstone. Betty rose heavily from her knees, shook off the hem of her cloak of wet yellowed needles and grass, and turned to her companions. Betty's rounded face expressed anguish at being alone or having trouble getting up from her knees. Everything was long behind her, her husband's death, his funeral, and her life going on, but Betty loved him so much. Although friends were talking about how she should think about living alone, Betty was back to her usual cheerfulness and optimism. She did not want to keep the subject going. She did not offend her friends, and cleverly shifted the subject to something else. No one can replace her husband, no one. The end of an excerpt. Series to be continued.